Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña. Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña. Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome to day number 4 here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Today, Eric it's going to be an intense day of competition because the conditions are really amazing at the moment. And the sol picked up. How are you? Good morning.
Yeah, doing great, Bagel. It's looking like a good day. There's some solid action. It's probably the biggest day of swell we've seen yet. So tide's a little bit low at the moment, but we'll see what happens as the tide comes up, right?
Yeah, I mean, this place, it actually works very well with mid to low tide. So I think, we're going to have lots of excellent maneuvers, a lot of action. Probably we're going to see a lot of different things. As we have been seeing in this event, a lot of riders have been doing different, maneuvers and impressing the world. I mean, don't get me started with that crazy DropKnee to backflip to prone that Fabio and Tazar did. And then, we had Poncho.
Yeah, a lot of innovation going down, right? Good to see guys doing this in comps. Usually guys do that in free surfing, but good to see them getting innovative in the competitions, right?
I know who is thinking about doing something different. It's Armid for sure. Armid loves to do that. So,
Yeah.
well, we're going to be starting very soon. So let's hit the water. We want to show you how the conditions are. And we would like to introduce the first heat, which is, very stacked. This is round number 2.
So yeah, let's take it to the water with Chomen Monterola from the Basque Country. We have Sergio Machado from Brazil. We have Fabian Tazar from Reunion Island. And we have Gerardo de la Fuente from Chile. So nice international heat we got.
Yeah, look at that. It's, Fabian Tazar. I think this is his 4th heat. He has been competing in the DropKnee division and in the prawn division, and in both divisions he had been advancing in first, and yeah, doing a great job. All right, so in the water, people, Chomin Manterola, it's really cool to have him here. We are very used to see him in the European events, and back in the day he used to follow the tour. I've seen him in a couple of events, but he doesn't come too often to Chile, so it's great to see him here. And Sergio Machado, wow. I think you guys know, I mean, in the previous years, and I will say I remember since Arica, he has been posting those 10s, man.
Wow.
So many 10s on his belt right now. And yeah, no, definitely he is one to watch. He also did an amazing job here back in 2015. And we have the horn sounding there. And right now the heat is starting. So people in your house, you might think there's no way, so it's small, but nothing like it.
Yeah, there's some sets coming in. You'll see there's some sets in there. Some of them are almost like, kind of seems like they're a little bit too big for the tide when they come in, because it's kind of closing up right into the Kraken, they call it, that end rock. But yeah, I think it should be pretty manageable. It's not too consistent on the bigger sets. So yeah, there should be some action going down today.
Yeah, I think so too. All right. So if you're just getting here, remember you can check everything at the IBC World Tour website. It's there. You can go to live section, and you'll have the scoring system, and so you can know what's going on, follow your favorites. People, today we're looking forward to run 2 rounds if possible. And round number 3 is where the top 16 are. Let's see, first taker.
Yeah, so we have Sergio Machado taking off on this and doing a roll off that oncoming section, kind of caught up in the whitewater. Let's see if he can sneak out of there, but unfortunately he doesn't. A little bit too much power rattling him around on the inside. But yeah, getting a wave under his belt for Sergio. Definitely won't be scored, as he did not come out of that. But yeah, good effort there by Sergio.
I think he had second thoughts. He was kind of like riding the wave, and I think he kind of like hesitated
Yeah.
when he was going for the lip maneuver. Maybe he thought it would be a good idea to just, bail,
Yeah.
or maybe should I just take the opportunity that I'm surfing? Let's see this one. Looking good for Fabian Tazar. He's going to hit it for sure. Not really. So see, this is the thing,
Yeah.
with the tide and the kind of closing out.
Yeah.
Also, the wave is breaking really in a different spot from what we have seen, huh?
Yeah, it's not very defined right now. So yeah, I'm hoping with a little bit of rise in the tide, it'll become more defined, right? So yeah, it's just kind of like separate peaks. But yeah, let's see what happens as the tide rises. But yeah, same, just like you're saying with that last wave, the first wave of Sergio, he kind of hesitated. Should he pull out or hit it? And yeah, and then same thing with the next one. So here we go. We have white Gerardo kind of pulling into that, but not staying open. So yeah, it's not anything good going down yet, but we still got a good 22 minutes left in the heat. So should be some action going down.
All right, so Fabian starting things with the roll right there. And maybe he can connect. It looks like he will. Another one there, but yeah, they kind of like, it is so hard to be the first heat, You're getting, check that out.
Wow.
You don't really know what's going on there because this
Yeah.
wave, it looks really different inside, Well, like all the waves in
Yeah.
the world, right? But this one, especially, it takes some, like this
Yeah,
one.
we have Choma in red taking off on that, and yeah, that thing just closed out with that. Direction wasn't right. I feel like the tide might have affected it, but yeah, had to pull out of that thing. That was pretty closey.
Saludos a todas las personas sintonizando día número 4 en el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. El día de hoy vamos a tener muchísima acción, un día que se espera ser, esperamos que sea muy intenso, porque tenemos ya muchas más olas de lo que hemos visto. De hecho, miren dónde está rompiendo la ola, mucho más atrás de donde han corrido los competidores. Y tenemos el replay de las primeras olas.
Yeah, so let's take this look at that first wave of Gerardo pulling a roll right there, but just getting caught up in that white water. Unfortunately, he was not able to get out into the flats. And this next one with Fabian Tazar, getting a little Rolo under his belt and aiming for that inside section, but just not enough power to pull anything off. But yeah, I'd have to say that's probably the best score of the heat so far. But yeah, that's putting him in first place. So yeah, good get a good wave under his belt in the first 5 minutes of the heat.
Así es, queremos saludar a todas las personas, recordarles que se suscriban al canal de YouTube, que compartan la transmisión y que se involucren un poquito más con el mundo de la USA y de estos competidores para que nuestro deporte siga creciendo. Vamos a ver muy buenas maniobras el día de hoy, seguro, hay grandes nombres. A ver, esta ola para Sergio Machado. Sergio looking very good in this one, of course, attacking with a huge backflip. This is his specialty, he's got those movements unlocked, There's a technique that allows you to project the backflip.
And then we have Gerardo taking off on that, pulling a Rolo out of the lip, and decent wave for Gerardo. But yeah, that Sergio guy, that's one of his specialties, right? He's good on those backies, right? Good projection, good timing.
I had to say, a maneuver that I haven't seen too much of his is probably the air reverse.
Okay.
But he's got beautiful inverts and really good backflips. And of course, he's got this knowledge when it comes down to tube riding. So yeah, in Arica, he was so impressive.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is going to be a battle. People, remember, this is a full elimination round. It means that only first and second will be advancing.
All right, so here we have in red taking off on that and busts a roll out of the lip into the flats. Yeah, that was pretty powerful. I think that should be a decent score.
That was a beautiful roll.
Yeah.
Fabian Tazar coming in hard in this one. This is actually looking big, getting into the barrel, coming out easily. And yeah, wow, now they're waking up.
Yeah, it's turning on right now. That was one of the better barrels I've seen in the comp so far. Deep and kind of looked like he was going to close out, but he kind of doggy-doored it before that end section. So yeah, good to see a good barrel going down in the first heat of the day.
Yeah, pretty cool. I just love to see all of them putting maneuvers, having the chance to broadcasting themselves. So yeah, very, very good. Right there, a good exchange. I have no idea who's going to take the best of it because,
Yeah.
Even Gerardo, he, performed the role. So here's the replay.
Yeah.
This was the last of, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that backflip
Sergio.
of Sergio. Good backflip, good projection, clean. And this
was charming. You did that on live, and really like that roll.
And then Fabian Tazar pulling in, getting some cover up, and doggy doored it right before that closeout section. Good technique there on the barrel riding by Fabian.
And look at that set. Look where the waves are breaking, man. The previous days we haven't seen that wave. For example, that one and that section.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm telling you, it's going to be a big day for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little second reef out there. Yeah. Like, and some of them you can connect from out there if the direction's right too, right?
Yeah, some of them are closing out. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But as you say, the tide is going to be filling in a little bit, and mid tide is going to be perfect. Of course, you can't have the competition in the same tide
Yeah.
because it's changing at all times.
Yeah.
But either way, we're gonna see some action. Heats are stacked, people. If you haven't seen them, go to the IBC World Tour website and find them there. You can have the scoring system. You have all the information, and man, every single heat. I don't know what's gonna happen. We will see names like Rodrigo Silva, twin brother of Moises Silva, coming up in the next heat, and Luciano Campos from Peru, young Luciano Campos. He's still a junior, and he's got a medal recently, a golden medal in the Pan Americans. And Gabriel Castro, Gabriel Castros are so good. And yesterday, the previous day of competition, he was surfing so good. And Roberto Gallardo, also Chilean. Next heat is going to be a heat with a lot of young people.
Yeah,
So-
should be an interesting heat.
all of them, I think. Heat number 3, we will have Pirpo with Fabio Saavedra, Cristóbal Paoa, and Agustín Figueroa. Heat 4, we have Tahiri Tejei, Matias Diaz, Brian López, y Pedro López.
Wow.
Hit 5, André Luis, Gustavo Neira, Kalani Favela y Fabián Hernández. Y hit 6, Miguel Rodríguez, Hugo Noria, Cristóbal Toar, Marco Silva. Hit 7, Moisés Silva, Sócrates Santana, Jerico Rosero y Miquel Arriagada. Wow, el hit 7 va a estar increíble también. Hit 8, Edwin Aldana, Víctor López, Alfonso Aguilar y Jordan Villalba. Wow, los hits están heavy.
Heavy heats today going down, right, Pego?
And that's only round number 2. Remember, in round number 3, we got the riders that are seeded because they have the rankings. They're
Yes.
part of the top 16.
Top 16.
So yeah.
And yeah, looks like we have a little lull right now. So just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Escondida BHP, Ilustre Municipalidad de Antofagasta, our collaborators as well with Colbún, Antofagasta Minerals, Peri Chile, Carnicería Arauco, Abastible, Hotel RK Antofagasta, Ruta 1 Restaurant, Mirador Sandwichería, Costa Club Antofagasta, also our media partners, Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión, AS Chile, FM7, El Regionalista Diario, Antofa Despierta, Puro Surf Chile, Latin Wave, Cura Tres Puntas, Región 2.
And we had some scores dropped. Fabian Tazar is the one that got the best out of that exchange. He's holding the first position with a total of 975. That barrel was a 675. And Sergio Machado very close. His backflip was a 625. Looking for a 3.51 to be first. Chao Ming, he is looking for a small score too. 2.26 to be second. And Gerardo also, in the game, looking for a 3.51. It's a possibility.
Yeah, and here we have some action with Chomin doing a roll out of that lip, spitting barrel underneath, and going for that. Yeah, just one maneuver wave, but had some decent power on that.
And this one's looking good for Sergio Machado, and he bails.
Oh, yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
He knows better, right?
Yeah, I think that was a good call pulling off of that thing.
All right, so we'll see Chomi Manterola. He's got this, French, and I will say the French, they take very good care about their style. He's got a
Yes.
very uh, tight style. His board is always close to his body,
Yes.
and he performs the maneuvers very well projected. But the thing is that there's a way to project your maneuvers when you actually open your arms and separate your board from your body, and that's actually perfect. It's okay. It's just a style, but check this out. Talking about it, this is I mean, check that out. Perfectly round executed roll there. You might say it's a basic maneuver, but when you see a roll very well executed, it's actually really refreshing to watch.
Yeah, that's right, Bago. I appreciate kind of seeing the basic maneuvers, but done with style, right? It's definitely good to stick to the basics sometimes rather than forcing things. So yeah, a super clean maneuver. I'd say like with not much speed, it would be better to do a roll.
Yeah, no, he is definitely enjoying to watching surfing, and there is a situation right now, a change of situation. Chomin, he's got a 585, his higher score, and now he's holding the first position. Not too comfortable, the rest of the riders, especially Fabian and Sergio, who have a good number there, 675 and a 625. They have a lot of chances. And Gerardo, he will have to try to go for a big number now to try to change the situation at this point before Sergio and Fabian get a big wave, because they're the type of, waiting and finding a big thing and going for a big maneuver. So those two guys are super dangerous there.
Yeah, they're just waiting for those explosive maneuvers, those like one maneuver waves, but like with power, right?
Yeah. All right. So first heat of a long and great day of competition. We're looking forward to probably have the longest day that we have seen in in the window so far in terms of competition, in terms of heats. We might be doing, two rounds, which is 16 heats.
Yeah.
And we are going to be bringing some people as guests. I'll see if I can bring Fabian. I would like him to, say how he has been feeling. He's really in the rhythm of things, doing a great job. He's going to have a huge heat in the quarterfinals in the DropKnee division. And he's really looking forward to improve his own results in that division. He was third in the previous event that we have and here in the DropKnee division, very close to get the title. So yeah, I think he's got that eyes on the prize thing.
Eyes on the prize, and
All right, so people, make sure to scan this QR code right here. This is pretty cool. It will take you to all the IBC World Tour world. All the info's there, huh?
all the info's there. Give it a scan and check out our calendar of what's coming up this year. Also, be sure to check out our top 16. And yeah, if you just scroll down to the bottom of the page, you can get the hit the bar and get those live scores and get the live feeds. So yeah, check it out with a quick scan.
Yeah. Actually, when you scan that, it will take you to that live section of the IBC World Tour website. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for your support. This is the 5th year of the IBC World Tour. We're very happy to be back here at La Nilda, and it couldn't be possible without the support of the sponsors and mainly without the organization and the hard work of Club Budeo,
Yes.
Budeo Club, I'm sorry. So we would like to say especially a big thanks to them, Look at that. Actually, Sergio, he tried. Oh, we have another barrel right there for Fabian Tazar, completed with the roll. And he's going to make some difference with this one, He's going to be ditching that 3 for sure. We didn't see the beginning of that barrel. We don't know how deep it was, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it was pretty zoomed out. So yeah, be stoked to see a little replay and see how he tucked into that thing. But yeah, looks like he was in there. and came out with a roll. So a good little combo under his belt. Wondering if that'll give him that 4.61 that will bring him into the lead, which I'm thinking that'll be at least that, if not, you know, a little bit more. But yeah, it should be a good score for Fabian.
All right, take that bar thing, you know.
Yeah.
Here it is. Let's see. Yeah, he actually, it wasn't that deep, you know, and he knew it. That's why he went straight for the maneuver right there, standed his arms, and completed very well that roll. So, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't too in there, but like he was kind of in the pocket and came out with the roll. So he, yeah, definitely made the best of that. And something else coming out the back. And who do we have? We have Sergio Machado. Nice roll, clean roll right there. And a little section on the end and roll out of the pit and coming out into the flat. So a little combo. You can see he's kind of like gearing to the right, staying away from that Kraken, right?
Yeah, so there was a change of situation. Fabian Tassar got a 4.75, and of course he's got the first position, and there will be another change after this wave, I think. Like I was actually saying, you know, these two guys, they were the most dangerous in the heat because they were holding the higher single score. So definitely it was a matter of changing that backup score only.
Yeah, good competitors on the board, right? And so we have Choman taking off on this, pulling in pretty deep. Let's see if he can, yeah, a little bit too deep, and then just kind of closed out on that end section, but he went for it. I'm sure he got some good vision on that thing.
Very, very good this heat. You know, these guys are, you know, on point, I will say. We're still waiting for that wave of Sergio Machado. Sergio gets the first position.
Wow.
It's a 7.5. And here we can see it again. Actually, this is Gerardo. Gerardo, nice. Very good roll on the pocket there. That we didn't see live. And this is the replay of the higher score so far of Sergio Machado. Very aerial roll, I will say. Super projected.
Yeah, clean, stylish roll, right? With a combo, another roll on the inside.
It was so strong that he had to open his legs in order to properly land, you know?
Yeah, I love those just simple, basic maneuvers, but with projection and style. And he kind of did it like a slow motion kind of roll, too. So, yeah, good job there, Sergio, bumping him up into first place with Fabian trailing behind him, needing a 7.01 to take that first position, and Choman needing a 5.66 to get into advanced position, with Gerardo in fourth place, needing a 6.66 to get up there. And looks like we have someone else taking off on this thing, and that's, oh, yeah, Gerardo, yeah, just a little closeout section on the end. I feel like with a little bit more size and consistency, I feel like it could use a little bit more tide. What do we have here at Bago? We have Fabian.
Fabian Tassar attacking that section. I don't know if it's not there. I mean, for sure, there's not going to be a 7 there. That's what he needs, a 7.01. And here comes Chomi Manterola. Let's see, 5.66 to get that second position. Oh, it's just not really happening there for him. You know, could have been dangerous. Could have been dangerous for Fabian because it's not too comfortable. You know, Fabian is there in the second position, and Choming needs a 5.66, which is something that he can do for sure. Gerardo, his last wave was a 4.85, also good score, but not enough to get that second position. I had to say, for being the first heat of the day, it's actually really good. Sometimes, you know, it's more difficult.
Yeah, a lot of action's gone down in this first heat, right? Some pretty good maneuvers and couple barrels, good variety of maneuvers going down. So yeah, I think those first couple minutes is kind of not really connecting well, but yeah, just I think with the tide coming up and the riders are amped, so yeah, I think should be a nice day. Should be some action going down. So yeah, we have the riders out the back, waiting for a set. Looks like we have a couple lines coming in.
Man, getting in today is going to be tricky.
Yeah.
Because that when I went I went for a surf and it was like half the size that we had today, and
Yeah.
it was tricky. There's like this channel, um, there's a lot of rocks, and then you have to go through a mini channel between two rocks, and you have like one moment only to do it. Let's see. Nice looking wave here for Chomi Manterola.
Ooh.
Ah, se le cerró. Qué
Yeah.
pena, ¿eh?
Yeah, did the little Honu dive right there, just diving off of his board to get under so he doesn't get sucked over. But yeah, good technique, good bailout technique. I see the Canarians doing that a lot, with those dry reefs just to avoid getting sucked over.
All right, so Sergio is looking very comfortable there, I have to say, with 2 minutes on the clock and a total of 13.75. Fabian, it is not impossible, but 7.01, it takes, something big, or at least a couple of very projected and well done maneuvers, as well as, such as Sergio did, a 7.5. That's the only score that, the higher score, I'm sorry. So we'll see, Fabian in this minute and a half can get it. But so far, so good. What it's really dangerous is Choming, Choming is staying behind Fabian. So maybe he's looking forward to get a smaller wave, and he's looking for a 566, and it's a possible thing,
Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's going to be tough, but you never know. With a minute and 15 seconds left in the heat, a wave could come in and change all of that. It's happened many times, right? So, yeah, let's see what happens here. But yeah, Sergio sitting comfortable in first position with Fabian just behind him. But yeah, looks like someone might be paddling for this deep peak right here, and nope, guess not.
All right, if you're just getting here, this is day number 4. We have a lot to come with the man division. We're not going to see the DropKnee. We left the DropKnee division in quarterfinals, and that's not going to happen today, probably tomorrow. And, today we have a bigger swell, a bigger day in terms of waves. So 25 seconds to go. And I don't see much coming in the horizon, so I don't know if there's going to be chances for all of these riders to take that first position from Sergio. Let's see. Choming is getting ready there. Is he going to find actually Sergio? Just taking this right. This is the first right that we've seen in this heat, and I think it's just going to use it to leave the competition area, of course.
Yeah.
All right, more than happy, huh?
Wow, good end for Sergio, right?
All right, the official results is what you see in your screen. Sergio Machado first, Fabian Tazar second. Congratulations to Chomi and Gerardo. We're going to go to a commercial break, and please don't move because this is a very good day. You can miss anything.
Cross the line, I feel there's no one turning back. The fuse is red.
men's division of round 2, heat number 2. Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, Eric. Good morning, everyone. Fourth day of action over here, and I would say definitely the best day. You know, we have some pumping conditions out there. We have the size that we didn't see on the previous days, and with the tide going up, you know, I think it's just going to get better and better. So let's jump in the water right now to see heat number 2 of this second round of men division. And yeah, these are looking stacked. We have a total of 8 heat guys on round number 2 before the non-elimination round. And who do we have, Eric?
So we have Lucian Camposalba from Peru. We have Rodrigo Silva from Chile. We have Gabriel Castro from Brazil. And we have Roberto Gallardo from Chile. So should be an interesting heat. Couple Chileans, a Peruvian, and a Brazilian. Good international heat.
Yeah, definitely 4 young guns. I mean, very young riders, you know, and we have some names like Rodrigo Silva, which everybody know very well already. I mean, the twins from Arica, Rodrigo and Moyes, and Moyes already took the win in this event a few years ago, his brother. And I mean, hard to know who's better, you know, and sharper. But yeah, Luciano coming from very good results on the junior division as well. Gabriel Castro won his heat 2 days ago, or yeah, that was 2 days ago, if I'm not wrong. He won his first heat with a very good invert. I don't know if you remember that.
Yes.
It was a pretty good maneuver. And yeah, these guys are starting to have their trajectory on a competition, you know, and some results. And that's definitely going to make a difference, you know, in their confidence. You know, they're not just debuting anymore, right?
Yeah.
So the story is starting to be written over here. And these guys are figuring the wave out. And yeah, it's going to be a good heat for sure with pumping waves.
Yeah, definitely the best waves we've seen yet on the competition as far as size and consistency. I mean, there's a little bit lull right now, but majority of the time there's some action. I mean, that last heat was pretty stacked with consistency. A lot of stuff going down from backflips to rolls to barrels. So good versatile amount of action going down in the last heat. So yeah, the tide is coming up a little bit, so that could potentially slow things down a little bit. But yeah, should with the size making up for that rising tide, it should definitely be some action going down.
Yeah, you know, and especially taking into account that we just saw the first heat. Usually first heats, you know, are not so full of action like the one we just saw, right? Usually the guys are getting familiarized, especially because we got here earlier and we saw that there was nobody actually free surfing, right? Before the comp, there was nobody here. I'm not sure why. I mean, usually the guys are, you know, ancients out there, you know, trying to get familiar with the conditions, but there was nobody out. And yeah, it was good to see that in the first few minutes, the riders were able to, you know, get in tune with the waves and start to extract those good maneuvers and scores out of them. So yeah, looking forward for the next few heats. And you know what? We might even see the non-elimination round today, which is the round number 3. So that would be amazing.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, you know, hopefully. I mean, we got the size, we got the tide and sizes on our side. Let's just hope the wind cooperates, you know, and get into that next round and see that non-elimination round going down. But yeah, I remember when we showed up and it was still dark and, you know, we're up in the competitors area having breakfast, looking at it. It's like, I don't know if it's going to happen. We saw some
too much.
Yeah, we saw good sized sets coming in and it was kind of closing out all the way to the so-called Kraken, that reef on the inside. Bit skeptical, but yeah, I'm glad they called it and they're getting things started. So, you know, with the looks of the last heat, I was like, yeah, good call on starting the comp, and should be some more action going down as the day progresses.
Yeah, so we're coming from a low tide at 5:10, so we are already 2 hours and a half from the low tide. You know, we're almost reaching mid tide, which should, you know, improve the conditions, I would say, because when we got here and it was lower, it was just too much. You know, the wave just closes out. I mean, most of it closes out, and then the tips of the wave, you know, keep breaking. But I think that with the tide, you know, with a bit more water over the reef, I think we might see waves breaking in a better shape. Maybe not too shallow or gnarly, but I think that we still have some good time with good waves for sure, especially taking into account this size. We haven't seen this size yet during the comp.
Yeah.
And I think that it's gonna last for a good few hours.
Yeah, it should definitely maintain its form with a rising tide, the size making up for the full tide. As the smaller days, we've noticed it. Oh, here we go, taking off in blue, Gabriel Castro, going for the end section, and wow, like kind of got projected, hesitated a little bit, decided to bail.
Yeah,
And
definitely don't want to wait too much. And check this out, Luciano coming from Peru, a lot of speed, attacks that lip, a bit under the lip, and then having a hard time projecting himself, through the lip to land in front. And you guys can see, that's not a completed maneuver, guys. That lip is very thick, right?
Yeah.
You got to have a lot of speed and projection to get through that.
that was tough.
Yeah, so with 18 minutes and 15 seconds, as we're still waiting for some scores, no waves coming out, maybe we can get to hear from the winner of first heat with Bago down at the beach. On to you, Bago.
Machado, our first winner of the day. Sergio, of course, since you're the first, we want to hear from you. How is it out there? Because there's bigger waves, swells here. And at the beginning of the heat, we saw you guys trying and not really connecting. And in that first roll, we felt that you hesitated a little bit. Is that so? Como que te lo pensaste.
Bom dia a todos, em espanhol. Bom dia a todos, graças e paz. Graças a Deus pude avançar a bateria. Realmente o mar está bem difícil, a onda está um pouco difícil de ler. Sim, a primeira bateria do dia sempre é isso, né? Aquela apreensão. Mas pô, Deus abençoou ali com as ondas necessárias. A onda está correndo muito para a bancada, ela não está quebrando aonde supostamente ela quebra. E aí teve até uma que eu pensei que ela fosse abrir e ela fechou muito rápido, eu acabei perdendo a prioridade. Mas é isso, Deus está à frente disso, eu botei ele em primeiro lugar e ele me honrou.
Well, he's a true believer, first of all, thinks it's all in God's hands, and he just put all his confidence in here. He said He said definitely it is difficult right now. It is tricky. The wave is breaking in a different place, not where it's supposed to break. He was actually having second thoughts, and he thought it was, there was a section that he thought he could have hit, and it didn't happen for him. But yeah, just he trusted in his beliefs and kept going. You have been collecting a lot of tens, and I want to know, and I think the whole world wants to know if that's one of your goals, your personal goals. Do you think about going for those tens? Do you think about surfing there, or do you just want to advance? What's there in your mind?
Na minha mente eu penso só avançar, né, da bateria. Eu acho que o 10, né, um detalhe que acho que para mim é a justificação assim de Deus assim na minha vida, né? Porque às vezes a gente acha que não é possível, né? A gente está aqui, a gente que veio de baixo, né? E pô, chegou aqui no Campeonato Mundial, só quem está aqui sabe o que é isso. E bom, ele abençoou com as 2 ondas necessárias. Estou muito feliz. Queria agradecer a minha mãe. Essa bateria eu dedico à minha filha Zoé, que deve estar vendo agora. Filha, te amo muito. Papai está aqui trabalhando por você, pela gente. Agradecer a minhas mães, meu pai, minhas irmãs, meu irmão. Hoje é aniversário da Késia. Késia, meu amor, te amo. Minha irmã. Meus amigos. Companheiro aí que tá fortalecendo também a cabeça e o coração. E é isso. Estou amarradão, sol brilhando. É isso, cara. Deus é isso. Deus é tudo. Deus é o esporte que nos une, que dá a oportunidade da gente fazer aquilo que a gente ama, e tô amarradão por isso. E acredite nos seus sonhos, que é possível. Por mais que não pareça, mas é possível. Tenha fé.
Well, congratulations, Sergio, the 10 man, and we're looking forward to see you. Maybe you get another 10 today, who knows?
Deus que sabe, Deus é o 10 e eu tô aqui só como instrumento da vontade dele, fazendo aquilo que eu amo fazer, com paixão, com amor. Gratidão a todo mundo que manda mensagem positiva, de carinho, de apoio. Sempre falo isso porque é real, é importante pra gente. E é isso, viva o Brasil, viva aquele que acredita, e vamos para mais uma. A vitória é um degrau e não o topo. É isso.
Well, parabéns. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bago. Aproveitar para cumprimentar todo o pessoal que está assistindo do Brasil lá também. 1 hora à frente aqui do Chile, né? E o Serginho é um que sempre traz muito orgulho para a torcida brasileira, como a Bego estava falando ali na entrevista, sempre traz aquelas notas 10, é um atleta que realmente quando está nos seus dias, traz um show para todo mundo que está assistindo, e aí passa a sua próxima bateria. Pessoal, sintonizem com a gente hoje aí, porque vai ter muita ação, temos 8 baterias desse round 2 da categoria masculino, e talvez, né, se o vento permitir, se as condições permitirem, a gente vai continuar ainda no dia de hoje com o round 3, que é um round de não eliminação, onde entram os top 16. Então fiquem por aí conosco.
Yeah, so see this replay here of Roberto Gallardo, little ARS off that end section.
And that was Luciano, if I'm not wrong. No, that's not him. That's just see that roll, and this is Luciano actually on a nice right-hander. You can see drawing that beautiful line, kind of scoops into that barrel, and then hits that last pocket with an ARS, completing the maneuver. Very good call by the young kid from Peru.
Yeah, it was a nice one. And we have someone taking off on this. We have Gabriel Castro busting a roll out of that lip. And, yeah, just one little maneuver on that wave. But, yeah, that one of Luciano, that was a nice little scoop into that barrel. I kind of thought he missed the section. I was like, oh, maybe should have hit it earlier. And then he came to the end section, and there's still something else to hit. So, yeah, it's a good little combo for him. So, yeah, good call on his part.
Yeah, I mean, with such low tide, sometimes the wave, I think even him, was thinking of hitting that straight away, but then sometimes the wave just, wraps around the reef and stretches a little bit more, and then you have to keep going a bit more. But yeah, anyway, that was a 4.75 for Luciano Campos, taking the lead on the heat right now. That was the best score of the heat. And as you guys can see on the leaderboard, all of the riders already got their first decent scores, right? 475 for the Peruvian, 405 for the Brazilian Gabriel, Roberto with the 4.5 as well, and Rodrigo Silva with 3.75 on that right-hander that we just saw. So 12 minutes still to go on the heat, and now it's just a matter of these guys, finding those backup scores and start to define, in a better way, those positions.
That's right. Here we have the spectators enjoying so early in the morning, and people are just coming down and checking out the scene, enjoying the comp. A lot of these people don't even bodyboard, but they're out here enjoying it, just the community coming together to enjoy this new infrastructure that was created with the dream of Arturo Soto, right? It's, a lot more than just a contest site, right? It's a stretch of coastline here in the sector of Trocadero that's transformed over the years. A lot of it comes down to Arturo Soto and his club. It kind of started as a grassroots effort to get the kids in the ocean, but it's grown into something so much bigger, right? And it's just such a good space for the family, for the communities, and for the sport of bodyboarding to thrive. And what do we have here?
We have Wide using the priority, taking off on that lap. He looks at the lip, goes for a roll, not such a strong maneuver, but anyway, doing one more reverse there and just pulling out as quick as he can not to get close to those rocks. So Roberto is looking for only 0.81 to take second position from Gabriel. As I just said, those second scores are still pretty low, or even for Roberto, he didn't even had that second score. Let's check this once more.
Yeah, let's check out this replay. And a little roll off the first section, coming to the end part, little reverse. Didn't quite pull that reverse off, but yeah, at least he'll get some more scores in there by Roberto. But, he's sitting comfortable in first position with a total of 8.1, but everything's quite close, right? Nothing's too far. So, with a good 10 minutes left in the heat, a lot can still go down. Nothing's concrete at the moment.
Yeah, so 3.6 for Roberto on that last roll with reverse sequence, and that was enough to take him all the way to the first position. So Luciano now looking for 3.36, Gabriel for 2.46 to go to second. Remember, guys, this is a elimination round, so just first and second will advance and have their spot secured on round number 3, which is the non-elimination round, and the third and fourth in these heats will be out of the competition. So that's one of my favorite points in the competition, when the riders that come from round 1 meet the riders on the top 16 ranking. I love that.
Yeah.
Because we are used to those big names, and the consistency of those guys that always go there and, you know, impress us. But then there's always the underdogs, right?
Yes.
The guys, the local guys, and the guys that also rip and, you know, put on a show against those big names that we already are familiar with, right?
Definitely. I mean, they get motivated. They're up against big names like Omri and, you know, a lot of Pierre-Louis Cosse and a lot of these big names, and the pressure's on, and you just see them putting it all out there, you know, and just giving it their all, and it's just so entertaining to see. And someone was trying to paddle for that thing, but yeah, kind of sectioned off right there, and some action on the back, and guys are scratching for the horizon, trying to get in position for this thing. And yeah, looks like we have Rodrigo. Oh no, we had Luciano taking off on that right, going for that end section, and let's see if he can hit something. Nice roll, but unfortunately did not really get in front of it. I don't know if he hit it too early or what, if the waves just didn't quite cooperate for him, but almost looked like he was going to pull that off, and I don't know what happened there. He just kind of got caught behind it.
Yeah, it looks like the lip was going to throw him better, right? But yeah, just landing out the back. Luciano looks like he was starting to get confident with those rides, you know. He got a 4.75 on the ride, a quick barrel, and ARS. And there you guys can see Kalani Favela coming from Mexico, and Gabriel Brantes from Chile.
The old schooler, Gabriel Brantes.
Kalani looking super consistent on the comp, right?
Yeah.
All the Mexicans, we have to say, they are impressing everyone. I mean, passing most of their heats in first. Brian Lopez passed in first position on the round one. Kevin Favela as well. And yeah, the Mexican crew is definitely one to you know, keep your eye on, because the guys are super strong. I mean, training in Pascuales, it doesn't get much better than that, right?
I mean, that gets you in shape, that's for sure. So much duck diving. There's nowhere you can paddle out without like duck diving, taking a couple sets on the head, you know. So yeah, I agree. So impressive to see the Mexicanos out there representing, and you know, especially since they come from places that pretty limited with reefs. I mean, there's some reefs in Mexico, but you know, pretty rare, right? So their training ground is all beach break, you know, so it's good to see them come out here and put on such a good show, not to mention the cold water, right?
Yeah, that's it as well, right? Usually sometimes the cold water can maybe get you a little bit locked, you know, and kind of, you know, not moving right. But good thing about training in beach breaks is that it changes so much, right? It has so many different phases that I think that it even helps when you're going to a reef break, right? Or any types of waves. I think that definitely the guys that are used to surfing beach breaks, then the guys comparing with the guys that just surf like a certain reef break, you'll definitely be more versatile, you know, and you know, you definitely do better in different types of waves, right? Reef breaks, if you're just surfing in like one type of reef break, can get you pretty used to that type of wave, and then when you meet something different, it can be pretty challenging, right?
Yeah, easier to learn. It's always the reef, the wave always breaks pretty much in the same spot. I mean, of course, some reefs are a little bit more shifty, but generally, you know, they have certain points where the wave will break. They don't really, the way the wave break doesn't really depend on those rip currents and those moving, shifting sandbars, right? So yeah, definitely, it is a lot easier to read, but still very impressive to see them putting on such a good show. And looks like we have some action. Some guys are kind of paddling for this thing, and yeah, no goers on that one, but looks like we have some lines coming into the horizon. And yeah, stoked on the swell today. Stoked to see some action, a little more swell, good conditions, glassy conditions this morning.
Yeah, thankfully the wind's still holding. And if you guys want to check the priorities, guys, they change all the time, of course, but you can see right beside the athlete's name, there's a P1, P2, and that's the priority sequence, right? And whenever you see a PX, that's because priority was not attributed to the rider at that point, right? So maybe they're coming back from a wave, they didn't reach the outside zone, and just when they hit it, the priority will be assigned for them, and they'll get a spot on the line, right? And it's so good to have this priority system taking place, you know, because it really sets an order, right, to everything. You don't see the guy disputing for waves, and gives opportunity for everyone. Luciano takes off under the lip, too deep maybe. Yeah, I would love to see him coming out of that barrel, but yeah, that was not the occasion right now. definitely that would be a score to take him back to first.
Yeah, I was hoping he'd come out of that thing. And then here we go. Rodrigo Silva pulling kind of like a ARS backflip kind of right in between there and coming to that end part and rolling it right before the Kraken on the inside and getting out of there just in time. But yeah, I think that should at least give him the score he needs, right? That'll give him at least a 2.76 to get into a higher position, I'm almost certain. And
yeah, let's just see. Gabriel Castro takes off on the left, kind of gets into that quick barrel, not too much really, goes for a roll in the pocket at 360, and that's it. Definitely he wants to get that backup score, and wide paddling as well.
So we have Gallardo taking off on this thing, and wow, kind of looked like it was going to be a powerful wave, and then it just kind of faded out real quick. So that was a little bit unpredictable there.
Yeah, definitely a slower heat than the previous one, right? And this one, we're still seeing the guys looking for backup scores. We didn't see any bigger score, reaching that good to excellent range. But it's just how the ocean is, right? It has its moments. And we have been seeing some big sets. It's not too consistent like all the time, those intermediary ones. But definitely when the set comes up, it's pretty big, and it really like sweeps the whole spot. And yeah, looking very good, guys.
Yeah, with surfing and bodyboarding, it's not just skill and there's that whole element of depending on nature and being lucky and being in the right place at the right time that just adds an extra level of challenge to it, right?
Yeah, let's check this replay by Rodrigo Silva. That's a good maneuver, so consistent to land that. He was just landing on the backwash and managing to do one more roll to extract a few more points. And that was a 6.5 for Moyes, just going straight to first.
Yeah, and then on this one, we had Gabriel Castro doing a little roll on that takeoff, riding it towards the end. And yeah, so as of now, we have Rodrigo. I guess that bumped him up into first place. He wasn't too far behind, right? So he's in a first place with just a couple minutes, a little under 2 minutes left in the heat with 10.25, Gabriel. Seeing when the scores drop, what that last wave will. No, actually, I already did. So yeah, he's trailing right behind him, needing a 5.26. And on this right, we have Luciano. Nice projected roll off of that right. He likes those rights. He's getting some good ones on that one, and he'll just need a 4.3. So I'm thinking that was a pretty projected roll. So I'm going to think he probably gets into that next advanced position he's looking at getting with a 4.31 at least, right? So
yeah, definitely. He's been batting on those rides, and on the last one, he couldn't really project himself, as we saw, but on this one, he was sharper, and really the wave really put him in a good position.
There you
Check
go.
this out. It's a 5.75 for Luciano, recovering that first position with 1 minute to go. And check this out. This one really set up for him. A beautiful bottom turn, goes straight to the pocket, landing in the face, and completely clean maneuver, So yeah, despite being a roll, which is a basic maneuver, it can be also a very projective maneuver, a very radical maneuver. He had a lot of flow to that bottom turn. So yeah, very good job by the young Luciano Campos from Peru. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's nice. And here we have Roberto Gallardo kind of aiming for that inside, but yeah, just faded into nothing there. But yeah, still some action out the back. Looks like someone's paddling for this one.
Yeah, that's Gabriel Castro from Brazil, takes off. The wave doesn't look that good for him. So you can see not a clean maneuver, landing on the lip. And 5 seconds to go. Looks like Rodrigo taking that last wave to the left.
And he pulls in from deep, and yeah, just kind of closed out, so decided to pull off the back. But yeah, not sure there's going to be much change from the score right now as we're waiting for those last waves to drop.
Yeah, so that's it, guys. Waiting for a few more scores. But anyway, we'll call it a quick commercial break, and then we come back with heat number 3 for you guys. So stay tuned. And welcome back, everyone. This is the 4th day of competition here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. A very good-looking day, right, Bego? And we're back for round number 2 of men, and that's heat number 3.
Yeah, let's go straight to the water because, yeah, I agree with you. You know, an amazing day of competition. And, yeah, well, 2 heats has gone. And so far, so good. You know, I think the first heat of the day has been very powerful. But check this one out. We have 2 Peruvians. Michael Yance, also known as Pirpo, and his good friend, Fabio Saavedra, coming from the same area, you know, from Peru. And Cristóbal Paoa, Chilean, but he's actually from Rapa Nui. And we have in white Agustín Figueroa, Chilean, but from Iquique.
Wow.
So, yeah, stacked hit. Young riders, you know. The
Yeah.
previous one was also young generation.
Yeah, but these are definitely like some young guys that definitely keep up with the older guys, right? We're
Yeah.
talking about, I mean, Pirpo in the best way, best moment of his career for sure.
Former
I mean,
world champion, you
definitely.
know.
I mean,
And the
I
junior
mean,
man.
Pirpo is such a machine. He's always sending it. So let's see. Talking about the devil, there he goes to the right. Strong roll. You could see the wave just bumping, but he managed to complete it cleanly. It looks like someone took off to the left too.
Yeah, let's see this one. It looks like Fabio Saavedra. Yeah, not finding much in there. You know, I can see the younger are choosing the rights a little bit more than the, you know, in the first heat, everyone was about the left. But, you know, as the sun's coming out, the conditions are actually glacier. There's a different phenomena here that with the sun, it gets glassy. Some other places, the sun actually means wind, not here. So let's see. I think we're gonna have an amazing day. I'm so excited, you know, to see more waves, to see the men division, which is our professional division, and to see, you know, let's check this out. Actually, Agustín Figueroa. Agustín finds nothing in this one. I was free surfing with Agustín the other day. We went out for 1 hour and he put like 10 backflips in 1 hour.
He's got those backflips unloaded, right? And straight backflips. Check this out.
All right, so
Oh.
sort of an ARF there for Michael Janse. Not really able to complete. But what is that 6.5 of blue? We haven't seen that. When that happened? That probably happened while we were in the commercial break. We have tenemos un 6,5 de Cristóbal Paoa que seguro pasó en los comerciales porque eso nos pasó con él el primer día que compitieron. Él también tuvo un 6,5 comerciales. A ver, vamos a ver si lo tenemos. Ah, es esta ola que está aquí, es la ola que Pirpo se ha ido para la derecha, bonito backflip del Rapa Nui.
And that's, I believe, the second wave written for Pirpo goes up this time. Oh, that's the first one, actually. He did a roll that was a 4.5, if I'm not wrong. And then he even had one more attempt that, yeah, that's a 4.25. And he attempted an ARS that granted him just 1.25. So still looking for that backup. But Cristobal definitely got the best out of that first exchange, you know, with the 6.5, very beautiful backflip, straight, you know, flip backwards. And yeah, definitely getting a very decent score, and that is going to put him in a good position, taking into account that there's just 4 minutes into this heat. Still a lot to go.
Así es, y queremos aprovechar para saludar y agradecer muchísimo, como lo hemos dicho, a Escondida VHP. Mil gracias, otro año más con nosotros, presentando este evento conjuntamente con la ilustre Municipalidad de Antofagasta. Gracias, gracias inmensas. No tenemos muchas palabras más que decir. Estamos agradecidísimos por traernos, por apoyar este evento. Sin ustedes no hubiera sido posible. Tenemos una larguísima lista de colaboradores también, pero Antofagasta, Escondida VHP y la ilustre Municipalidad presentan. Fabio Saavedra en esta, entra en el tubo, pero no logra concretar. Y tuvimos a Ryder. Ah, ahí estaba Cristóbal, ¿no? Otra vez también en la izquierda.
Parece que sí, Bego, pero viene Agustín en la derecha, no sale nada de más para Agustín. Y tenemos diversas instituciones que apoyan este evento, como Colbún, Antofagasta Mineros, Peri Chile, Carnicería Arauco, Abastible, el Hotel RK Antofagasta, que está recibiendo todo el staff del evento, Ruta 1 Restaurant, Mirador Sanguchería, Costa Club Antofagasta. Y tenemos también los media partners que están haciendo increíble con los highlights y todo. Son Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión, AS Chile, FM7, el Regionalista Diario, Antofa Despierta, Puro Surf Chile, Latin Wave, Cura Tres Puntas y Región 2. Muchas gracias.
Así es, mira qué bella esa ola. Vamos a esperar. Si alguien toma esto, sabemos que Eric está listo para la entrevista, pero es que estamos viendo este set. No
Los
nos
sets
queremos
están
perder
gigantes.
nada. Oye,
Están
y
tan
en la
fuertes.
en la tele no se ve, pero en la pantalla no se ve, pero te lo juro que están grandes. Okay, now it's a good moment to send it to Eric, so go ahead.
Thank you, Bego. Congratulations, Luciano. Only 17 years old. Great accomplishment on winning that heat. Luciano, from my understanding, you've recently won a gold medal. Congratulations. How do you feel about that?
Bien, la verdad es que muy feliz de ganar una medalla de oro para mi país. La verdad es que me estuve preparando mucho para ese campeonato y estoy muy feliz de llevarle una medalla de oro a mi país que tanto me ha dado.
He's just super happy to have won a gold medal representing his country. Super good accomplishment for Peru. And from my understanding, you are living in Spain now. How do you like the life in Spain? How are the waves compared to back home in Peru?
Sí, la verdad es que las olas, bueno, hay de todos los tipos y hay partes como que se parecen mucho a Perú, a Lima, donde yo vivía, pero también hay olas muy diferentes. Por ejemplo, tengo un reef donde sale una ola, bueno, es una ola de roca y también, por ejemplo, es muy diferente a algo que no hay en el sur de Lima.
Yeah, it says quite distinct, you know, beach breaks, reefs, much like what Peru has as well, but quite distinct. But yeah, good to, you know, have a variety of waves and surf new waves and new places. So, ¿algún saludo? Any shout outs for anyone?
Sí, bueno, primero que todo quería agradecerle a toda la gentita que me está apoyando, a todas las personas que me han apoyado a venir hasta aquí, a poder competir. Y también quería agradecerles a mis auspiciadores, a Magic, a Psyket, a Banano Surf House y también a la Fenta y al IPD por todo el apoyo que me han brindado para llegar hasta aquí. Y nada, muchas gracias.
All right, congratulations, Luciano. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you so much, Luciano. Oye, Perú fuerte como siempre ahí, Luciano Campos, la verdad que es un nombre que ha ido de a poco impresionándonos. Lo vimos en los juniors, ¿te acuerdas en Marruecos el primer año? De la nada, sí llegó excelente.
Sí.
Después lo vimos en Frontón y después va y gana Marruecos este año. Ahora ya una medalla de oro está este año. Él está como concretando como todos estos años de trabajo, ¿no? Y todavía es junior.
Sí, es muy bueno ver un chico así que se ve que tiene un futuro muy bueno, pero vamos a ver, Cristóbal Paola ahora va para la izquierda, hace un backflip más. Ese creo que no fue tan bueno cuanto el primero, pero algunos puntos más.
Y una olita de Fabio entra en ese tubo, esta es la que no pudo salir. Estamos en las repeticiones, un poquito de español, porque tenemos muchísima gente sintonizando que habla español, lo sabemos. 8:16, hora local, gente. Empezamos tempranito, 7:15, hora Chile, hora local. Así que vamos a tener un diazo, yo creo, hoy. Además, buenas mareas, como que todo está alineado para que sea uno de los mejores días de competencia. Think, all right, some people, we are going to be throwing some Spanish for sure, but we doing 80-20, 80% English and some Spanish. 20% Spanish, because we have a lot of people tuning in, supporting, you know, the very own. We have two Chileans and two Peruvians in this heat. And of course, we are in Chile. A lot of people everyone speaks Spanish. So yeah. We were saying Cristobal looking solid in that first position with a total of 11.5, and just watching the others' scores, you know, he's actually pretty comfortable. People who has been chasing, and when you see someone chasing like that, it means business. We're very sure he's going to change those scores at any given time. He's looking for a 7.26. And Agustin Figueroa also, you know, hasn't been able to show what he can do. And in the case of Fabio, even worse, you know, because he's only holding 2 points, and that's not the Fabio Saavedra we know. Fabio is a very good rider. So yeah, let's see. Actually, Fabio taking off in this one, using his priority, going for nothing.
Wow, that was tough. He was looking at that end section, but then it just crumbled a bit more than he was expecting, I think, and taking off. Agustin going right now. Bottom turns around that white water, and yeah, the wave just ends on him. You know, Bag, we're seeing the tide just going up right now, so definitely the waves will be changing a lot. That's going to be a challenge for the guys. And with the low tide that we had early in the morning, the waves were just wrapping all the way, you know, on the reef. And they'll start to become shorter and shorter. So the riders have to keep an eye on that, right? Because it can happen a lot. We're seeing the guys taking off and just, you know, accelerating throughout that end section. But as the tide goes up, you have to really like try to stall and stay on the strong part of the wave, and, you know, not getting passed through those sections.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That's the technique, you know. You have to, and also, you know, it's gonna be changing. I will say, at every hit, you know, we're gonna be seeing the different things here. But hey, there's good ways, people. There's a lot of chances, and there's gonna be show for sure. You know, this is only starting. This is hit number 3, round number 2, full elimination round. Only first and second will continue. We'll be coming. We'll be actually trying to run, and I think we're gonna be running round number 3, where the non-elimination, the non-elimination round, where the top seeded are. We have big names waiting for whoever advances in this seed and in this stage in this round. And, you know, for all these athletes, so comfortable, you know, to be in one step from the non-elimination round, you know. And after the non-elimination round, you start collecting some money and better points. So, you know, it's a big thing to achieve that stage of competition.
Yeah, definitely the non-elimination round is probably the biggest milestone for the riders, right? To get there, you have to get through 2 or 3 heats, and it's pretty tough. I mean, every heat is pretty tough. But today, I think we're in for a long day of competition, as Bago said. We have the high tide at 11:50, and of course, if the wind allows us, I mean, we can have a good afternoon as well. Fabio taking off.
Fabio finally, you know, finding a section, going for, you know, kind of like a through the leap roll. It's not going to be much. I don't really think it's going to be the 451. He needs to get that second position, but he's going to be getting his first valuable score and changing one of those 1 points.
Yeah, so just checking it one more time. A smaller wave, he goes under the lip, does a roll. You know, he's going to get a few points. Definitely change that, those 2 1 points that he has. And he gets 3.65, so that's enough for him to go to third position. And now looking for 1.86 to go to second, since Michael Yancey don't really have a good, decent backup scores yet. Yes, just pull your phone out, guys. Pull your phones out, guys, and make sure to scan that QR code that you see on your screen right now. It'll take you straight to the IBC World Tour page, and everything about the World Tour, actually, the rankings, the calendars, everything is out there.
Vamos a ver esta ola, no pasa nada para Michael Yance, que está realmente ansioso, se le nota, y está bien, porque el que busca, encuentra, decimos nosotros. Está desesperado, yo creo, por mostrarle al mundo lo que él puede hacer. No que la gente no sepa quién es él, pero obviamente quiere poner su granito de arena, ¿no? Quiere hacer su espectáculo. Saludos a todas las personas. Habíamos recién mostrado este código QR para que ustedes lo puedan escanear y tener toda la información de la IBC World Tour, y también puedan seguir lo que es el sistema de puntuaciones con la transmisión en vivo. Está en la página web de la IBC World Tour y pueden ver los hits que ya han pasado, los hits que vienen, los resultados, las olas que ha sufrido. Es un sistema bastante completo. Bueno, ya todos los sistemas hoy en día tienen toda esa información, y además pueden enterarse de todas las cosas relativas a la IBC World Tour. Suscríbanse a este canal para que se mantengan informados. Hay mucho contenido de valor, hay muchas cositas muy cool pasando, o bacanes, como decimos aquí en Chile. Y bueno, somos bodyboarders, amamos este deporte.
Michael Yancey just taking off on the left, not really successful. And as we just showed the QR code, guys, I would really like to take some time to recommend you guys watching the Beyond the Tour podcast series that IBC has been releasing. Check this out. Agustin takes off. Good looking right. A lot of speed. Explodes on a roll. This is going to be definitely a good score for Agustin Bago, taking a few positions, I believe. Wow.
Sí, finalmente Agustín consiguió esa ola que estaba buscando, que la otra vez surfeamos 1 hora y se puso 10 backflips como en 1 hora en esa derecha. Así que se ve que estaba igual ansioso, ¿no? Vamos a ver la repetición. Last of Agustin, I love the fact that he backdoored a little bit on that one and went straight for the business, you know, straight for the money, found that section, went for the roll, completed with the reverse. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting score. 6.5 for Agustin Figueroa, also known as Crapulito, and that guy right there, Tahiri Tehei, getting ready for his heat. Tahiri, he's got his birthday 2 days ago, so joyeux anniversaire for Tahiri. We're gonna speak about it and check this section here. Maybe he's gonna fly, people looking for something. I knew he was going to try to go for an air reverse, but not. The section faded away.
Yeah, he is itching there for, to get a wave. I mean, we could see him paddling for a few waves already in the last minutes. He went all in, on this intermediate one for the air reverse. And yeah, Pirpo is so nice. It's one of those guys that we love to watch in a competition because he never holds back, right? And talking about that, this guy is that type of rider too. Matias Diaz, super used to big slabs, to hitting those slips. Very stylish and polished guy as well, Matias, but definitely always looking for those big aerial sections here in Chile. I would say definitely one of the, best representatives in Chile for sure, one of the biggest guys here.
Bueno, Matías Díaz, wildcard de este evento, el wildcard de la IBC World Tour se lo ganó. Recuerden que es wildcard. Algunas personas se confunden con wildcard y free pass, no es lo mismo. Wildcard es un pase, pero que te deja en la ronda que viene antes de la ronda de no eliminación, pero no significa que no tienes que pagar, ¿vale? Vamos a ver una de Cristóbal Paoa con un rolito, buscando cambiar ese 5 porque ya sabe que está peligrosa la cosa con Agustín Figueroa en segunda posición buscando solamente un 5.01. Ay, ella es la reina Antofagasta, la reina del bodyboard de Antofagasta. Ella es Constanza Soto, que es nuestra Beach Marshal. Ha estado todos los días desde temprano aquí trabajando. Constanza, además de ser una bodyboarder que nos está robando el aliento cuando la vemos surfear, es impresionante lo que esa niña ha avanzado. El año pasado nos dejó locos en Iquique, sí, pero loquísimo.
Impresionante, impresionante lo que hizo y hasta las otras chicas también, ¿sabes? Se quedaron así motivadas también y se empezaron a tirar en las olas que cerraban las piedras, así en Punta 2 cuando la marea baja, se queda de verdad una mesa de piedras así.
Jardín de piedras.
Y no le importaba mucho, la verdad, que hacía los rolos y buscaba los scores y fue un show para... Creo que ese evento de Iquique el año pasado, Bego, fue un marco de verdad para la división femenina, ¿sabe? Especialmente con las niñas más pequeñas que empezaron a demostrar esa gana de ¿sabe? De enseñar mismo lo que venían a hacer.
Sí, la verdad que fue increíble, nunca lo olvidaremos. Vamos a ver qué pasa con este hit. Por ahora es Cristóbal, el Rapa Nui, recientemente graduado de biólogo. Felicitaciones una vez más, Cristóbal. Fabio Saavedra entra en este tubo, bonito tubo para Fabio Saavedra, sale sin falla. ¡Wow! Lo sabes, y lo sabes.
Wow, clean, so clean. I mean, the exit, everything. That wave really was a gift for Fabio. He's looking for a 6.11. I'm curious to see how the judges will evaluate that, right? Because of course the maneuvers, you know, they have a big space for the judges, but that was a clean ride. 825, Bago.
Vamos a ver, Michael Jansen, que está con la sangre en los ojos. Quiere demasiado demostrar, es normal. Mira, 4 minutos y medio y Pirpo no ha podido conseguir nada. Y miren esa nota para Fabio Saavedra. Yo creo que es justa. En mi humilde opinión, 8.25. La verdad que fue un tubazo. Check this out.
Wow, just scooping in very late. The wave just very hollow, you know, and quite a long barrel, you know, just coming out after the spit. I mean, I love it. That's what we want to see. And he has been struggling, you know, for the whole heat, just with very small scores. He got himself a 365 a few minutes ago, and that was definitely the cherry on top, completely changing the context of the heat for the Peruvian Fabio.
So good for him. You know, it's not done until the fat lady sings. It's not over, they say. But I mean, it is so crazy to watch because these guys, oh, check this out. Dangerous moment.
Whoa.
Oh.
This wave, I mean.
Poor people, man. He's
this,
gotta be so mad.
This wave really can break you up, right? You know, if you have, of course, everyone has expectations when going into the heat. But this wave can really mess up with your head, you know, because it's so unpredictable. It changes so much. Sometimes it's not what you're expecting for. And yeah, you have to be really tough-minded, you know, to keep up with that. As Pirpo, so many attempts.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I really like this vision. We haven't had this one because right now we have the camera on the athletes area. And people, with this specific frame, you guys can see the Kraken, that right there, that rock that is right there, man. That thing is so dangerous. En la toma anterior pudimos apreciar lo que es el Kraken, que es donde termina la izquierda. De hecho, si no estuviera el Kraken, la izquierda fuera más larga, yo creo. Pero bueno, anda a ver qué haría, porque ustedes saben que nada es coincidencia. Si cada roca, cada bajo, cada cosita hace que la ola se comporte como se comporta. Pero sí, cuando tomas una izquierda, tiene como 3 secciones y la última sección termina muy cerca de esa piedra. Es bien complicado. Vamos a ver. Ah, Pirpo, pobrecito, ha buscado muchísimo.
Yeah, he's definitely not resting at all. I mean, he still has 1.25 back when definitely Pirpo don't want to leave the competition, you know, right before the non-elimination round. So, you know, this is the type of guy that can come up with something huge in the last seconds. So I'm pretty sure he's going to come up in a wave, you know, in those 2 minutes that we still have to see. And wow, yeah, just you know, rooting for the show here. I mean, it doesn't matter the rider, the flag, or whatever. We're just here for the show, and that's what all of us and you guys at home, I'm pretty sure, want to see, right? But yeah, very, very fair heat. I mean, Fabio just found himself a very good wave. Nothing is decided yet.
No, un trabajo espectacular de Fabio Saavedra, la verdad. Y bueno, todos han venido surfeando muy bien. El único que no ha tenido, digamos, esa selección de olas que ha necesitado es Pirpo. Ha buscado un montón, la verdad. A veces de repente ese es el mensaje. De repente es esperar un poquito más. Quién sabe, ¿no? Solo ellos saben. Imagínate, él es campeón mundial junior y ha sido uno de los que más ha dado de qué hablar con su corta edad. Pero bueno, no ha sido su hit. El que se llevó todo el show fue Fabio Saavedra con ese 8.25, que tampoco es que está muy cómodo porque Agustín necesita un 5.01 para la segunda posición y Cristóbal un 5.41, pero sí hay algo a su favor que es el tiempo. Aquí viene Cristóbal, vamos a ver, Cristóbal, ¿va a conseguir tal vez el...? No. Lástima ahí para Cristóbal, 5.41, quien había llevado la primera posición durante todo el hit. Y Agustín todavía tiene opción 5.01. Es lo único que necesita el iquiqueño, pero no se ven muchas olas y la verdad nos quedan 20 segundos nada más.
Yeah, just 20 seconds remaining, guys. Final moments. Are we going to see Pirpo leaving competition this early, right before the non-elimination round? That's going to be a bomber for the young Peruvian. But, you know, facing Agustin, Cristóbal, and Fabio Saavedra, it's never going to be easy. And it looks like situation is confirming itself, Bago. No waves coming on the outside. And it's Fabio Saavedra on the first position. and Cristobal Paoa from Rapa Nui. Agustin from Iquique and Michael Pirpo will be leaving competition. It's getting so good, guys. Make sure to stay tuned with us. We're going to call a quick commercial break and come back with heat number 4.
Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña. Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad.
All right. Welcome back to the spectacular day number 4 here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We are in round number 2, heat number 5 of the men division. Let's hit the water because, you know, we're shaking. So much action.
Some action going down, right? Like we have an interesting heat. We have Tahiti Tehe from... that's okay, Bagel. All good there. Yeah, so we have Tahiti Tehe from Tahiti representing French Polynesia. We have Matias Diaz, the wild card, one of the wild cards of this event. And he's from Chile. We have Brian Lopez from Mexico. And we have Pedro Lopez, which is a local here in Antofagasta, part of the club Budeo. So interesting heat we got today.
This is going to be on fire for sure, people. We just saw Fabio Saavedra taking that barrel, man, an 8.25. Excellent ride for him. We're going to get to hear an interview, but check this out. The nice set is coming. Let's see if there's any takers. It looks like Matias is going to go to the right. Yeah. Let's see, Matias Diaz, our wild card, attacking that section, going for a beautiful roll, connecting a reverse. And yeah,
that was nice, Bagel. Good start from Matias. Just the first couple minutes of the heat, gets a nice projected, stylish roll under his belt with a good reverse on the end. So yeah, good to get a solid score right in the beginning.
All right, coming out. Coming in. As you guys say all the time, you know, in Spanish. In the Spanish.
I know. It's the same thing in French. I know this, right? Like, we say going in when we're actually getting out of the water and going out when we're getting into the water, right? It's a little bit tricky sometimes, right?
It is. Anyway, so heat number 4, round number 2, we're going to be having an amazing day, people. Please make sure to stay with us throughout the whole day. We had some swell also coming for the, I think, probably.
That's good.
The biggest day will be on Saturday, but today is definitely clean and perfect. Matias going in for a left this time. Is he gonna find something? Matias is one of those riders that serve equally as well as good to both sides.
Very well balanced left and right. And here we have Brian Lopez taking off in this right, kind of hoping to get like an inside section, but that just kind of faded into nothing. Those rights can be a little bit unpredictable sometimes. It looked like they might line up, but just doesn't really hit the reef right. But yeah, so yeah, we have just Matias in with a nice 6.5 under his belt. Good score to get right in the beginning of the heat.
And what do you think your man Tahiti is doing there? Is waiting patiently for a perfect.
Yeah,
left.
I mean the Tahitians, they're patient. They're all about waiting for the bomb, you know? That's what they always say, got to get the bomb, you know? Waiting for the good ones, you know? But let's see what kind of strategy he uses here. But here we have a replay of Matias Diaz's first wave coming around bottom, turning nice, clean, projected, stylish roll, and coming to the end and doing a nice cross leg reverse, very clean style, Matias.
We missed Matias last year in the tour, you know. He's got this pristine style. We really like to watch him surfing. So there you have it, a 6.5. Matias Diaz is first right now. Brian Lopez, who had an amazing performance on the first day, advancing in first with a very huge projected backflip. I won't forget it, to the right. And Tahiti, very explosive, you know, classic explosive style from Tahiti.
Yeah.
You know, they're very, they have this thing with flying. Matias, once again, you know, meaning business, going for the knee bird. Beautiful one, execution. Just completed with a forward.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I loved it. So
Yeah,
quick, huh?
Yeah, that was tweaked. And here we have Tahiti taking off on this left, going for a nice backflip right there, coming down, little reverse off that end wall. And yeah, good wave under his belt for Tahiti. Nice little projection on that one, too.
I don't see Pedro, you know. I think Pedro is not in the water.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he is.
Oh, Pedro. Maybe he. Pedrito no llegó.
Yeah, I guess he hasn't arrived yet. And what do we have on this right, Bego?
Ok, Brian López, el mexicano. No ha podido conectar, Brian. Que la ola cambia mucho, ¿ah? La ola de lo que él surfeó el primer día a hoy es como otra ola. Mira, esa izquierda.
Oh, that right. Barely spitting.
Sí.
Let's see that little replay of Matias Diaz with a nice, stylish invert. Tweak that thing pretty hard. Little 360 off the end. So, yeah, getting some good waves under his belt.
This one right here, I enjoyed it a lot as well. You know, super well attacked, very well performed maneuver for Tahiti. And I was thinking the use of your body. I was thinking when I was watching Matias in that invert, he actually projected half of his body before projecting the board.
Yeah.
So how important is that? You know, some people forces the maneuver and try and there's a common mistake. I have to say, I'm not gonna say in general, but many women, we have that, not all, but we have, and many men as well, of course, we have the mistake of thinking that we have to execute the maneuver. We have to kind of like roll with our hands, but it's your body and it's the use of your head, of your whole body, and the use of it's basically using that leap and projecting your body and your head that's going to allow you to perform it well.
I agree.
Maybe we can. All right, so we're waiting for that score of last wave of Matias Diaz because it hasn't dropped. And meanwhile, we can send it to the interview. What do you think?
Yeah, let's take it to the interview. It's a little bit slow out the back, so let's take it away, Lucas.
Aside, a young gun from Peru, Fabio. First, let's talk about the heat. I mean, it was so tough. We saw you, Pirpo, taking so many attempts, and then you just found that golden barrel. How about it? Let us know about the heat, how it was for you.
Yes, I'm very happy to pass my heat and very lucky, I think, to get that barrel. The first wave, I feel like, I don't have any good wave, so I know that I have to change my 1 point, and so very lucky to have the priority and get that barrel. I'm very happy.
So you just debuted on the competition with a win on your first heat. Now you are on the non-elimination round. You're sitting on a heat against Uri, against Brahim, those guys, but non-elimination, thankfully. How are you feeling about that?
I'm super motivated. I just want to do my best. I know that they are so huge competitor, so I just gonna do my best and try to pass that heat, or if not, make my 100% to the non-elimination round, ¿no?
Sounds good. Un saludo para la gente que te ve.
Saludos para toda la gente que me está viendo, a mi enamorada, a mi familia, a mis abuelos. Nada, independízate ya. ¡Woo!
Congratulations, Fabio. Good luck on the next one. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Lucas. Good interview there. And yeah, looks like as of now, there might have been some action that has gone down. But yeah, we have Matias sitting in first with a total of 12.65 with Tahiti, who got a good wave under his belt with a 6.15 total, needing a 6.51 to take that first position, with Brian Lopez having a 1.75, needing a 5.16 to advance. And as we've heard, we don't have Pedro in the lineup, but let's see what we have. Looks like we have some action coming up here. Almost looks like that could be a right. Let's see what goes down here. Looks like we have Matias taking off on that right and coming down. And look at that ramp right there. And oh, yeah, kind of, wow, almost got sucked over, like almost looks like he was going to get in there. But, yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky section he had there.
Tahiti coming in hot in this one. Let's see. He's trying to stall, finds a section, goes for the roll. That's going to be a good backup score. He's holding a good score, 6.15. But check those scores for Matias, 6.5 and a 6.15. I think Matias has been on point, he has been choosing the best waves and performing the best maneuvers, so makes a lot of sense. Brian, he hasn't been able to actually get in the rhythm of things with this heat, but we'll see, one step from the non-elimination round, such an important stage of competition, you get to meet the top 16, you get more points, you get the chance of, skipping around. Let's just see this one again. Yeah, he tried to go for an air reverse. It was missing, He probably wants to do an air reverse and an air forward. Watching him surfing in the free surf, man, it's super refreshing.
And there's that replay of Tahiti kind of sitting in the pocket there and looking for a little ramp, a little roll, making the best of that wave. Didn't have too much speed, so yeah, I think that was a good choice to stick with a roll there on Tahiti's part. And yeah, as of now, so yeah, Tahiti scored a 4 on that last wave, keeping him in second, needing a 6.5 to take over Matias Diaz. And yeah, a couple sets on the horizon. So yeah, some action going down already. Already quite a few good waves have come in, as we're about halfway through this heat right here. And looks like someone's taking off on that one, Bego.
Vamos a ver, Matías Díaz una vez más, que está buscando una maniobra diferente, está buscando un show, es lo que él le gusta. Creo que Matías viene con muchas ganas de competir, viene también del Panamericano con resultados que no fueron los que él quería, que también, como siempre digo yo, no podemos definir a un atleta por un hit o por un par de hits, ¿verdad? Son 25 minutos, las condiciones a veces no son las que ellos están acostumbrados. Y Matías es un rider muy completo, con un estilo espectacular, que surfea espectacular para ambos lados, que no todos lo tienen, ¿ah? Y bueno, ahora creo que viene con esa hambre, con esa garra. Vamos a ver, Brian López entra en ese tubo, a ver si logra salir. No logra el mexicano, está con hambre también, está con ganas.
Wow, that thing slapped pretty hard, right? That was a good barrel.
Oh, man, unfortunately, he was not able to get out. But look at that. That's looking good, huh?
Yeah, that was a good left. A couple of spits.
Brian, it's unfortunate because, we saw him surfing so good in the first heat. And right now, it's just not finding, not really connecting too much with the conditions right now. This is a whole different story today. Whole different place. Actually, Sergio said it. He has been surfing in the free surfing. He said the wave is breaking in a different spot, So take us through this one.
Yeah, let's see this replay of Brian pulling in. That thing barreled hard. That was like one of the heavier barrels I've seen of the comp, But unfortunately, that end part came down. If he would have came out of that, that would have been a solid score, hands down.
Same. Yeah, I think so, yeah. He's gonna have a good picture though.
Yeah, that'll be a good photo. Love how photos can be deceiving like that, right? They can lie, but they could still make a good photo, whether you land a maneuver, whether you make it out of a barrel or not. The photos always give you that deceit.
Yo le llamo frame engañoso. A veces surfeo y digo, a ver, mira, este es un frame engañoso aquí, puedes sacarle el frame.
The cheating frame, right? The tricky frame.
Yeah, because there's this moment that you can kind of like, if they film you, you freeze that specific moment. You didn't get out of the barrel, but they post only the picture that, they're inside the barrel.
Yeah, I've seen some amazing photos of guys not landing maneuvers or getting really good barrel. And
I remember I used to live in Panama, and I remember once there was this surfer, a stand-up, and he came with a magazine, a famous magazine, a surfing magazine, and he was they were taking pictures, and I remember he was asking him to go for the higher possible aerials, and he never landed, never. But the pictures were so impressive.
I can imagine, yeah.
Yeah, so the photographer was looking for that, to have a beautiful tropical picture with a guy flying in the sky, but never landed.
Yeah.
Julian Wilson was.
Okay, Julian Wilson.
Yeah. And he used to fly, man.
Yeah.
It's the same happened with bodyboarding, of course. You can fly so high. It doesn't mean that you're going to land it, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's so much harder to get a good video clip than it is a photo, right? Because the photos can lie. The videos never lie. The videos are telling you the truth 100%, right? So, yeah, I got the few riders sitting out the back. And, yeah, Matias sitting comfortable in first with a 12.65. And Tahiti sitting in second. And there we have the calendar, Bego.
Yeah, our IBC World Tour 2026 calendar. These are the events that we have this year for you guys and for these guys, the riders. We have been already at the Morocco World Bodyboard Championship. Was a complete success with Tristan Roberts getting the first position. Tristan was so stoked, people. You have no idea. He wanted to win that event so bad. And at the final, Pierre has it all the way. He was first all the way till the end. And then Tristan Roberts just popped that huge reverse and got a 10. What a way to win an event. It's remarkable, Going to go to the history books of bodyboarding. And then we're here, Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, one more year. And for, second time in La Nilda, different wave. We're going to go to Itacoachara. Looking forward to see that powerful terror y pánico. That's how they call it there. Terror and panic.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is terror and panic. And I just saw a clip on Instagram the other day of this Brazilian bodyboarder taking off. And, that thing was huge. Must have been like 8-foot Hawaiian.
Probably shocky.
It wasn't even shocky. It was like the beach break, but super wedgy. And he just had to straighten out, and he just got destroyed. That wave's so heavy. Anything over like 4 feet, such a high-performance bodyboard wave, though, right?
Looking forward to it, and the good thing is that they framing, so you always have the best waves there. So yeah, that's gonna be for the man division, and then we're gonna go to Pascuales. These Mexicans such as Brian Lopez are looking forward to have that event there. Everyone's looking forward to go to Pascuales. You've been there. What can you tell us about Pascuales?
I really like Pascuales because I felt like when it's smaller, it's more hollow than like small Puerto Escondido, So I've seen it on, days that are barely chest high, and you can get like really good barrels, get spit out, get ramped. So yeah, and one thing I liked about it too is the peaks are, spread out quite further. I feel like Puerto Escondido had like a few peaks, but Pascuales is like almost like a kilometer of peaks. You can just choose your peak anywhere. So right? I feel like it can handle crowds a little bit better, but relating to the contest itself, obviously people are going to be in one little area, but yeah, I think it's so high performance, bending, A-frames, ramps, barrels, super high performance. So yeah, and it can work on any size. It can work in 2 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet, like any size, so it's never, it's just a matter of the conditions, which usually in the morning it's quite clean, quite offshore in the morning. So yeah, it should be exciting.
We've been told in July there's it's a big wave section. I mean season, and we are expecting kind of like big waves.
Yeah.
So guys, if you go there, you know what you're going to be doing. So yeah, with this beautiful area, we'll just starting with the women. We're looking forward to confirm the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. That's gonna be in La Cúpula, and we're gonna have for the first time the Misker Amar Cup back in Aveiro. That's everyone, all the women are looking forward to that. And Sintra, and of course Fronton. So yeah, that's our calendar. It's pretty cool. 6 minutes, people, and everything remains the same. Is Matias Diaz getting those 2 scores at the beginning of the heat, being super smart, and I would say like he chose the best waves and he performed the maneuvers perfectly.
Yes, very calculated rider, very stylish, and you know he really chose the best ones. Absolutely. So yeah, here we have the riders getting to go into the next heat.
That's Gustavo Neira. Gustavo Neira is the event wildcard.
Yes.
Gustavo, it's an amazing rider from here, part of Budeo Club, and then it was Andre Luis, also from Brazil. You know, he's kind of new in the World Tour. Let's see. Brian López, el mexicano. Weje, wejeje.
Yeah.
Esa cámara está ahí. Uy. ¿Qué pasó ahí? La cámara se está despertando.
Yeah.
Mira, esa izquierdita se cerró a la izquierdita.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of action coming in. Let's see if anyone's going to take off on this one. Looks like we have, is that Tahiti taking off on this one, scooping into that barrel. And yeah, I think that was a good call. It kind of shut down on him, right? So yeah, I think he was made a good decision there to bail out of that thing and get back out to the lineup as, yeah, just a few more minutes left in the heat. And looks like someone took off on that thing.
Brahim.
Yeah. And one more set coming in out the back. No takers on that one. I think Matias is being very choosy with the best ways as he can afford to right now as he's sitting comfy in first position with the 12.65. But yeah, looks like we have some action. Looks like we have Matias taking off on this thing, getting some speed, kind of stalling a little bit and hoping to get a ramp on the end. And nice invert there, but a lot of white water. Not sure if he's going to be able to get out of that thing. Definitely not. Just too much movement, rocking him from side to side. So, yeah, and then Tahiti. Oh, yeah, had to pull out of that. Yeah, it's a lot of action coming in. Look at all these sets on the horizon. There we go. How's that left right there?
That exchange, I don't feel is going to change anything,
yeah, probably not. Yeah.
But yeah, you know, waves are, they're still, I mean, it's actually getting bigger and bigger, I think, with the tide, as the tides fills in. Let's see this one, Brian. Brian has been chasing. Let's see.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much there for Brian. He was hoping to get something, but a couple bumps kind of made him lose his speed. So unfortunately, he wasn't able to get a barrel or pull something. But yeah, he's giving his best effort. But yeah, looking a little bit stressful for Brian right now. He needs a pretty solid score to get into advancing position. So yeah, just with 3 minutes on the clock, it's looking pretty tense. And looks like we have Matias just cruising on the inside, but he's not worried, right? He's sitting comfortable in first position. But yeah, I think when it gets bigger like this, you can see what Matias is doing. He's trying to, he's like, I'm going to the right. I'm not going to even try and paddle out through the lefts, because if you're on the inside and you're paddling out to the left on these sizey days, you know, it can suck you straight into that rocky cracking patch, right? So yeah, I think that's a good move there by Matias.
That's what I've been told by the locals. You know, they told me if you go to surf there on a mid-size, because today is not even big for
not
them.
Not even big, right? It gets way bigger.
Yeah, I mean, this place holds a lot of size. You know, swells can be really big and it will be working.
It'll still handle.
Yeah, it handles a lot of waves. So, what you have to do is that if you end up close to the crack, and you have to try to paddle down and paddle through that, what they call el muro de los lamentos, all these rocks that are right here.
Yes.
And there's a little backwash there, so you're super safe.
Oh, okay.
It will take you, so you have to try to paddle all the way till the right, and then just, paddle back.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Yeah. So Yeah, just another minute and 41 seconds left to go in this heat. And there's that left coming in. And yeah, so not sure if anyone's going to get any of these sets. They're not really lining up very well. But yeah, just a couple minutes left to go in this heat. And yeah, while we're waiting on some sets, just want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, Escondida, BHP, Municipalidad de Antofagasta, Colbún, Antofagasta Minerals, our collaborators, Peri Chile, Carnicería Arauco Abastible, Hotel RK Antofagasta, Ruta 1 Restaurant, Mirador Sandwicheria, Costa Club Antofagasta. Also want to thank our media partners, Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión, AS Chile, FM7, El Regionalista Diario, Antofa Despierta, Puro Surf Chile, Latin Wave, Cura Tres Puntas, and Región 2. Just 40 seconds left to go, Bego.
Ese español está muy bien.
No, me
Eric.
cuesta mucho. Hay que aprender mucho más, pero
Eres
ahora,
bueno.
ahora viviendo en el sur, mi esposa habla rapidísimo, así que es muy buena práctica para mí. What do we have here, Bego?
Brian López, vamos a ver si Brian puede conseguir algo. No lo logra.
Oh,
Brian.
unfortunately, he was not able to pull that off. Just not quite enough power in that right. Yeah, tricky one for Brian, but giving his best effort there.
Bueno, se va este hit, señoras y señores, y el performance de Matías Díaz fue perfecto. Ya con dos notas muy parecidas, unos derechones, felicitaciones y también felicitaciones a Tahiri. Y bueno, una gran felicitación a Brian porque su primer hit fue excelente, pero lamentablemente se despide de competencia. Vamos a unos cortes comerciales y ya volvemos con muchísimo más. No se muevan.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're heading into heat number 5 of round 2. Let's take it to the water.
That's it. A lot of action going on. And we'll check who we have in the water right now. Heat number 5 already. I mean, it's going by so fast. And I mean, when the waves are good and the conditions are providing, I mean, it just goes by so fast. So we have a Brazilian in red, André Luiz, and he will be facing the Mexican Kalani Favela in blue, and the two Chileans, Gustavo Neira in yellow. He is the wild card for this event, the ABF wild card. And also we have another Chilean in white, Fabian Hernandez. So this is going to be heat number 5, looking stacked, right?
Looking stacked, and 2 back-to-back heats with wild cards, right? With that last heat with Matias, first wild card, and Gustavo, another wild card straight out of Antofagasta. So good to see an Antofagasta local score a wild card as well. So yeah, it should be an interesting heat. And you know, that last heat was, you know, while all the waves weren't perfect, there were a couple solid ones, you know. So I'm thinking with this tide coming up, the conditions still be cleaning. I feel like the tide filling in is helping the swell come in a little bit more too. So yeah, should be some interesting stuff going down today.
Yeah, and just for whoever's not used to the format, every event has 2 wild cards. So there's a wild card for IBC, which is the institution that basically rules the World Tour, and they, choose one wild card. And there's a wild card for the event as well, in this case, the ABF. So wild card is just like any other guy, they'll pay for the, the registration and everything. Only thing is that they get position in a more advanced round. They get position in the round that one round before the non-elimination round. So that's a very good, advantage, and
It is.
and it's not easy to get as well. You have to abide to some criterias and all of that. So Andre Luis definitely just want to get started as soon as possible, and just found an opportunity in that insider to put out already a few points into the leaderboard.
Yeah, getting a score under his belt in those first 5 minutes. But yeah, the beginning of this heat's starting off a little bit slower than the last heats, like a little bit of a lull going on right now. But yeah, hoping with a couple sets potentially on the horizon, hoping to see some action. And, sometimes the sets come in and they don't really line up well, and then other sets will line up perfectly, right? So it can be a little bit tricky out there. But yeah, it looks like there's something coming in. But let's see. We got it. Almost thought I had to take it on that one, but yeah.
Yeah, such interesting guys. Let's just check this replay.
Yeah, so see that replay of Andre Luis taking a little Rolo off that takeoff, getting a little score under his belt, little 2.75. Good to have as a backup, as many scores as possible in case things get tense towards the end of the heat.
Yeah, definitely want to get those points quick, right? Otherwise, it turns against you in a stressful way, right?
Yeah.
It's just looking for a wave. We can see some upsets, like Pirpo left the competition. Agustin Figueroa as well.
Yeah.
And you definitely don't want to be in that position. And check this out. Taking off deep on this left. It closes out and it goes for the lip. That's Kalani Favela managing to complete that roll cleanly, actually, and definitely going to put some important points under his belt.
Yeah, that was solid. That's pretty heavy section too, and he pulled it off, and he got out in front of the whitewater. If he would have hit it maybe like a little bit later, he probably would have got destroyed. So I think that was perfect timing. And there we can see Kalani's already got this spot figured out. Look at him. He's like, I'm not even chancing going out on the left, And here we go. Let's see that wave again of Kalani Favela, the Mexicano, rolling off of that pretty heavy oncoming section and pulling it off and getting out there into the flats just to show that he completed that maneuver. And yeah, it looks like he got a solid score on that, got a 6, right? So yeah, putting him into number 1 position with Andre Luis, trailing just behind him with a 2.75, needing a 3.26 to get into first position, with Gustavo and Fabian sitting in 3rd and 4th. So I think they're patiently waiting for a wave, but yeah, hoping the waves pick up a little more consistent.
Yeah, and I really like Kalani's wave, because that's definitely harder to do than what it looks from out here. You could see like he just did that bottom turn, so he had to put his legs inside the water, to stay in contact with the wall. Because here at La Nilda, it's a type of wave that sometimes it really just, throw you down. Like it's so easy to lose your rail and just go all the way down to the wave. So staying on the wall, holding that rail, that inside rail, it can be pretty tough, especially with some size as well. And you could see how he used his legs, to stay on the wall, do that half bottom turn, and then just hit the lip with the perfect timing. And you can see that type of landing can be very tough, very bumpy, and he made it very smoothly. So yeah, very good call for him with what the wave provided.
Yeah, and looks like we have someone taking off on this right. We have Fabian Hernandez going, kind of got like a little barrel there, a little bit of a cover up. Not sure if that's going to give him, well, he actually doesn't need that much. He just needs a 2.76. And who do we have here?
We have Gustavo Neira, local here, goes to the lip, under the lip roll. Kind of bumpy landing. Not sure if that's going to be deemed a complete maneuver or not. And Andre right out the back.
So we have Andre Luis taking off on this one. And yeah, just those rights are such a gamble. You know, you think it's gonna bend at you, and yeah, looks like the interview might be ready. So let's see if anyone takes off on this set, and if not, we might take it to the interview. So let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like a very good set. So yeah, let's take it away, Bego.
Much, guys. Well, Matias Diaz, marvelous performance there. That was just so perfect. You were in tune with the wave. You know, I want to know something. First of all, do you think the fact that you got the wild card, the fact that you didn't compete last year, the fact that you're coming from the Pan Americans and didn't get the result you wanted, give you that confidence and that hunger of competing that well in this heat?
Yeah, well, first the conditions are like really difficult. From the outside, you see the waves and you say, "Oh no, it's really good condition and everything," but into the water, like really difficult. And yeah, I'm not really good in the Pan Americans, so I was a little bit like nervous about this contest. But I don't know, the wave looks good. It's while better than the Pan American games, so is that it's like pretty good because the wave is good, it's left and right, so you have the double opportunity to get like really good waves. So yeah, I just wanna show my level, my everything. So yeah, I'm so happy for that.
So tell us a little bit about your plans. What are you looking forward to do this year? Are we gonna see you in any other stop of the tour? Are you gonna go to Brazil, maybe Mexico? Is that in your head?
But I don't know. I want to go to Mexico, but if I'm going well in this contest, for sure I'm going to Brazil. But also, like right now, my mind is just in my bodyboard shop, also my podcast. So I have a lot of like things in mind, but I don't know. Let's see. I love the bodyboard, so I wanna like compete in every contest. So yeah, and I don't know. Thank you, IBC, for the wild card. I didn't answer the question before, so yeah, I'm so happy for this World Cup.
All right, you want to say some words in Spanish for anyone at this point?
Sí, agradecer a mi familia, a mis auspiciadores, también a todos los amigos que hacen posible estar motivados en todas las competencias. Vamos a dar lo mejor posible. Los Panamericanos no se dio, pero bueno, ahora en este campeonato que es realmente importante por el Tour Mundial, queremos dejar a Chile lo mejor parado y aquí quieren especialmente.
Felicitaciones, Mati. Lo mejor para la ronda de no eliminación. De regreso con ustedes, chicos. Back to you guys.
Such a nice guy, I mean, and a Charger, right? And I didn't know he was coming up with a podcast, actually. So, yeah, very nice to see riders coming up with that type of stuff. And Gustavo Neira takes off, good-looking section, goes for the roll. Definitely going to get going to get some good points to start with since he just has a 1.5. So, pretty slow heat right now. I mean, we're more than 10 minutes into this heat, and some of the guys, still with zeros out there. So, yeah, it can be very slow, very challenging for you to read this wave, to be in the right spot at the right time, because it's hard to stay on the same. Hold on, let's just check this replay.
So let's look at this replay. Fabian Hernandez pulling into a barrel, getting a little cover up, coming out with a little cutty, and yeah, then another replay of
Blue just taking off. You can see he's holding that rail. Very nice maneuver, clean roll there for Blue.
And then we have a replay of Gustavo Neira with a nice roll off that end section. Looks like everyone's kind of aiming for these rights, right? Like the rights are kind of a gamble, but they seem a little bit more consistent at the moment. These lefts are, I don't know, they're like closing out, not really connecting well. So yeah, these guys are making the best of it. But yeah, looks like Gustavo almost got bumped up in a second. Then he got bumped back down after Fabian got that last one. So Fabian sitting in second, needing a 5.8 to take that first position away from Kalani, who's sitting on top with a 11.5 score, and Gustavo sitting in third, needing a 2.56 to get into advancing position, and Andre Luis needing a 4.96. And with 13 minutes and 6 seconds left in the heat, a lot can still go down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just saw an exchange, a very nice exchange between the three first guys, and Andres still holding that priority out there, so definitely has something in his mind to come up with, and just waiting a little bit more. Still didn't find any important score, and I think that what you said was very on point. You know, the right can be almost a little more predictable, I would say, than the left. The left is much longer, right? And now with the tide going up, we can see some sections maybe crumbling, closing out, and guys are making good use of the right. Check this off. Not really much there for Fabian Hernandez, trying to ditch that 2-point ride. And yeah, we can see the guys drifting a little bit more to the left side, right? Probably looking for right-handers.
Yeah, and then we have Andre Luis taking off on this right, and yeah, not much there. And look at the back. That's a pretty decent size set coming in. Not sure if that left, just kind of goes into nothing, right? So it might have been like a little...
So hard to be in position for that, though. You have to be really far on the outside.
Tricky, right? Yeah, and if he would have taken off on that, he would have got closed quick, right? So it kind of looks like it's wedging nice from the takeoff, but shutting down on a lot of those ones. So I can see why the guys are kind of aiming more for the rights now as the tide comes up. I know when we first showed up this morning with that low tide, those rights were out of question, right? But now they're, with a little bit of rise in the tide, they're starting to get more manageable.
Yeah, things were way different before when we got here in the morning. I mean, the everything was closing out.
Yeah, I was like, what?
The whole thing was shutting down, and the right was closing all the way to the rocks. Yeah, pretty tough. Nobody going out. So
yeah,
you don't want to be the first, and the only one. But yeah, I mean, situation. I mean, it's changing, but the potential is definitely there. There are good waves. It's just what we are saying. The spot is so wide and so spread, and you can take off from so many different spots, that to get that wave that we just saw, it can be pretty hard. You have to sit way far in the outside. You'll see so many waves pass by and not have the opportunity to surf, So it's basically a gamble, right?
It is.
Sometimes you don't want to do that in a heat, especially when it's this inconsistent, You don't want to float the whole heat, and that can be very stressful.
Yeah.
Maybe on the non-elimination round, we can see some guys, sitting way back, as you have no opportunity to no chance of being knocked out.
Yeah.
Maybe some guys are gonna go just all in, and that would be amazing to see.
Yeah, it's the exciting thing about the non-elimination rounds. Guys just take more chances, right? They're less strategic. They're like, just go for it. I'm gonna make it regardless, right? And someone was trying to aim for that left, but it just kind of came up under him. And that happens sometimes, right? Some are kind of not that hollow. Others will just kind of jack up, So, it can be a little bit tricky with these kind of conditions. Look at those lefts kind of closing, right? And not really lining up very well, but hoping some more action coming in. Looks like someone's palling for this one.
Yeah, Gustavo probably wanting to look at that right, but it's not
here we
him.
go.
Yeah, it's wide. Yeah, late takeoff, the wave becomes very wide, not really breaking over the right spot on the reef. And for now, it looks like we're gonna have it's a bit of a slow moment. So we definitely want to take some time to thank Escondida, BHP, Municipalidad de Antofagasta. Also, big thanks and congratulations to Club Budeo, for the amazing work over here. Bringing the private companies, bringing the city hall and government as well in such a great way in this event. Being a part in the construction of this whole park that we have here. It's called Parque Trocadero, which is just facing the wave, guys.
Right,
you guys have to come here to witness this. I mean, it's basically an amphitheater, just facing the wave. So very nice to see how bodyboarding got so far over here in Antofagasta, and it's even a big factor in public policies, and public spaces. So thanks a lot to Cobun, Antofagasta Minerals, Peri Chile, Carnicería Arauco, Abastible, a Hotel RK Antofagasta, a Ruta 1 Restaurante, Mirador Sangucheria, Costa Club Antofagasta. And we also have quite a bunch of media partners as well. These guys are doing an amazing job with the highlights and all of that.
Yeah, we have Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión. And looks like someone's taking off on this right. We have Gustavo Nera, wild card. Nice ARS backflip, kind of like in the middle. I almost think it was more of an ARS. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I'll leave it to the replay, so we
Yeah.
can have a better view of this.
Yeah,
because
it's
we
kinda-
can get crucified.
Yeah,
by
I
this
know.
every
It
time.
happens so much. No, that was a backflip. That was the
Yes, guys,
ARS.
That's,
yeah.
I mean, there's got to be some tolerance with that, because there's so much in the middle,
Yeah.
Sometimes the guy can do like a proper straight movement backwards, but sometimes the board is, kind of sideways and it doesn't look so straight. Sometimes it is actually not that straight. But yeah, that's the important thing is that the maneuver was kind of clean.
That's
So
the
light
important
taken
thing,
off,
right?
just the in and out. But that's going to be a decent score for Gustavo Nilda.
Yeah, bumped him up into first position, sitting with 11.65 with Kalani knocked down in the second. But looks we have here, we have Andre Luis taking off on that right, kind of got shut down on him. But yeah, just trying to get something. He's sitting a little bit of stressful situation for Andre Luis, needing
Yeah.
a 8.76. He's either going to need a good combo or, and let's see this replay.
That's the replay. You can see that half bottom turn with a lot of control. I would say more of an ARS.
Yes, I'd
maybe.
say so too. Yeah, now that
And,
we're able to-
and that was a 6.5 for Gustavo. A clean maneuver, very nice execution. The wave kind of projected him, enough, to say the least. And 6.5 is definitely a good score to get at this point in the competition. I mean, guys, it's not just about doing big moves, and completing the moves, but the consistency factor here is what makes a lot of difference, and that has to be taken into account for the whole heat strategy,
Yeah.
for what you're planning. I mean, these guys go in the water. They don't go just to see what happens. They have a strategy there.
And then we have Gustavo taking off on a nice little right. Nice roll, clean, projected quite well, and more action out the back. But yeah, this set's not very lined up, but it's more action. So yeah, let's see what's coming in right now. Yeah, a little bit too walled up there, Lucas.
Yeah, let's see if Gustavo will be able to increase that 5.15 with that roll, because it looked pretty good, but he didn't have much trajectory on the wave. It was a pretty short wave, but I think he compensated that a lot with the projection that he got with the roll, and that was a very good one. Let's check it out.
Yeah, let's check out that replay of Gustavo with his roll. Kind of a little bit of a bumpy one, but yeah, made the best of that. Pretty clean. Couldn't have done it cleaner for how that lip was kind of lacking the proper projection there. But yeah, Gustavo is, I think he scored, what did he score? 5.35 on that?
That's it.
Yeah,
Yep.
so that keeps him into that first position as the other riders are getting ready to paddle out to the next heat. Yeah, just 4 minutes and 45 seconds left. And what do we have here, Lucas?
Fabio takes off. Looks like the wave is setting up. He goes up, attacks that lip, kind of a crumbling section up the lip, but manages to complete this roll. And definitely going to get rid of that 2-point ride and someone out the back coming.
Yeah, looks like we have Kalani taking off on this thing, and that lip just crumbled down on him. Didn't give him any opportunity to do much, but yeah, I think he's sitting pretty good because the riders below him need a pretty decent score, an above mediocre score to get above him. So, but 4 minutes left in the heat. A lot can go down in 4 minutes.
Yeah, we haven't seen many excellent scores so far today, actually, right?
Yeah.
We are seeing, we saw a few good scores, but definitely not frequently. So Andre right now falling into a tough place to come out of. I mean, 8.76, he will definitely have to go very big, to accomplish that, or maybe try to increase one wave, get one wave, and then maybe increase his backup score, which is going to become less probable, with 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Maybe if he gets like a good right-hander and then another wave later on, but that's going to be more and more difficult as blocks is just taken away from him.
That's going to be tricky for Andre Luis sitting in fourth, but yeah, let's see what these sets can bring. These sets coming in on the horizon. But yeah, be sure to check out our website, guys. Be sure to subscribe to us on YouTube. Get on our Instagram. Give us a follow. You can keep updated on the website. You can check out our calendar. You can check out the top 16 riders. And yeah, give it a try.
And also check the IBC Beyond the Tour podcast series, that Paul Banco is coming up with. I mean, he already interviewed Jeff Hubbard. He had Amaury Laverne, Armides Oliveres, Tristan Roberts over there. So, I mean, very nice to get to hear from these legends, not just on the interviews, where they are very brief, but on the podcast they can really, dive into those ideas, and we can get to know a bit more of how these guys work, right? Because these guys are full machines. I mean, you have to be a different type of human, and put yourself in a different type of mindset, routine, to be able to keep up with the World Tour. I mean, this is unbelievably hard, guys. This is so tough. I mean, to travel all over, to always be in such pressure, and to deal with all of that, and that requires you to be definitely different. So it's good to hear from these guys, that are basically on top of bodyboarding level, right? Up there. I mean, so nice to hear.
And yeah, Banco's just doing a great job with those podcasts, just asking the right questions and getting as much info. Let's see, right, we have Kalani Favela doing a nice roll out of the lip. And look at that. He just pulls it off and gets out into the flats, just showing that he landed that. He must be used to hitting those big sections. I think we were watching a video of him at one of his home spots yesterday, but like hitting pretty heavy sections on those beach breaks takes a lot of, it's difficult to pull those off, and it's just so powerful, So, yeah, I think he's had a lot of practice in that. So, good strategy there. Good.
Yeah, you can see these guys are definitely very well trained, getting used to get through those, those waves in Mexico, and having a channel over here must be pretty good. So, white paddle on this one. André Luiz still holding the priority, guys. And now he's looking for even a bigger score, 9.11. So, situation just becoming very hard for him. A lot of pressure for André Luiz, who has the priority, but let's see if he's going to be able to have the opportunity and also, make good use of it, because you have to go really perfect to get that score. And there he comes, goes left, takes off kind of late, does that bottom turn, and the wave doesn't really provide anything for André Luiz. So, yeah, that's probably going to be the end of the line for the Brazilian in this heat, and not being able to classify to round number 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, that would it's pretty much impossible right now with only just under 10 seconds left in the heat. But let's see what we have going on here. Looks like a good set coming in, but yeah, I think looks kind of closey, right? So no takers there, but there we have it, guys. Kalani Favela taking it out. First place with Gustavo in second, Fabian in third, and Andre Luis in fourth. So good little heat there. Let's take it to a commercial.
Falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña. Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the fourth day here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. The fourth day of competition because the waiting period actually started way before. But we are currently on round number 2 of men division and heat number 6. So let's check the situation in the water right now to see who do we have coming up with.
Yeah, man, what an intense moments we have lived. And check this out. This is going to be intense as well. Miguel Rodriguez in red from Peru. Hugo Noria from South Africa in yellow, Cristóbal Tovar from here from Chile in blue, and another Chilean, Marco Silva, loco, in white. So stack seats.
I remember coming here in 23 back when seeing Cristobal. He was such a young kid, and check this out. Hugo takes off on a good left, looking nice, goes up, explodes on the lip with a roll. Very good and strong maneuver, and taking into account that last heat was pretty slow, I think that was an amazing start of a heat for Hugo.
I think you have to take every opportunity that you have, try to put at least a couple of numbers in the first 5 minutes, and Hugo was really fast in there. So hi to all the South Africans that are tuning in right now. It's a pleasure to have another South African competing. Check this replay. Kind of look like a bomb, man, inside. That thing looked so big for sure, and a nice roll. Good way to start things for Hugo Noria. Hugo.
And he gets 5.5 on this wave, so decent wave for sure. I mean, on the previous heat, we saw the guys sitting and looking for more for the rides, because it's, I would say, a little bit more predictable as the laps are just stretching away and closing out sometimes, most of the times actually. But Hugo looks like he's not holding back on those lefts, and definitely going to get pretty confident about after this wave to look for even more throughout the heat.
All right, everyone. This is heat number 6, round number 2, an elimination round where only first and second will be advancing, will be continuing in competition. Third and fourth are going to be leaving. So it is very important to try to advance right now. They're one step from the non-elimination round, which is very likely to happen today. And it is very important to try to get yourself there. It's a whole new story. It's a different thing to be in the main event. You get more points, you get some prize money, even if you lose in the repechage. Right, let's see. Someone's getting ready. That will be Marco Silva, loco.
Yeah, it didn't really go. I mean, the wave just broke way on the inside for him. So Cristobal also taking a look at those lefts. Let's see if it comes on this one just to get started. Not really, but yeah, who comes is actually Marco. No, just paddling and leaving that wave. The guys are starting to accelerate over there. Sure, a lot of pressure. Looks like Red getting in position for this one. And it is Miguel Rodriguez taking off on the right, passes through that first section, almost gets into that barrel, but not really, and then attempts a roll, which he didn't complete.
All right, a nice looking one for Marco Silva. Marco's coming from Mejillones. Let's see if he can find something. He knows this place very well, attacks that session, and lands that roll. Not the most projected one, but still is a complete move, and almost all the way till the channel. Marco Silva. Marco. Tienes Marcos y tienes Marco. No es lo mismo. Marquito. Marco Silva es un amor de ser humano. Estuvo por Iquique, ahora conversamos un montón y es una persona excelente, de verdad. Súper educado, súper motivado. Ama el bodyboard con su alma. Bueno, todos amamos el bodyboard, pero él es como bien alegre.
Cristobal Tovar takes off on a good-looking ride. He's looking at that lip. Explosive roll there in a pocket for him and a clean landing as well. That's going to set him pretty well on the heat, Bago. I believe getting here in 2023, and this guy was such a small kid. He was showing me the videos of him doing DropKnee and this type of stuff. And now you see these guys just growing up so fast and becoming such great riders. And check this out, 6.5 for him, straight to the lead on the heat.
Cristóbal Tovar, que viene desde Papudo, él, lo que estaba diciendo mi compañero que lo conoció, él lo conoció en el 23, era un niñito y mostraba sus videos haciendo DropKnee y sus maniobras. Yo lo conocí también en el sur. porque él es de la zona central, pero justo lo conocí en un campeonato de Peyúgue y surfeamos ahí en Tres Puntas, Tres Peñas, y oye, era muy, muy fanático del bodyboard, o sea, ha sido muy fanático del bodyboard. Yo creo que ese pasión, ese amor, en la mayoría de los riders se convierte en nivel. Cuando tú estás obsesionado con el deporte, que surfeas de corazón, surfeas porque te gusta, ¿sabes? No porque quieres ganarte un premio ni nada, surfeas porque lo amas. Eventualmente te vas a convertir en un gran rider.
Sí, verdad. Y eso normalmente se ve con muchas horas en el agua, ¿no? Cuando tiene cualquier tiempo libre, se va a la playa a entrenar con cualquier tipo de condiciones y es imposible que no se torne un rider muy bueno, ¿no?
Tenemos la entrevista lista. We have Eric ready with the winner of the last heat, so let's go for that.
Kalani, congratulations on winning your heat. Kalani representing the Mexicanos from Michoacan. Awesome. Kalani, did you feel a little bit of pressure after seeing your friend Brahim get taken out in that last heat? Did you feel that pressure? How did that feel?
Sí, se siente la presión porque son muy buenos riders. El local, Gustavo, el brasileiro y el otro local son muy buenos, entonces sentía la presión, pero trato de no demostrarlo y convencerme a mí mismo que yo también soy un buen rider y que yo también puedo hacer que los otros sientan la presión y pues eso sí, con la mente fría.
Yeah, he did feel that pressure, but he just, competing against the riders in that last heat, he knew they were good. He knew they had a great strategy, but he also just did his best to, just be firm and take out the emotion and just know himself that he's also a good rider, and absolutely did make that happen. He did win that heat. So congratulations on that. And so coming from Michoacan, Mexico, you're used to beach breaks, you're used to arena, right? How is adjusting to surfing reefs, growing up surfing sandbars?
Pues es diferente porque allá si surfeas una ola puedes pegar una maniobra radical y no la puedes caer y no corres peligro de pegarte con las piedras. Pero aquí sí, si conectas una maniobra y no la conectas bien, puedes pegar con el riff y te puedes llevar un buen golpe. Entonces ese es otro miedo, que al momento de subir también tienes que pensar en que te puedes matar.
Yeah, so you're saying it's different, because he grew up surfing beach breaks and you can hit any sections and you don't have to worry about, getting reefed or hitting a rock or, but so yeah, it's a little bit tricky, but I think having grown up in sandbars, it gave him that confidence to hit any section, but yeah, did a great job. Congratulations. ¿Algún saludo para alguien, la familia, los amigos?
Sí, para mis hermanos, para toda la gente de México que me está viendo. Estamos aquí echándole ganas, representando a México. Vamos a subir la bandera mexicana al podio y ¡viva México, cabrones!
Felicidades, congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eric. Great to hear. I mean, Kalani is such a strong rider. And great to have some insight, about these guys surfing cold water reef breaks, and being able to perform so well. So yeah, getting back to the heat, we have Hugo Nori with priority number 1 right now. He's sitting in second with a 5.5 after Cristobal Tobar, the young Chilean guy. I believe Cristobal is maybe 15 or 16 right now,
I think it's
something
16,
like that, right?
Check, yeah.
And in the first position, and there he goes, takes off on this right-hander, a beautiful bottom turn. He projects himself very well for this role, and not as expressive as the first one, I would say, but definitely he's going to get his second decent score right now and sit in a good position.
Saludos a los chascones, Miguel Rodriguez, and a nice roll there as well. Great name for Peru, Lots of riders that we have right now are influenced by Miguel, Miguel had been following the tour for a number of years. He's got a school. He has been preparing a lot of very good riders, especially, women. He has, he is preparing a Latina, rider from Peru. That's Solange Chia, if you're tuning in. Hola, Solange. Solange que viene fuerte y Miguel está haciendo un trabajo súper lindo, la verdad. Y es uno de los riders que yo creo que la generación grande que tenemos ahora de peruanos, obviamente hay muchos riders peruanos increíbles en la historia del bodyboard, pero Miguel es quien también ha logrado bastantes cosas en el Tour Mundial, sin olvidarnos, no nos olvidemos de ese podium que tuvo en el frontón, no es menor, llegar al podium en el frontón con todos los locales y la ola tan heavy. Miguel ganó en Lurín también, un evento de la IBC que se hizo allá en Perú, y es un competidor. Mira cómo va esa derecha, ¿Viste la forma?
Sí, sí. Hasta la izquierda, pero también sigue muy rápido, ¿no? La izquierda, entonces queda complicado. Ahí viene Hugo Naughty por un tubo muy bueno. ¿Será que sale? Muy difícil, mucha agua en su camino, no pudo salir.
You know, before the event started, I told Hugo, and he really liked this. I had a dream, man. I had a dream
you told
that
me.
Hugo won the event. Can you believe that? He was like so
I think
happy.
he was stoked after you say, when you said
I don't
that.
know where the hell I got that, but I had a dream of him winning the event. I remember perfectly being in the podium, calling him, and the winner of the event, Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival champion, Hugo Noria. I remember that perfectly, and when I told him, he was like all smiles. He was like, I want the dream to be true, of course.
Yeah, he's definitely got the level, and the technique for that, but quite a few heats in front of him, and there he comes. Takes off on the left. The wave doesn't really keep going or provide any section for Hugo. He's got 1.25 and a 5.5 sitting in second right now, and nice score came out for Cristobal, a 5-point ride on that roll. So that, as I said, it wasn't as good as the first one, but a 5-point ride is definitely a score that you can see many of the other guys looking for it. I mean, Miguel, Marco, they didn't find scores that high so far. So, yeah, Cristobal sitting in a good position right now. He has the priority number 1, so it's just improving from there.
All right, so yeah, great moments here, people. If you missed it, we have been showing this QR code, pretty cool one. Make sure to scan it. Make sure to go to the IBC World Tour World and learn everything that is there. And hey, subscribe to this YouTube channel. It is a pretty cool thing to do. It will give you all the information about the IBC World Tour. And if you want to also get the scores and the live streaming, it's all together at the IBC World Tour website. Today is looking to be a long day of competition. We're going to be here till, the conditions allowed us. Maybe, I don't know if we're going to have that that break that we had yesterday, because
at the high tide.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I haven't heard anything. No one has told us anything about the break, but it could be a thing, We might just stop for a little bit and come back. So it is really good that you connect with us through this QR and follow us, because we are the official channels, right? So the official information is in these channels.
Definitely, Bago. And there you guys can see also the progression of the next heats to come, the results and scores of the previous heats as well. And looks like Hugo takes off on the left. The wave don't really set up a first section for him. He insists on that one, and yeah, just to kick out of this wave. And Bago, I was just seeing over here the progression of the heats on round number 3, which is the next round, the non-elimination, where the top 16 going in the water. And you guys can check on that too, right? The riders that are ranked and seeded will be facing the guys that did the best performances in the previous rounds, and it's looking stacked, Bago. Gabriel Braga, Leonel Medina will be facing Sergio Machado and Rodrigo Silva. Armid Oliveiras and Etan Capdeville will be facing Luciano Campos and Fabian Tazar. Uri Valadão and Brahim Educh against Fabio Saavedra and Tahiri Terre. Tristan Roberts and Christopher Bayona against Matias Diaz and Cristóvão Paoa. And I mean, the last heats are still being formed as we are reaching the last moments of this round number 2. So expectations are rising, and such a great moment to see the top 16 facing these guys that are, showing themselves super, ready to go in the water one more time today. Maybe, as Bego said, we'll have that confirmed for you guys probably soon.
Yeah, we'll see. Saludos a todas las personas que están sintonizando, que hablan español. Día número 4 de competencia acá en el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival 2026. Hace 11 años que no venía al Tour Mundial hasta ahora de la Nilda y ahora es un placer estar aquí porque, bueno, la ola siempre ha sido buena, pero el área es otra cosa, la verdad. Estamos contentísimos de tener este lugar, es precioso. Yo me siento comodísima, hay unos baños increíbles, hay un área espectacular, está el acceso súper fácil, súper entretenido. Muchísimas gracias a la ilustre Municipalidad de Antofagasta por esa mesa de trabajo en donde se incluyeron a bodyboarders y se escucharon las exigencias y además se escucharon las demandas de los usuarios de este espacio para poder hacerlo realmente cómodo, realmente es un placer estar acá, la verdad, provoca estar aquí en esta nueva área de la Nilda. Si son de Chile, si pueden venir a conocer, verdad que está muy bonito. Es la zona norte de Antofagasta, que en algún momento no era el mejor sitio para estar y ahora realmente es muy, muy cómodo. Es el I que viene, que va a estar de locos. Ahí está Jerico Rosero, está Sócrates Santana. Sócrates Santana que ya ganó en este campeonato, pero en la división de junior masculina, que ganó en el 2015. Vale, así que va a estar increíble. Hasta ahora está Cristóbal Toar, que es un niño que todavía es junior, que es seleccionado nacional, Cristóbal, en la categoría junior, y que está ganando a estos riders que tienen un montón de experiencia. Marcos es de aquí, Miguel de Perú con una experiencia gigante en circuito mundial, Hugo que viene de Sudáfrica, que también es un competidor joven, pero igual tiene ya un tiempo corriendo el Tour Mundial, y miren a Cristobalito. Excellent.
That's it. As Bego was saying, Cristobal, such a young guy. He's probably 16 right now, or just turned 16, and leading the heat against these three legends. Miguel with so much experience, and he's also a coach for other riders coming from Peru. I mean, Peru doesn't really need any introduction. We have riders like Christopher Bayona, Michael Janse, Hanna Saavedra, Fabio Saavedra, and definitely getting a lot of titles and guys that can surf in any type of condition. Marco Silva, also a guy that, a Chilean, Chileans, I mean, also have a very good level, of performance in general in this country. The stakes are so high and the level is so high. Hugo coming from South Africa as well, very used to big maneuvers, to big waves, and very consistent rider as well, always there on top with the other riders. And great to see the kid, just taking that first position and giving all these guys a hurry, to try and get those scores, because there's only 5 minutes and 30 seconds to the end of this round, and we are finally getting to the last heats of round number 2, guys. As Bego was saying, we possibly can have a break. We will confirm how things are going to unfold here in the next few hours. But we could have a break with a high tide, as we are just reaching the high tide at 12 or something around that. And then if wind allows us, definitely we have the swell here. So if wind allows, we can have a very long afternoon as well, full of heats.
Hey, you know what? We're going to have the pleasure of listening from the wildcard of the IBC World Tour, Matias Diaz, coming in as a guest to commentate with us next heat. He's going to stay for 2 heats. So Matias Diaz, it will be great to hear from him. It's also part of the national team and wildcard for this event. And he was so stoked to be advancing. So he was like, right now he has a podcast, so he's training a lot in this commentating.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be good practice.
Yeah,
I didn't know he had a podcast, but it's good to see when the riders come up with this type of stuff, right? To see things through their view is it's so good. I mean, it's a different type of mindset, definitely. So gonna be sick to have Matias here. Definitely one of the best guys out there nowadays when it comes to hitting big ramps. So stay tuned, guys.
Vamos a tener a Matías Díaz comentando con nosotros. Vamos a ver esta ola de Cristóbal Tobar, quien está ganando este hit excelente. ¡Guau! Quiere hacer un backflip, pero lo cayó atrás. Y sí, les estábamos contando en inglés que vamos a invitar a Matías Díaz a comentar con nosotros 2 hits. Ya llegó aquí el booth, va a estar en el próximo o sea, en el hit número 7 y en el 8, el hit número 7 que se viene de locos. Recuerden que pueden ver todo esto en la página de la IBC World Tour y eso, vamos a revisar qué hay en la cabeza de este rider increíble, seleccionado nacional, Matías Díaz, que además ganó excelente su hit con un performance maravilloso.
Yes, guys, Heat 7, it's the upcoming heat, and it's looking insane. I mean, we have Moyes Silva from Arica, definitely one of the best guys in the new generations, representing Chile. Socrates Santana, former world champion on the junior division here at La Nilda in 2015. I mean, junior world champion, definitely one of the strongest riders from Brazil. Jerico Rosero, who already put on a clinic here at this event. I mean, getting the highest score of the event, a 9.5, ripping both on the knee and on the prone stance, and no one else than Michele Arriagada. This guy is definitely one to keep an eye on. You know, such a young guy, but he has improved ridiculously in the last 2 or 3 years. And we saw that in last year in La Punta Dos, Michele, you know, just doing so good. So yeah, this is going to be amazing to watch, and it's just coming up in less than 2 minutes. So stay with us.
Stay with us, people. A lot to come. You know, this event is halfway, I dare to say. You know, we are in quarterfinals for the DropKnee division. And if you haven't seen those quarterfinals, they are on fire. I have no idea who's going to take the title. Of course, there's some riders that are, you know, looking in tune with the event. And, of course, we have Sammy, right? Sammy defending his title.
Jerico also looking very good.
Man, Jerico is looking so sharp. And Fabian, you know, Maury.
They'll be facing each other, right? Two Reunion Islanders.
So good. And the Venezuelan. Oh, check that out. That Hugo trying to get rid of that 1.25. I think that's going to do the trick. He's going to get more than that. Not a 6.01, but, you know, at least he's going to guard that second position, which is more important at this point, you know, given the fact that there's only 1 minute and 20 seconds. And Miguel was looking for 2-something, and there it is.
4 points, yeah, that's what he gets, and consolidates a little bit more that second position. But with 1 minute left, that's a tough spot to be as well, you know, because you have Miguel Rodriguez and Marco Silva right behind you, just looking for a 5.01 and a 5.76 respectively. So it can be very tricky. I mean, these guys are definitely able to get those fives in the last minute if a wave comes up. I'm not seeing anything on the outside right now, but it's just over when it's over, guys. Let's see someone pedaling. Miguel.
Vamos a ver Miguel, que ha tratado, la verdad no se ha podido encontrar. Ha sido una tendencia un poco en estos hits. Tenemos riders muy conectados con excelentes performances que más que nada han logrado seleccionar la ola correcta, y luego tenemos riders que les ha costado mucho. Vamos a ver esta repetición de la última de Hugo.
Yeah, just to close out for Hugo, hitting that roll. Anyway, he just managed to hold it on and secure those points, you know, to improve his second position right now. He was able to change his backup for a 4-point ride, and it is over, guys. So official results, Cristóbal Tobar and Hugo Nori advancing to round number 3. Stay tuned, because we're going to have Matias Diaz coming up to commentate next heat. It's looking amazing. We're going to call a quick commercial break, and we'll be back soon.
welcome back, everyone. This is day number 4 here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, and we have the pleasure of having Matias Diaz. ¿Cómo estás, Mati? How are you?
Muchísimas gracias, Bego, por darme esta oportunidad de poder comentar los siguientes hits que están bastante buenos. Así que nada, ready para hablar de bodyboard.
That's right. Let's hit the water. We are in round number 2 of the men division, hit number 6. We don't want to miss any of the action. So, Mati, let's just see who do we have in this heat. Is coming in hot. Check this out. Your fellow team, national team,
Yep.
Moises Silva in red. That's an old picture. Socrates Santana in yellow, Jerico Rosero in blue, and Michele Arriaga in white. Wow, it's going to be tough. What do you think about this heat?
Well, actually, Moises is the guy who got like second place in Pan American Games, so I think he's like really motivated for this contest. Also, he won in Cúpula last year or
Yeah, no, in that last edition
last edition.
in
Yeah.
24.
So, Jerico Rosero in well. Y sí, también Jerico Rosero viene haciendo una performance muy buena tanto en DropKnee como en Prone. Creo que es una persona que tiene muchísimo talento y podemos ver a Sócrates Santana en la izquierda con un bonito rolo bien proyectado, combinando con un 360. Bastante activo está este hit, ¿no?
Sí, o sea, fíjense lo siguiente. Tenemos a Moisés Silva, seleccionado nacional, medalla de plata y ya fue medalla de oro también. Y además, se sabe el nivel. Miren quién está aquí, Cristobalito, lo hizo muy bien. Tenemos a Sócrates Santana, que ganó este evento ya en esta ola, en el 2015 en la categoría junior, nada más y nada menos que a Tanner McDaniel, lo eliminó. Luego tenemos a Jerico Rosero, que sigue teniendo el score más alto del campeonato, pero en DropKnee. Y a Michele Arriaga, que es un rider que acaba de dejar de ser junior y que el año pasado y el año anterior también estuvo en posición de ser campeón mundial y que además ha dado muchísimo de qué hablar. Así que, bueno, y Michele, que también ha ganado en el junior, en Iquique, que ya tiene varios resultados siendo tan joven.
Sí, creo que viene bastante sólido Michele. Se ha visto tanto en la categoría junior como open. Podemos ver la ola de Jerico, que no le va a sumar mucho punto, pero la de Sócrates, que fue una bastante buena. Para comenzar el hit, siempre creo que es importante tener una ola fuerte para poder ir trabajando tu score y así estar un poquito más tranquilo y no esperar tanto, que es lo que me pasó un poco en Panamá y se me acabó el tiempo, pero ya empezó con un 5, que es bastante bueno Sócrates.
Well, people, we're picking up Matias Diaz Brahim. He is the wild card of the IBC World Tour for this event and also an amazing rider from here from Chile. Has been a World Tour competitor for so long. We have been missing you. We didn't have you last year in the tour, so it is really good to have you back, and that's why we wanted to take the opportunity of bring you here. I'm going to be throwing a lot of Spanish people, a lot of, but of course, anything you need, we're going to be trying to read your comments. Or if you want to ask something to Matias. All right, let's just see this one for Socrates Santana. Socrates Santana coming in hot, finding a section, a roll. I don't know about you, but I feel since the tide is filling in, the wave is, kind of like fading out. Moises
Silva. Un bonito rolo también para Moises. Está trabajando el score. Ya van 6 minutos de competencia. Tenía solamente un 1. Con ese posiblemente va a pasar a segunda posición. Y bueno, vamos a ver qué nos espera los siguientes minutos. Y se ve que viene entrando ola. Como tú decías también, está subiendo un poco la marea, lo que hace que la ola se maree un poquito, como que está más dividido los cachos de derecha e izquierda. Pero hay olas buenas, así que...
Sí, vamos a ver un poco que tal vez la debilita un poco la rampa, ¿no? El agua. Bueno, tenemos la entrevista lista. We have the interview ready con Christo y Lucas, así que vámonos para escuchar de ellos.
Thank you, Bago. I'm here with Cristobal. Cristobal, let us know about the heat. I mean, it was pretty slow, but you managed to get good scores against some very hard guys, right?
Sí, las condiciones estuvieron un poco difíciles, ya que creció el mar hoy. Me tocó con marea subiendo, entonces pegaba el rebote del muro y estaba media saltona la ola, pero logré encontrar las olitas que me hicieron pasar a ronda 3, así que muy feliz.
Yeah, he's stoked. He said that in the end he had to go in the water with the waves picking up, with the tide picking up as well. So it was a little bumpy, but most important thing was that he found the waves he was needing to get through the heat. And right now about the event, I mean, it's your first time competing on the men's, and you now reached the non-elimination round. How are you feeling about that?
No, estoy súper feliz de pasar a ronda 3, no eliminación, en Open. Me está yendo súper bien hasta ahora en el campeonato. Y nada, estoy feliz por mi desempeño. Logré cuadrar unas alitas buenas con las condiciones difíciles. Igual hace que me siento orgulloso de mí mismo, de poder saber, no sé, desenvolverme en olas como estas, que son tan complicadas. Y nada, ahora con todo lo que se venga.
Yeah, he's stoked and also proud of himself, to be able to develop himself on these types of conditions against these types of guys, with a lot of pressure on him. And he's just happy with how things are unfolding on his side. Un saludo para quien te ve desde Papudo, la familia, todo.
Un saludito para mi familia, que está viéndome desde casa siempre apoyando. Y también un saludito aquí al Chino, a la tía Mari, que también están apoyando aquí presentemente, ya que pudieron venir. Y ese apoyo es súper bueno, aumenta el ki. Y nada, también agradecer a mis auspiciadores, Green Filter, a Codepa Papudo, a la Municipalidad de Papudo, que son los de la comuna donde yo vivo. A Green Filter, a APU, a RS Proboard, a Pantera Gym y a Loco Bluff Crew. Así que eso. Muchas gracias.
Buenísimo trabajo, Cristóbal. Felicidades. Buena suerte en la siguiente. And back to you guys at the booth.
To Cristóbal. Saludos a toda la gente que lo apoya. Cristóbal está más feliz que nada, que perro con dos colas.
Sí.
¿Cómo no va a estar o no?
Y Cristóbal también fue a los sudamericanos de Junior. Creo que tiene 17 o 16.
Yo me quedé con que tenía 16. Probablemente ya cumplió 17. Sí, voy a preguntarle al gran coach, el Papudo, Cristian Papudo.
Así que bueno, está súper bien pasando al round sin eliminación, evento principal a donde están los top 16, los campeones del mundo. Así que felicitaciones para Cristóbal Tovar, un buenísimo rider ahí de la comuna de Papudo.
Tú fuiste un junior así. Tú eras de esa forma. ¿Cómo se siente cuando te va bien en el men siendo junior? Es como una locura, ¿no?
Creo que, ahora viendo lo que soy Open, creo que cuando uno es junior, como que no le toma tanta... ¿Ahora?
Sí.
Vale. El micrófono estaba muy lejos. Problemas técnicos. Nada, creo que ahora que soy Open, como que uno le toma un poco más de peso a lo que está haciendo. Cuando uno es junior, como que entra al agua, surfea y listo, si te va bien, va a seguir siendo lo mismo. En cambio ahora que uno es adulto, como que tiene otras prioridades, entonces uno se pone un poquito más de presión. Pero sí, cuando a uno le va bien en junior y en la categoría Open, como que creo que la motivación es mucho más fuerte, y una vez que sientes como esa motivación, como que te sientes más confiado. Y ahí es cuando vienen los buenos resultados, como que creo que es súper importante para las nuevas generaciones competir en sub-14, junior, también en Open, porque te va dando ese roce competitivo que necesitas y es como la experiencia, entre más experiencia, después más fácil se te hace la competencia.
Claro, mientras más horas en el agua, más experiencia. Como dicen por ahí, obviamente es importante complementar el entrenamiento del bodyboard afuera, pero el nivel te lo da las horas en el agua, ¿no? Como las horas de vuelo de un piloto.
Claro, exactamente lo mismo, y también ser constante, surfear en diferentes tipos de olas, salir de la zona de confort, ya que muchas veces te va a tocar competir en olas que no estás acostumbrado, y ahí es donde marcan la diferencia los riders que son 100% completos. Surfean tanto para derecha, para izquierda, en olas pequeñas como grandes. Entonces, creo que es como algo que tienen que tener en mente todos los riders que están aprendiendo y también los coaches.
We're just saying that it's so important, Matias is saying as a piece of advice to all the young riders to try to compete as much as they can. If you are 14, for example, try to go to, you know, the under 14, try to compete in the junior, try to compete in the men, try to spend as many hours as possible in the water, because it's like the pilots, right? Flying time is what is going to give you the expertise, and surfing time, you know, you have to try to spend as much as time as possible surfing. So yeah. All right, people, situation in the water remains the same. Socrates Santana with small scores is leading this heat, followed by Moises Silva. None of them have been able to find that excellent wave, right? Hidiko Rosero, imagine that guy that surfs so impressive and have been very connected to this place, hasn't found any good score, as well as Michele. So this is weird, right? We don't see these guys with this type of scores, but yeah, there's still some time, you know. And we'll see how this one unfolds. Todavía hay tiempo, pero sí que es raro no ver a Michele, no ver a Jericó con eso, ¿sabes? Con esos puntajes, verlos con esos puntajes tan bajos. Y a Moisés, ¿me entiendes? Mismo Sócrates, pero bueno, vamos a ver. Es el tema de la marea, ya lo hemos conversado. Mati, entonces, ¿te vas a motivar a ir a Itacoachara si te va bien aquí?
Sí, claro, por supuesto. O sea, hubo Marruecos, que fue la primera parada del tour. Ya si te va bien en la segunda parada del tour, es como una motivación para seguir todo el resto del tour. Vamos a ver, parece a Moisés Silva que está viendo la ola, pero no va. Creo que está pasando eso, que la marea está muy llena, entonces la ola no se puede ver muy claramente si es que es buena, pero claro. Y sí, hablando del tour, me motiva, siempre me ha motivado mucho competir. Parece que vamos a tener acción para la derecha Michele y Moisés ocupa su prioridad. Vamos a ver un bonito backflip. Vamos a ver si completa la ola con algo más. Pero nada. Y ahora viene Michele para la derecha. Un bonito tubo y se le cierra lamentablemente.
Oh, that was so close. It would have been a good score for Michele. Do you see Fabio Saavedra's barrel?
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was so cool.
I saw like the barrel, and I think he was in fourth position before the barrel.
Exactly.
So he got like second in the last minute, I think.
First, he won.
Oh, whoa.
He
That's
got
good.
an 8.25, yeah. 8.50, right? Yeah.
That's
That was
pretty
cool.
good. And yeah, was sad for our team rider Agustin Figueroa. He finished in third position. He's ripping right now, but yeah, the competition is like that. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. So it's what it is. You have to compete many hours you can, and that's it.
Ahí estaba Edwin Aldara, el venezolano, preparándose para entrar a su próximo hit, recordando que el hit que viene es el último de la ronda número 2. Estamos esperando la comunicación del comité técnico para ver si vamos a hacer un paroncito a esperar la marea. Ahí está solita, que claro, lo que tú dices, se ve muy buena, pero mira, gordita.
Claro.
Para los dos lados.
Es que pasa eso. Vamos a ver la repetición de la ola de Moisés Silva, que conecta un bonito backflip limpio, que le dio 6.5 y lo dejó fácilmente en la primera posición. Y la de Michele, que podría haber sido un tubo bastante bueno con un high score, pero se cayó esa última parte. Parece que con la marea alta, como que hay un cachito pasado el pic que se cae. Sócrates no vimos esa ola, pero bueno, no va a entrar en su sumatoria.
Yo estaba surfeando el otro día y vi que hay dos bajitos en la izquierda. Te puedes sentar como bien arribita y hay como una parte así cafecita y es como un bajo, y después si te sientas un poco más hacia abajo, como el segundo cacho, pero no estaba de este tamaño tampoco.
Claro.
Este es como otra, y te digo, estaba chico y venía en su serie, ¿ah?
Claro, o sea, para la gente que no sabe, la Nilda Point normalmente se surfea con tamaño de suel mediano tirado para pequeño.
Claro.
Porque si es que está muy grande y ya se pasa y viene esa ola como por decir de Pipeline que viene el tercer riff y arrasa con todo. Entonces por eso tiene que ser un suel mediano para que se pueda conectar bien tanto la derecha como la izquierda. Ahora ha pasado que han salido unos sets un poquito grandes y la derecha se pasa. Pero aún así la izquierda está aguantando mucho más y da para buenas maniobras, como lo hemos visto ahora Moisés Silva, que está sólido en la primera posición. Sócrates Santana de Posto 5, Río de Janeiro, Doctorcinho en segundo.
Doctorcinho.
Miquel Arriagada en la tercera posición y Jerico Rosero, que ha venido matándola en los últimos 3 días, en la cuarta posición.
Salve Copacabana, pessoal do Brasil. Aí lá tem pessoal no chat. Desculpa, pessoal, a gente tá fazendo aqui monte de espanhol, porque tem uma galera gigantesca ali, né? Que fala só espanhol, também inglês, né? Que ó, é a língua oficial do tour, do mundo, né? Mas vocês sabem que pode perguntar qualquer coisa, a gente aqui vai tentar ler, não lê, a gente não lê muito, né? Mas mesmo assim, saudades do Brasil, a gente vai para Itacoatiara.
Respondemos
Terror
un
y
poco en
pánico.
portuñol.
Vamos a tener un portuñol ahí, loco. No, y Itacoatiara, terror y pánico, ¿no?
Sí, o sea, Itacoatiara siempre los primeros días está gigante. Hay que llevar mínimo unos 3 leash de 8 milímetros para poder sobrevivir. Pero nada, es una ola increíble que te puede dar para rampla, para tubo con rampla. Así que creo que es una ola que te da versatilidad dentro de la ola. Y acá podemos ver a Miquel Arriagada con una bonita izquierda, un rolito en el cerrón. Bueno, Miquele necesita un 6.91 para pasar a segundo lugar, así que difícilmente va a ser un 6.91, pero bueno, va a sumar su sumatoria porque tiene un 1.6 y un 1.4.
Claro, un poquito, yo a veces digo, ¿no? Que a veces es casi ya salvar el honor, por lo menos no te vas sin hacer nada. Y miren ahí el ariqueño Jordan Villalba, hacía tiempo que no veíamos a Jordan en los campeonatos.
Volvió.
Sí, y él es amante de la derecha, ama sus derechitas.
Y está con su coach, Jerko Vázquez.
¡Oh, gran Jerko! Bueno, señoras y señores, hit número 7 de la ronda número 2, una ronda eliminatoria, un pasito del evento principal de la ronda de no eliminación. Y vamos a ver, Moisés Silva no logra conectar. ¿Tú qué harías en este específico momento? ¿Te quedarías un poco más abajo o crees que es peligroso? Fíjate que Sócrates se está quedando como en el inside y está tratando de buscar algo ahí, pero ¿qué harías tú?
Bueno, netamente primero hay que ver el tema de las prioridades, ya que ahora por lo menos Sócrates tiene segunda prioridad, así que se puede colocar un poquito más abajo. Total, él puede agarrar la ola que él quiera. En cambio, bueno, Moyes está con tercera prioridad. Supongo que él estaba tratando de hacer que Sócrates y las otras personas perdieran su prioridad para poder esperar una grande. Ahora se ve que hay un set is coming, pero no, parece que no va. Y claro, o sea, creo que depende mucho de los puntos que tú tienes como del sistema de prioridad. Si es que tienes unos buen score y tienes la primera prioridad, podría estar tranquilo. Pero en el tema de Sócrates, vamos a ver a Jericho con un rolito, pero no creo que lo pueda completar. Entonces, claro, creo que en este momento es mejor agarrar la ola mediana, que te va a dar un poquito más de seguridad. Va a poder, no sé, hacer un tubito o una maniobra mucho más sólida y poder entrarla, más que agarrar una ola grande que a lo mejor haces una maniobra y no la continúas. Así que yo optaría por bajar la olita más mediana y estar un poquito más activo.
Buenísimo. Well, Matias was explaining what he would do if he were in that, if he was in that situation right now of not having the score, and he said the mid-side waves are actually what he thinks he can give you that score that you need. And we have an official communication, people. We will be stopping after this last heat, which is heat number 8 of round number 2. We are going to be waiting for the best condition. You know, the tide, it does affect the wave, okay? So we will, this is something that we do here in La Nilda. So that heat that it's coming right now, it's going to be the last heat. And we're going to put the event on hold. It doesn't mean that we're not leaving. We're just putting the event on hold. Let's see this one for Jerico Rosero, con una RS completado. Ahí va a salvar el honor, como quien dice. Por lo menos va a deshacerse de esos unos que lo deben estar volviendo loco. y a ver qué puede hacer. Igual 3 minutos con 40, sin prioridad, debería subir rápido y quedarse como ahí abajito, pero con cuidado de los sets, ¿o no?
Claro. Bueno, y quedan 3 minutos 30 segundos. Puede ser que la mejor opción en este caso es quedarse un poquito más apartado del lineup donde están todos los chicos. Vamos a ver la repetición de Jericho con un bonito RS fluido. Sí o sí va a ser mucho más que el 1.5 que tiene. Acabamos de escuchar un 4.9, así que ahora solo necesita un 3.61 para avanzar a segunda posición y dejar a Sócrates en la tercera posición. Entonces ahora yo creo que él debería hacer el tema de hacer su estrategia y apartarse un poco a donde están todas las personas para tratar de buscar esa ola que algunas veces uno no lo ve arriba en el lineup, pero que le puede dar fácilmente para el 3.61 que necesita. Y creo que es lo que está haciendo, se está manteniendo un poquito más aparte donde están todos los chicos.
Se metió en el juego de vuelta Jericó Rosero con esa última ola, 3.61 es bastante posible, o sea, realmente para alguien como él solo necesita la oportunidad. No tenemos tantas oportunidades, vamos a ver, y de hecho está tratando de tomar esta ola, esta derecha, un poco complicada porque ahí va, si te pones a ver no hay viento.
No, estás completamente glass. Creo que Moyes se va a ir en esa ola ahora. Él va sólido en la primera posición y necesita mejorar el 4.5 con ese backflip. Yo creo que lo va a mejorar. Y claro, se va a quedar ahora sólido en la primera posición con 2 minutos. Va a poder estar relajado. Ahora el que tiene la presión un poquito es Sócrates, que tiene que tratar de no dejar que Jericho obtenga ese 3.61.
Eso es, tiene que cuidar esa segunda posición, está peligrosa y mira, viene un set ahí. Y sabemos que a Jericó le gustan las olas grandes, pero a Sócrates también, así que vamos a ver. Y Miquele también tiene oportunidad, 4.26, ¿ah? No nos olvidemos, también Miquele puede sacar un 4.26.
Fácilmente.
Es tema de conseguir la ola en realidad.
Claro, es un poco lo que pasa cuando todas las personas tienen score no tan altos. Tampoco no te puede dar el 100% de la seguridad porque fácilmente pueden obtener un 4.5, un 5.5. Bueno, vimos el caso de Fabio que se puso un 8.5, entonces hasta el último minuto se tiene que seguir con la estrategia, se tiene que seguir compitiendo, mantener la mente en el juego. Y nada, ahora que puede viajar un poco con Moyes a los Panamericanos, eso es lo que creo que tiene Moyes en este momento. Se siente bastante seguro, mentalmente está fuerte, entonces creo que eso se está viendo en este hit.
Mira, yo quería decirte que me contaras tu opinión porque mira, muchas personas malentienden ese específico backflip como una RS porque la ejecución que tiene Moisés específicamente es de él, sí hace el backflip, sí hace el approach a la ola o el ataque a la ola como se hace en el backflip, que es, digamos, un poco vertical.
Claro.
Muestra la tabla, el slick de la tabla a la playa, pero cuando está cayendo la dobla y termina de girar un poco como si fuera un 360.
Claro.
Yo creo que por eso la gente se confunde. Y de verdad que hay una mezcla.
Mira, ahí va Miquele buscando el 4.26 que necesitaba, pero la RS no le da. Vamos a ver qué hizo Sócrates en la izquierda, pero bueno, él está en la segunda posición. Yo creo que principalmente fue para bloquear a Jericho, para no obtener ese 3.61 que necesitaba.
Y Jericho había agarrado esta ola, pero creo que no cuenta y además con esa pura maniobra no va a lograr. No nos vamos a ir todavía porque vamos a ver la repetición de la ola de la izquierda de Sócrates. We're waiting for that last wave of Sócrates Santana that he took to the left. While we were watching Michele to the right. So let's see if there's any changes. But yeah, te voy a dejar esa pregunta que te hice el backflip, la vas a comentar después. Vamos a ver.
Oh, okay.
This is the last of Socrates. Beautiful projected roll. Extended his arms and continue there. So I don't know if he did something else. Maybe not. And this is the last of Michele, who was not able to complete. So I think it's a still deal. I think it's Moises Silva and Socrates Santana advancing to the next heat. Don't go anywhere. Matias is going to be staying, and we're going to come back right after this commercial break.
Falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña. Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia...
Hey, welcome back, everyone. We're hitting up round 2, men's round 2, heat number 8. We have Matias Diaz joining us for this heat again. So let's take it to the water. All right, there we go. Let's see who we have in today's heat. Looks like we have Edwin Aldana representing Canary Islands, but I believe he is from Venezuela. We also have Victor Lopez from Chile. We have Alfonso Aguilar from Mexico. And then we have Jordan Villalba from Chile. So, yeah, should be an interesting heat. What do you think, Matias?
Yeah, this is the last hit of this round. It's a tough hit. Edwin Aldana, I think he been in the tour for a long time ago.
Yeah.
Victor Lopez is a bodyboard coach from Iquique. He's a really nice guy. Alfonso Aguilar from Mexico. I think like 2 days ago he made a really good backflip and then a spin and roll like crazy maneuver with thick. And Jordan Villalba from Arica.
Okay.
And it's a really good hit.
Good variety, right? So here we have Edwin Aldana on that first wave of the heat. Nice roll, a little bit of a projection, a little bit of a roll. A little bit of reverse on the inside. So, yeah, getting a wave under his belt. I believe we had, so that was Edwin. That's his first wave with a 0.5. Victor, first wave with a 1. And Alfonso and Jordan still haven't got a wave. But, yeah, back to what you're saying about Alfonso. That was cool. You know, I haven't seen that move in years. You know, like growing up in Hawaii in the 80s and 90s, guys used to do that. But let's take a look at this replay here.
That is Victor Lopez. Lamentablemente no se paró esa ola. Pasa que la marea está muy llena, gente. Entonces hay que parar una un poquito más grande. Vemos la de Edwin Aldana con un bonito rolo. Le mete un reverse ahí para completar la ola. Y sí, creo que es súper importante comenzar el hit ya con un par de score. Cosa de ganar mucho más confianza. Right now Edwin has a 4.25, so he's the leader right now. About the Alfonso maneuver, that was crazy.
Yeah.
I think I just saw Jeff Howard do that trick.
Yes.
And he's now reading for Jeff Howard brand. So
Yes,
I don't know.
exactly,
It's like
Yeah, so back in the day, like growing up in Hawaii in the 80s and 90s, you know, everyone looked up to Jeff Hubbard, you know, Jeff and his brother Dave, and Jeff used to do that move a lot. And they used to call it the hub.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a cool move. But yeah, it's good to see that come back. I haven't seen that move in like 20 years, man. Like it was awesome to see that. I was like, what a hub, you know? So yeah, it's cool to see guys putting on a show here. And So how was it out there for your last heat, Matias? You really did a great job. You're very strategic of choosing the best ways. It seems like you're aiming for these rights. Oh, here we go.
Let's see. It's Alfonso from Mexico. He could have made that barrel. Yeah, I feel like maybe the first way I couldn't try a big flip, but was the first like 2 minutes, so I had to do a a safe maneuver as that roller. And right now, Victor Lopez in the left, reverse spin, and nothing more.
Yeah.
So I finished that roll. The judges give me like 6.5.
Yes.
I feel more comfortable. Then I get a invert for the ride. So yeah, I think the first 5 minutes of my hit was really important to me.
So we have
Jordan Villalba.
Yeah, Jordan Villalba. Yeah, not much there. Little right, but not much of a wall. Those rights, they're kind of tricky sometimes, right, Matias?
Bro, well, I saw like the hits before than me.
Yes.
And my strategy was like, oh, I'm going to ride for the left side. But then I saw like really good rides. So I changed like everything. And yeah, I think my best way was from the right.
Yes,
It-
definitely.
I don't know. I feel the right way is similar to El Baúl. I don't know if you know that
Yes,
way in
I remember
Iquique.
that way, Southern Iquique,
So
right?
some waves are like really similar,
Mhm.
like short but with a huge ramp.
Yeah.
So I think right now it's a little bit more easy to find that right than
Yeah.
the left
Uh-huh.
because the high tide is like too much right now. So let's see for the next round.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Who are you up against in the next round, Matias?
Who?
Yeah, who's in your next heat?
Is Tristan Cristobal Paoe from Rapa Nui,
Okay.
and I forget the other guy.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see who's coming up next. But yeah, should be some action. And yeah, it's good to see you out there. And I really like how you that one wave, you got that good roll. You made the best of it. Like you probably could have done a backflip or something, but
Yep.
given the section, it might have seemed a little forced to do a backflip. So I think you made a very good decision by just doing a clean roll. And I really can appreciate that. Just the
Yep.
simple moves, but doing them clean with power and style. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, like let's see the right. Edwin Aldana from Venezuela. No, he couldn't finish that roll. Yeah, sometimes the way right now is like really difficult. So sometimes the roll make the difference.
Yeah.
Like right now, Victor
Yeah.
Lopez on the left.
Yeah, there you go. Doing a little roll and just claiming it, letting people know that he landed that. And it looks like we have Jordan Villalba taking off on this right, looking for a ramp, but yeah, he did pull it off. He got like a little roll on the end and just making the very best of it. But those rights are tricky sometimes because they go from everything to nothing in a matter of like 1 or 2 seconds. You think there's going to be a big ramp, and then you kind of hit that channel, and it just fades into nothing, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think it's because for that rocks, I don't know
Mhm.
if the guy can see like from the screen.
Yes.
But that rock crash with the waves and
Yes.
go for a like backwatch. So
Yes.
it's like really difficult to read the ride.
yes.
But if you read like well, you can fly a lot. So that is the thing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can kind of see it right there as you're looking at the screen. You can see that backwash, and it just goes straight out to the right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it can be tricky. A little bit less defined as maybe some waves back home where you come from in your hometown of Iquique. It might be a little more defined, but here we go.
Edwin Aldana from Venezuela. Bonito rolo. Por supuesto va a mejorar ese 1.15 que tiene. Él está tratando de mejorar sus notas y claramente con esa nota yo creo que va a pasar al primer lugar ya que Víctor López está en 4.25 y un 2.25 en la primera posición.
Awesome. So, yeah, good wave there. Okay, so looks like we have the interview ready. So let's take it away.
As we're here with Moises Silva, winner of the last heat, but not only that, he is a defending champion of this event. So this event is very important for you, has a special place in your heart. You won for the first time in 24, you were the first Chilean winning, and now we change waves. So how are you feeling now being back here and surfing in La Nilda?
Sí,
Sí, la verdad que me siento muy bien y feliz de que este evento esté de vuelta aquí en Chile. El ABF, la verdad que es un evento histórico que tenemos aquí. La gente de Budeo, todo el equipo que está detrás trabajando para hacer realidad este evento se lo llevan muy a un siguiente nivel y yo siempre estoy feliz de volver aquí. Me siento feliz y motivado de ir con todo a ganar este evento igual, ese es el objetivo y motivado a darlo todo, por supuesto.
Well, he said, of course, this event is special for him, and he was thanking, Bodeo Club for making it happening. He knows they leave their heart, organizing this event. So it's really good to have it back on tour, and definitely feels a lot of motivation. He really wants to, repeat what he did back in 24 when he won in La Cúpula, and well, of course he wants. You coming from the Pan Americans, you got that medal. You were super close to be the champion and get the golden medal. So what's the feeling? Are you feeling a little, sad, kind of angry about it, or you satisfied with your performance? Quería saber cómo es el sentimiento. Si sientes algo amargo o más bien estás contento y feliz con lo que lograste.
No, la verdad que estoy muy feliz. Me mantengo súper positivo porque hay un montón de aspectos positivo y de ganancia que tuvo este evento y estoy feliz por eso, por cómo va avanzando el bodyboard chileno y también a nivel internacional, que nos estén incluyendo en estos eventos que son súper importantes. Nosotros deseamos y soñamos tener el bodyboard en los Juegos Olímpicos y esto es el camino que hay que recorrer para llegar a ese lugar y súper feliz, la verdad. En cuanto a la competición, son aspectos súper normales, algo que pasa siempre. El mar es impredecible y todo puede pasar y cuando Dios quiere las cosas de una forma así son y agradezco no haberme ido con las manos vacías. Feliz igual, felicitar a Eder que hizo un muy buen trabajo durante todo el evento, no solo en la final, así que una merecida victoria igual para él y su equipo y súper feliz de todo lo vivido.
All right, so you want to say hi or thanks to anyone? ¿Quieres saludar a alguien?
Sí, saludar a mi familia que está en casa, siempre me manda la positiva, a Pedro Zagardia, a mi novia que está ahí, siempre me apoya y me está viendo en casita, le mando un besito, la extraño mucho y ya vamos a estar juntitos. A mis auspiciadores, a Pride, al Núcleo, Internet Store, al Colegio Miramar, Rancio Bodyboard Tour, toda la gente que está ahí detrás igual siempre me apoya con su granito de arena, a la Federación de Surf igual que ha estado impulsando harto mi carrera últimamente. Un saludo igual a mi psicólogo deportivo Abdón, al profe Renato y a todos mis amigos de Narica que siempre están ahí mandando la positiva. Estoy muy feliz de estar acá compartiendo con mi hermano, con Jordan que está de vuelta. Me siento con mucha motivación, hasta nostalgia y muchos recuerdos revividos acá con ellos. Así que vamos motivados con todo a lo que nos va quedando del evento, a ir mejorando cada hit y vamos así mismo, hit a hit, dándolo todo. Bendiciones, gracias.
Felicitaciones, Moisés. Lo mejor para el resto de la competencia. Back to you guys.
Congrats to Moyes from Arica taking out that heat. Such a great job. And let's check out this situation update. As of now, we have Edwin Aldana in first with a total of 9.1, with Victor Lopez in second, needing a 4.86. And Jordan Villalba in third, needing a 3.26, with Alfonso in fourth, needing a 5.16. But yeah, I think some action went down in that heat, right, Matias?
Yeah.
While we were doing the interview.
For sure. We saw a couple really good tries. And yeah, it's just like 10 minutes remaining. Everything can be possible right now for Alfonso, also for Jordan. So, sí, vamos a ver un poquito cómo las cosas van a ir mejorando. Quedan 10 minutos de competencia. El venezolano Edwin Aldana va en la primera posición y ahora vamos a ver un replay de Víctor López en la izquierda. Creo que ese rolito ya lo habíamos visto. No va a entrar en su sumatoria. Creo que fue la primera ola. Edwin Aldana también ahora con esa derecha. Y nada, hay score muy pequeños por el momento, no necesitan mucho para pasar a la zona de clasificación, tanto para Jordan como Alfonso. Claramente ellos lo pueden conseguir, pero necesitan hasta el momento lo más difícil, que es obtener las olas buenas. ahora está subiendo la marea, así que se pone un poquito más lento, un poquito más complicado de conseguir esas olas, pero nada imposible para estos chicos.
Nada es imposible. Esta es una ola que es muy dependiente de la marea. La marea es muy sensible, ¿no? Un poco demasiado agua la puede apagar al toque, ¿no? Así que muy sensible a la marea. Y mira esa infraestructura de como un anfiteatro, como hecho para bodyboard, increíble, que nunca he visto eso en ningún lado del mundo, hasta que mi casa como una playa, un parque que he hecho por bodyboard. Si no fuera por bodyboard no estaría ahí.
Claro, antiguamente este sector solamente había tierra, había un cerro, había que hacer un pequeño trekking para llegar a la ola, así que era bastante complejo para los riders poder surfear esta ola, pero bueno, gracias a la gestión de todas las personas, creo que es la municipalidad, también la minería de acá, hicieron este anfiteatro para hacer este campeonato de la mejor forma. Se parece un poquito como al frontón, ya que lo ves desde arribita y todo, entonces está bastante guapo y se ve que la gente lo está disfrutando. Ahí vemos toda la gente que saluda.
Yeah, Matias and I were just talking about how admirable it is to have this amphitheater that was created, you know, basically because of bodyboarding with the help of the Antofagasta Municipalidad and the mining companies, and it's just so awesome to see. Just something that people might just look at as a sponge, you know, throughout the world, to have a change on a community, to create this impact, to create this beautiful park that brings people from all over the city, people who don't even have anything to do with ocean. It's bringing them down here to enjoy the sea breeze and just such a good spectacle. I always enjoy seeing the comps in Chile, whether it be Arica, Iquique, Antofagasta. I've seen comps in the south near Curanipe, and just the Chilean culture, bringing people from all backgrounds into watch waves. And what do we have here, Matias?
Víctor López de Iquique con otro rolito. Creo que ese va a ser mucho mejor que el 2.25 que tiene. Oh, cuidado, Víctor, ahí con el Kraken, que el sector de las rocas. And yeah, I think he's gonna change his backup 2.25. I think he could be a little bit more. So Alfonso Aguilar from Mexico.
Yeah, taking off, and yeah, that high tide, you know, it's making it tricky, right? And like, you could probably ride it to that inside section, but with that high tide, it's pushing you into the so-called Kraken, right?
Yeah.
Like the most dangerous set of rocks that I've seen at any Chilean break. You know, like a lot of Chilean breaks break in front of like a flat rock, like a pahoehoe rock, we call it in Hawaii. But this thing, it just looks like teeth. It looks like a monster. Like, look at those rocks. Like,
yeah,
super dangerous. You do not want to hit that.
That was crazy. I saw like 2 days ago, Alfonso made a big flip before the Kraken, and then he was like really like near from that rocks, and it's crazy. I asked to him like, hey, you hit the rocks? And I said, no, thanks God, I didn't hit that rocks. But yeah, I see him like in a crazy situation there.
Yeah, so intense, especially when it gets a little bit bigger, right? Like the left's, like the current pushes you into that thing, and you can actually ride a wave. Oh, there we have David, the Venezuelan living in Canaries. He's killing it. I saw some of those DropKnee snaps he was pulling the other day. I was like, yeah.
Let's see, Jordan Villalba from Ardica. Necesita un 5.86. Con esa ola no lo va a conseguir. Todavía le queda a los chicos 5 minutos 34 segundos. Todo puede pasar hasta el último segundo de competencia. Así que vamos a ver. Se ve un poco de movimiento en el line-up. Vamos a ver si es que los chicos deciden, pero no. Edwin Aldana está con primera prioridad, el chico de Venezuela. Y luego está Alfonso Aguilar con segunda prioridad, que necesita un 7.76 para pasar a segunda posición. Lo vemos en ola, un bonito RS. Y no lo sé. Vamos a ver qué dicen los jueces. No me quiero arriesgar a nada.
Yeah, and here we have Edwin taking off on this thing, and not much there. You can tell it's getting a little bit too high, the tide, right? So Yeah, getting tricky with that higher tide, even though there's size. Like the tide's quite high. I mean, it was just a full moon a couple days ago, right? So it's pretty high tide right now. So yeah, so that's why I believe that's why they decided to put the comp on pause. So just a heads up, everyone. Just after this heat, we're gonna put the comp on pause. We're gonna have another call at 12:30 p.m. So be sure to stay tuned, everyone, and check back. We're hoping the conditions will align. We're hoping the wind won't pick up so we can keep it going as the tide starts to drop. It could get better.
Replay Alfonso Aguilar from Mexico. Let's see. I didn't hear if the judges say he completed the maneuver or not.
Yeah, that was kind of a tricky one. He was kind of caught in the whitewater, and here's that replay. Nothing much there, getting kind of bumpy. So he was hoping he'd have a little face to work with, but unfortunately, not much.
4.15.
Yeah.
For the areas.
Oh yeah, so he got a decent score, but yeah, he still needs a 4.9 to get up into the next round. But yeah, that could be challenging with only 3.5 minutes left in that heat. Look at that aerial view. I just love the aerial views of northern Chile with the city and the beautiful desert mountains, the background of the Atacama Desert, driest desert on planet Earth. Just that contrast of like the ocean so full of life, right? And then going on land is just dry, nothing grows, right?
Yeah.
But beautiful, you know, the desert is beautiful.
That is really sick from the like Chilean desert. Atacama Desert is the most dry desert in the world.
Yes.
What do you think your first time in Chile when you saw that, like just desert, no animals, no nothing?
Yeah, I was pretty blown away. You know, I saw it when I was a teenager. I saw that movie Boogie Nights. It was like an old school bodyboarding video, and they had a segment on Arica. It was just Arica. I don't know if you've seen that video, but
yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, it's so inspiring. And since I watched it, I always wanted to come to Chile, and finally made it here. I met a couple friends in Hawaii, my friend Matias Muñez and Juancho Castilla, and they invited me to Chile, and it was awesome. And I flew up to Iquique, and I was in Iquique for a month. But here we go. Who do we have on this?
See Alfonso Aguilar from Mexico, but not enough.
Yeah, but yeah, it's beautiful. Spent a month up here in Iquique. Got to meet a lot of the old schoolers, Gabriel Momio. So here we have Victor Lopez on this one, and unfortunately couldn't get much of a score there. But hey, he's sitting in first, so he's not too worried, right? He's topping it out with 9.3, but riders below him don't need a high score, but you know, a mediocre score could definitely put them above him. But with only a minute and 45 seconds left in the heat, it's going to be tough.
Sí, creo que Víctor López ahí primero estaba usando su prioridad para poder, como decirlo, como bloquear un poquito a los otros competidores. Ahora vemos que viene un set restando 1 minuto 30. Vemos a Alfonso Aguilar de México. Él solo necesita un 4.96. Vamos a ver si es que esa ola le da para obtener ese score y pasar a zona de clasificación. Pero lamentablemente no pudo concretar ese segundo rolito que creo que no le va a dar. Y en ese sector específicamente donde quedó él cerca del Kraken para llegar nuevamente al line-up, no creo que alcance con el minuto que resta.
See, you know, I'm sure you were thinking, were you hoping he was going to do a hub on that one? I was thinking about if he was going to do one of those 360 to roll things. That would have been cool. But
Maybe.
But yeah, not much to work with right now with this super high tide. So yeah, it's getting kind of stressful for Alfonso and Jordan. You know, they're going to need a decent wave with only 38 seconds. It could happen, but not very likely. But let's see. Maybe this wave is going to bring something, kind of a smaller wave, but with this higher tide, it's going to be tricky to get a good wave, I think. Yeah, let's see what happens.
No.
Yeah, that's Victor. He was already good. He didn't need that. But yeah, just putting on a show. Yeah, it's just 15 seconds left to go in the heat. So yeah, remember guys, this is the last heat. For now, we're putting it on pause. We're going to have a check-in back at 12:30 p.m. But yeah, looks like that's it, right? That's it. There we go. Who do we have in this heat? What are the scores, Matias?
Vamos a decir un poquito en español. En primera posición, Víctor López. Segundo, Edwin Aldana. Son los clasificados para el round 3, que es el round sin eliminación, donde están los top 16 del mundo. Lamentablemente, Alfonso Aguilar de México y Jordan Villalba quedaron eliminados a un pasito del evento principal. Creo que es bastante frustrante cuando uno viaja, pero va a aprender de todo esto siempre.
Así es, un aprendizaje. So that's it, everyone. So we're going to have a check-in. We're putting on pause now, but we're going to have a check-in back at 12:30 p.m. So stay tuned and check back in with us. Let's take it to a commercial.
If you're just getting here, we'll let you know that we're going to put the event on hold for almost 2 hours, all right? We're going to have a check-in at 12:30 local time to a possible 1 p.m. start because the tide is too high, huh?
Yeah, Bergo, just as you said, I mean, in the beginning when we got here at first light, it was pretty dry actually, you know, and with the full moon right now, the tide is just going to go so high. So definitely these almost 2 hours, right? It's 10:47 local time, and then we will come back at 12:30, maybe a possible start a few minutes after that. And I believe we're going to see some good waves and improving conditions so we can have the non-elimination round. I mean, that's the moment we all been waiting for, right?
En español, gente, les comunicamos lo que está pasando. Como ayer, antes de ayer, el domingo, vamos a poner el evento en espera. ¿Por qué? Porque la marea está muy alta y sabemos que afecta un poco la ola, ¿no? Entonces, como tenemos buenas condiciones, como tenemos buenas olas y tenemos tiempo, la verdad que es un evento cómodo, con un periodo de espera muy, muy bueno, muy cómodo. No tenemos que estarnos apurando ni poniendo a los riders tal vez a competir en las condiciones que no son las más óptimas. Vamos a poner el evento en espera hasta las 12:30. Se espera reanudar a la 1. Obviamente todo esto depende de cómo esté la condición, de lo que se vote también. Recuerden que esto es decidido por la comisión técnica, que es el head judge, que es el jefe de jueces, el director técnico del evento, el representante del evento y el representante de los atletas. Ellos se reúnen, tienen esta reunión y deciden si vamos a continuar o qué es lo que va a pasar. Pero ahora, si vamos a hacer la entrevista del ganador del último hit, que es el Gran Toto de Iquique, que lo hizo súper bien.
Yep.
Tú sabes que yo estaba allá afuera y vi cómo él estaba cerca de las piedras remando y de ver, o sea, porque esa ola con la que cambió la situación lo llevó a un sitio súper peligroso, súper cerca del Kraken, y él hizo exactamente lo que se debe hacer aquí, lo que hacen los locales, que se va pegado por el muro de los lamentos, que se llama, que son las piedras esas que se ven al frente de la ola, pero igual te cuesta un poco, porque la ola está bastante grandecita, no gigante, pero tiene su tamaño y tiene su fuerza, ¿o no?
Sí, Bego, yo fui ahora, porque nosotros como nos quedamos aquí dentro del estudio, no, muchas veces desde aquí, vemos desde la pantalla, no tenemos una idea perfecta de lo que pasa afuera, ¿no? Pero yo fui al sitio donde se quedan los jueces para mirar, fui también donde se quedan los atletas para tener diferentes perspectivas y se ve
pronto
que...
te vas a meter a surfear.
Exacto, si
Porque
Dios
me
quiera.
la debes, no te metiste.
Pero es bueno que pude tener una perspectiva diferente del tamaño que está el mar, ¿sabe? La masa de agua, cómo hay mucha agua que se movimenta por el reef, hay partes fondas, hay partes más rasas, entonces complicado, pero es lo que hay para los atletas y hay potencial, esto es lo que importa.
Well, that's right, people. We're waiting for the winner of the last seat to get out of the water. We have Eric ready there at the beach to do the interview. That was a great performance from Victor Lopez from Iquique. You know, we had an amazing day today. Unfortunately, we did have some upsets. You know, Jerico Rosero leaving competition, being one of the the guys that have been showing a lot of skills here. Happened today that we saw forming heats, full elimination. We saw two guys that were super connected with the wave and the other two kind of struggling to find the waves. You know, it is more or less a matter of choosing properly, right? That's what's a little tricky and difficult sometimes. And it was kind of like a tendency, you know, we saw great riders with really small scores, you know, which is not really what we're used to see from them. But hey, you can't judge a rider for a heat, right? I mean, there's so many things at stake, you know, and so many things happening at the same time. That definitely, if they didn't make it today, it doesn't mean that they're not good. So, you know, it's part of competition.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, we're dealing with nature here, right? And it's especially in this case when we're talking about La Nilda, it just changes so much, you know, the minimal tidal change, it will transform the whole wave, you know, the minimum wind as well. And, you know, we're having one heat after the other. So these guys have to be looking at the ocean. They have to adapt. But we have to say that when we are dealing with nature, there are so many factors, right? And some people talk about luck. I wouldn't say it's the biggest thing, but definitely it plays a role over here, you know, because the spot is so wide, the wave is so spread, especially with this side, that it's pretty tough for you to be sitting on the right spot at the right times, you know. But fortunately, we saw some of this happening a few times, and I mean, it's been such a great morning. Hopefully, the afternoon is going to be the same.
I agree with you. Okay, so now we do have Victor Lopez ready with Eric for the interview. So take it away, Eric, please.
Thank you, Bego. So we have Victor Lopez, the winner of this heat. Congratulations, Victor. So to start off, how were the conditions out there as the tide was coming up? It's a little bit desafio, a little bit challenging, right?
Well, the condition is really challenging for all riders, and to me it's a difficult day. But I'm working so hard and training so hard in my home. I training in the gym, I training in the water, and training my mind, and stay here so prepared for everything.
Awesome. And speaking of training your mind, from what I understand, you're a teacher at a university. You also have a surf school, so you're really into the academics, right? And there we have the Chilean flag. Congrats. So tell me about your surf school and about teaching at a university. How has that helped you in bodyboarding?
Wow, the bodyboarding to me is all in my life and give me a lot of opportunity of study. I study a teacher. I'm teacher of physical education and sportman and waterman, and have my own super school, and a big mahalo from my all students, from my love, Ninoska, stay in my home. I miss you, baby. That is for you, for my family, for my mother-in-law, for my mother, for my father. Father, you are a fighter. I'm fighter, and stay him fighter for my home, fighter for my school, and for you. Remember me. I'm the fighter. I'm the good. Yeah.
Awesome. Congratulations. Any more saludos? Any more shout-outs to anyone?
Yeah, for my own school, for my students, to the fathers, to my wife, or for sure, to my girl, is my partners, everything to me, and to my family. And this is for my father, because my father stay a big sick, and now is recuperation and good. That this is for my family. The Lopez big. You.
Awesome. Congratulations, Victor. We'll take it back to you guys.
Oh, that was such a beautiful interview.
Yeah.
Beautiful interview. Hermosa entrevista de Víctor López, y un saludo gigante a su familia y por supuesto a Ninoska, que sé que estás ahí pegada a la pantalla. Excelente trabajo que ellos hacen en Iquique. Bueno, gente, nos vamos a un pequeño parón, un break, y vamos a volver alrededor de las 12:30, en verdad, más cerca de la 1, para poder tener mejores condiciones de olas. Vamos a dejar la transmisión abierta, no la vayan a cerrar, pueden irse por ahí, dejarla ahí, y vamos a volver, yo creo 12:45 o así, ¿vale? Si es que no vamos a tener campeonato, también vamos a volver a anunciarlo. ¿Want to say that in English?
Yeah, so that's it for round number 2, guys. The event will be put on hold right now until 12:30 local time. So 12:30 we will have another check-in for a possible start at 12:45, right?
Yeah, kind
so
of.
the live stream will be still here. You guys don't let go of us. Make sure to stay tuned, and 12:30 we'll be back. Hopefully for a lot more action with the tide dropping, and all the riders are super excited to go in the water, so stay tuned.
Não solta, galera. Quer falar português
É isso aí, pessoal do Brasil também, soltar aqui em português a atualização. O evento vai ser colocado em pausa agora, em on-hold, então a gente vai voltar ao 12:30, tempo local daqui do Chile, agora são 10:55, então daqui a 1h30 a gente vai ter um outro check-in com a maré baixando, e aí acho que a gente vai ter boas condições para poder continuar com o round 3, o round não eliminatório, onde vai entrar os top 16 no mar. Então vai ser animal, com certeza, pessoal. A transmissão vai continuar aqui, então fiquem por aí.
See you soon.
veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña.
Donde las personas disfrutan del deporte, donde nuestro compromiso promueve el desarrollo de nuevos talentos y los espacios públicos se transforman en lugares de encuentro. Nuestro futuro
es con más deportistas.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Conoce más sobre cómo imaginamos nuestro futuro con todos en bhp.com. Nuestro futuro es con la región.
So welcome back, everyone. Fourth day of competition here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival. We are done with the break and ready to go back in the water right now, straight to the water, because the heat already started. So we're getting started with round number 3 right now. That's the non-elimination round, guys. Finally, we're here. The top 16 seeded riders will be facing the guys that came classifying. We have Gabriel Braga representing Brazil and Leonel Medina representing Canary Islands. Gabriel will be wearing red and Leonel in yellow. And they will be facing Sergio Machado from Brazil in blue and Rodrigo Silva in the white jersey. That's looking amazing.
The so expected round number 3, people. I mean, these guys, you can recognize our top riders by the color of their rash guards. Remember, whoever is wearing the red and the yellow coming from the IBC World Tour, top 16. And that's the case of these guys dropping in right here. Leonel Medina attacking that section to the right. And I think Gabriel took the left side of that wave. Was it Gabriel? No, was Sergio.
Sergio, yeah. And looks like Rodrigo taking that right-hander, more of an inside wave. He's stalling. A section comes up. He executes that roll and completes it. So, yeah, 3 waves already, and 2 of them with completed maneuvers.
Here comes Gabriel Braga. Let's see if he can find a section. He does a roll, and that will be pretty much it. So yeah, we were so looking forward and sorry to see all these riders. You know, waves are getting better and better. Good thing is that the wind, it's not here. I'm telling you, we have been so blessed with these kind of conditions because Antofagasta is known for having a lot of wind, especially after noon, after 12. Usually wind picks up, but today, I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
Very good day of waves.
Just like yesterday. Yesterday was actually no wind at all in the end of the afternoon. So we hope that maybe this wind even slows down a little bit, so we can have some improving conditions as well. It would be interesting to see, the tide dropping more and more and no wind over here, so we can get some glassy ramps for these guys to hit. So yeah, I mean, these guys are so ready for this, and they've been wanting to go in the water for quite a few days since the waiting period started, and they have been watching so many heats from these guys coming all the way from round number 1, and now it's their opportunity to go there. We have to say it's a non-elimination round, so nobody is leaving the competition, guys. Just first and second will skip the rapid charge. We'll skip round 4 and be positioned straight on round number 5. And then third and fourth will have another chance of the rapid charge.
All right, now we're going to see the wave. And unfortunately, he didn't do anything on that one. So yeah, there's a lot. We waited 2 hours, almost 2 hours. We waited to try to get better conditions. I think as the day unfolds, we're gonna see better and better waves. Because today we started with low tide and it was really good. So yeah. Top 16 of the IBC World Tour. We have our pretty cool men's ranking.
That's interesting, right, there, because it's looking different from the previous years, right? In Morocco, we are seeing some new names this year is looking pretty interesting, and the race for the title we'll start to get a picture of it right after this event as well.
Yeah, here it is. I'm sorry, we were just fixing something there, but yeah, this as you can see right now is Uri in first. This is coming from from last year. Of course, Uri Valadão is our defending champion. Second will be Pierre Licoste. One more time, runner-up of the World Tour. And Armid Oliveres in third position. As you can see, Omori, he ended up in fourth. I think there's a wave coming. We're going to continue with that. Let's just see. And yeah, here it comes.
Yeah, that's actually Sergio Machado taking off on the right. The wave just runs away from him. We can see that despite having a good shape, the waves are still pretty bouncy, with this wind. So I hope that with the tide lowering a bit more, we can get hollower waves, shaping better for those ramps and for those barrels. Hopefully, with the wind slowing down throughout the afternoon. But yeah, Leonel Medina managed to get himself a 5.5 with that roll going right, and takes the lead of the heat with Gabriel Braga right after him with a 4.5. A little, a smaller count for his roll. And there he comes to get his backup.
Let's see, bouncing a little bit, but still able to find a section there. Leonel Medina, good, actually, very good reading. Let's see, Sergio Machado coming in. Oh, I'm sorry, it's actually Gabriel Braga. Oh, not able to do much.
Yeah, not finding too much on that ride. I mean, the rides usually are a little bit more perfect, but we can see that it's pretty bouncy out there. So yeah, let's see what these guys will come up with. I mean, Sergio Machado now sitting fourth with 2 1-point rides. Rodrigo with only a 3.75, but pretty sure that we'll start to see some action from both these guys in these 17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're going to start the engines. Let's see, this one here is Sergio Machado's looking for a section. He wants to fly. He wants to show what he can do and goes for that roll. That's smart from him, Even though it's a non-elimination round, people, no one's leaving competition. It is important to try to get that first or second position. That will take you to, straight to round number 5. You will be skipping the repecharge. And people, don't take a repecharge for granted, because some people will say, it's an easy thing. The bad guy, the less level guys will go there, but yeah, not really. Sometimes it's a matter of luck, and sometimes you find guys with a lot of level of riding there, right? And sometimes we have even have champions of events coming from repecharge.
Yeah, it's we have to see things for what they are, and falling to the repecharge it's nothing like that. These guys are heated up already, they have been passing 2 heats already, against very good guys as well. So they have a good idea of how the wave is already. They are getting used, it's just a matter that every heat is a chance for you to lose or win, despite the how good you are. And it don't just depend on you. So yeah, definitely falling into the repecharge will light up that flame inside those guys to feel it like the last opportunity and to get back in the game strong. So yeah, it's definitely not a good place to be, the repecharge, because all these guys are doing whatever they can to win the heats.
For sure. So people, if you're just getting here and you notice that it's been a long day, we had a little bit of a break, 2 hours, in order to try to wait for better conditions, because this place with high tide, it's not really too good. And right now it's actually looking bright. So yeah, in the water we have the top 16 surfing for the first time in this event. You will recognize them by the color of the rash guards. You will see that Leonel Medina holding the yellow rash guard, using the yellow rash guard. It's one of them. And Gabriel Braga will be another of the top seeded. Let's see, replay here for last of Leonel.
Yeah, that was his second wave. A nice pocket roll, just landing on the lip, but he got 3.25, so that was his backup. And in this wave, Sergio went all the way back. He's still getting back to the outside, taking quite a while to get there. And you see the section kind of crumbles a little bit on him, and he takes a long, but he was holding for it. He was trying to secure those points. And I'm not sure if he did so, but he's still getting back there, and the current is pretty bad right now, I would say.
Yeah, if you see the numbers, these are probably not the numbers we're used to see from all of these riders, but it's also, you have to understand that this is almost like starting the day, right? Because this is the first heat after a 2.5 hours of break. So this is a whole different place than the one that, for example, Sergio Machado and Rodrigo Silva rode at the beginning of the day.
Yep.
It is a whole different story because, with the different tide, it changes a lot. So definitely, it is reflected on their scores. They're struggling a little bit to find the waves.
Yeah, definitely you can't go in right now, looking for the same stuff and applying the same strategy that you did previously, right? Because it's just so different. It's much more bouncy right now. It has more wind, it has more current. The waves are not too shallow, too hollow. So, which I think we will start seeing more of that in the next heats, with the tide dropping. But yeah, definitely Rodrigo and Sergio, especially, they will have to apply another strategy. They will have to adapt pretty quickly to face the other guys that are coming fresh and have been just watching the waves the whole day. And even some of them went for a free surf during the break, right? So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these guys will show some resilience and adapt to new strategies to get through these heats right now.
Bueno, un saludo para toda la gente que está sintonizando de habla hispana, perdón. Estamos en el regreso después de una pequeña pausa que tuvimos, 2 horas y algo. Estuvimos esperando las mejores condiciones porque este lugar funciona mejor con menos agua y teníamos el pic de la marea alta, así que paramos un poco y ahora estamos de regreso con la ronda 3. Este es Leonel Medina. A ver si consigue una sección yendo por ese rolo bonito. De hecho, el más bonito que se ha hecho ha sido su estrategia. Ha tomado las mismas derechas y se ha puesto unos rolos. Pero ese estuvo, para mí, en mis ojos, el mejor.
Sí, Bego, una ola con más presión, más tamaño también. Y Leonel está haciendo, la verdad, un gran trabajo en esta manga. Encontró un 5.5, después un puntaje un poco más bajo de 3.25 y ahora creo que con esta ola seguramente va a mejorar su situación y mira, un 6,5 para el canario que viene haciendo un buenísimo trabajo en esta manga.
Sí. Bueno, pues un saludo a todos y recuerden suscribirse a este canal de YouTube para mantenerse informados de todo lo que es el Tour Mundial de la IBC World Tour, el tour privado que tenemos con mucho cariño y esfuerzo que les traemos.
And check this out, Scoops in and almost gets a cover up, but not really, but that was a strong section actually for Leonel, and he hit it kind of cleanly, landing with comfort as well, and that's a 6.5 for him, his best score. As Bego just said right now in Spanish, I think that was definitely his best wave. It had more size and pressure to it, so a very expressive maneuver for the Canary Islander.
Yeah, he's playing conservative. He's playing smart, I guess, with these conditions are tricky, but look at that, there's still some good ones. When we were in the break, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I saw one double spinning. I was like, what? We were sitting here and I saw, let's just see this one, Rodrigo Silva coming from Arica. Is he going to find a section? Not really, not able to find it. Just remember, non-elimination round. Señoras y señoras, esto es una ronda de no eliminación. Aquí, sin importar los resultados, o sea, si no avanzas de primero o segundo, no estás eliminado del campeonato. Tienes una opción más en el repechaje. Y ahí sí sería tu última oportunidad. Lo que sí, las personas que avanzan en la primera posición y en la segunda posición van a obtener un gran beneficio, que es irse directo a la ronda número 5 y esperar ahí por quienes logran salir del repechaje. Y lo que decíamos en inglés al comienzo del hit, que no podemos pensar que el repechaje es algo sencillo. No se puede los riders confiar porque muchas veces los mejores caen en repechaje y después te toca aún más difícil que la manga principal. Así que definitivamente quieres tratar de ahorrarte esa manga de repechaje. Miren qué bonita izquierda.
Fazer uma atualização em português para o pessoal que está assistindo aí do Brasil, pelo Gabriel, para o Serginho também. Começamos agora o terceiro round. Vamos dar uma olhada aí quem vem nessa onda. Rodrigo Silva vai numa esquerda. O chileno lá de Arica faz um bom rolo. Vai entrar no jogo agora o Rodrigo Silva ali. E enquanto isso, o round 3 acaba de começar. A gente vai ter mais 7 baterias no decorrer dessa tarde de hoje. Aí vem Gabriel Braga para uma boa esquerda, ataca o lip, consegue completar esse rolo. e vai conseguir sua segunda melhor nota. Então, público do Brasil, fiquem aí ligados que tem muito mais brasileiros aí, Uri Valadão também, e outros atletas vindo nas próximas baterias do round 3, que é o round não eliminatório.
Tem uma turma brasileira bem...
Tem uma galerinha da pesada aí, basta vocês entrarem no site www.ibcworldtour.com. Vamos ver esse replay do Moisés.
Replay from the last wave of Moises Silva.
Rodrigo.
Oh my, it's Rodrigo. This is typical. And replay from the last of Gabriel Braga. So both riders, they found a good section there to go for the roll. Pretty similar. It will be interesting to see who's get the best out of that exchange. And yeah, we have a pretty cool Brazilian group, actually, big names.
E só para poder complementar aqui para o pessoal do Brasil, pessoal, entrem lá no site ibcworldtour.com, dá para vocês assistirem a live por lá e vocês conseguem também ver toda a progressão das baterias. Beleza? Dá para vocês entrarem, colocar lá em resultados e aí vocês acessam. Round 3 tem todas as baterias que já estão formadas, com o pessoal que veio avançando, né, dos primeiros rounds. E basta vocês escanearem aí esse código QR, vocês conseguem acessar o site da IBC, cliquem na barra verde que vai estar lá na base da tela de vocês e aí todas as informações, as notas das baterias que passaram e as baterias que a gente ainda vai ver no dia de hoje, vocês conseguem ficar ligados por lá.
Quer falar que esse aqui não é Honda, não?
Lembrando que é um round não eliminatório, né? Um round onde entram os top 16, os atletas que já estão posicionados ali num round mais avançado. Então, nesse ponto aqui, ninguém vai ser eliminado da competição. O primeiro e o segundo vão pular a repescagem, vão direto para o round 5. E o terceiro e quarto vão ter outra oportunidade na repescagem.
Big wave here, looking very good for Leonel Medina. Is he gonna find an outlet? No outlet.
But that was good, huh? That was beautiful to see. I mean, nice scoop, but too much wind. And Sergio taking off on the left. A short wave, but big roll. Oh, my God. How did he manage to get that projection? I mean, so smart, you know, to just use that strong part of the wave and not, you know, try to accelerate and pass through the section. Sergio knows, I mean, all these waves. In Chile, it looks like he's connected, right? It looks like it's his second house. Yeah.
He lived here for a long time. He lived in Iquique. He came a lot here to compete. He feels, I think you're right. He feels
he has a connection, like something special.
Man, back in the day, he used to live in Iquique. We used to free surf a lot. And it was, you know, he used to destroy. He always surfed good, but I dare to say that the time that he spent here in Chile marked. Take us through this one.
Chuck, what a beautiful wall, just sets up for him. He scoops in, actually ran for quite a while in that barrel, but then he hit some white water on his way and wasn't able to come out of this one. Maybe if it didn't have any wind, I think he could have made that barrel bagel, but probably in the next few hours.
Just one look here, last wave of Sergio. I just love the way he extended his arms and, you know, made that extra projection, you know. With that last wave was a 6.9, and I'm telling you, judges love that arms extension, you know, because it means control, it means projection, it means, you know. Oh, wait a second, this happened while we were watching the replays. That's Rodrigo breaking the leap right there with that roll.
Smart move by Rodrigo. You know, he could have just scooped into that barrel, but probably was going to be a hard exit for him to get through. So, yeah, definitely just using all of your speed to try and cut through that lip is definitely the best thing to do, I would say, with this type of condition right now. So, yeah, he managed to get a few points out of that, and he's sitting in third position right now, looking for a small score, I would say, for, I mean, these four names. 4.76 is what the Chilean rider is looking for to get to second.
We'll see how that goes. Here comes Sergio Machado. Started the engine with the previous wave and wanting to do more. Just a quick roll. Who's actually, it's going to change that 1.5 for sure. Looking for a 3.46 to be second. That could do the trick, you know.
Yeah. I think they're just trying to get their spot on the heat, you know, Bago, and then improving from there is much better than just falling behind a lot. Gabriel responding, goes left, looks at the lip, Nice execution on that roll, a lot of impact on the landing as well. And let's see, he has a 4.5 as his second best wave. Let's see if he's able to increase that a little bit. Maybe it could be possible.
Well, interesting moments. 4 minutes to go, 25-minute heats, and this is a non-elimination round where we are watching our best. The part of the top 16. Remember, we don't have Joel Rodriguez present here. He's part of the top 16.
Missing Joel and Ricardo. Ricardo found himself a 10-point ride a few years ago here as well.
Rosmaninho,
yeah.
Oh man, that was so
Rosmaninho
good.
Airlines.
He's got a nickname. How was it? I forgot.
I don't know.
Riscas.
Okay.
Riscas. Oh, missing you guys if you're tuning in. Missing Portugal, man. We don't have any Portuguese rider.
Parece que estamos sentindo saudade aqui dos atletas de Portugal. A gente está falando aqui do Joel, do Ricardo Rosmaninho, fazendo falta aí. A galera que sempre quebrou tudo aqui em Antofagasta. Seria interessante ver surfando aqui nessa onda que está sendo diferente também para todo mundo. Mas esperamos aí nos próximos anos vê-los novamente aqui em Antofagasta.
All right, so 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Last wave of Sergio was not enough. He's still in the 4th position. Remember, 3rd and 4th are going to go to repecharge. I mean, just thinking about those two going to repecharge. You don't want to see those two, you know, especially after losing, you know. We always say that falling into repecharge when you have certain level of bodyboarding, it is kind of like a little slap or little push that will, you know, light that fire inside you and say, I can't lose again, you know?
Yeah.
I can't.
And you really have to do it somehow, right? Because sometimes it's not easy to light that fire, you know? It's so much going on for these guys. I mean, traveling, you know, and their results on the previous heats. I mean, depending on your psychological state, it might be hard to light that fire. But if you don't do it at the repecharge, you're probably going to be knocked out, right? Because all of the riders are trying to do the same or trying to come up with something different, with something big. There's no holding back and being conservative, you know, on the repecharges. So, yeah, definitely a place where things start to heat up a lot in the competition.
Vamos a agradecer a todos quienes hicieron posible esto, pero primero vamos a ver si alguien más ha estado. Hola, Sergio Machado. Let's see. I'm going to do this in English. Attacks, that section is going to be more than that 3 for sure, but I don't know if it's going to be a 4.51. I'm sorry, 56. Let's see what the judges think, but Sergio is trying desperately. I wanted to say thanks to all the sponsors, but I think we're going to see a replay very soon, for sure.
Yeah, I think that was a good wave, Bago. You know, I think that wave can really set Sergio in a better position. You know, maybe escalating a bit more, because we have to take into account he has the highest score of the heat. You know, a 6.9, and let's see, a lot of power. He takes off on this one, draws a beautiful line, an extended bottom turn, hits the lip. It's not the biggest wave of the day for sure, but yeah, a lot of power in that roll, and just getting out as fast as he can. And that's, let's see, a 5-point ride for Sergio. So yeah, so jumps to the 2nd position and definitely much better in the heat right now.
Hubo cambio de situación con la última de Sergio. Vamos a ver si Rodrigo Silva, que está buscando un 6.31, consigue esa sección. Esta ola ya se le desarma un poco y aunque haga una maniobra, un 6.31 es complicado. Creo que Rodrigo ya está buscando salirse. Y eso que está cerca del Kraken, pero hay un canalcito por ahí que vi a Manuel saliéndose, Manuel Cepeda. Y me atrevo a decir que los resultados que ven en pantalla son los oficiales. Leonel Medina pasando primero y Sergio Machado segundo, pero Gabriel Braga y Rodrigo Silva van a tener otra oportunidad en el repechaje. Así que no se muevan, que viene muchísima más acción después de estos comerciales.
Las personas disfrutan del deporte, donde nuestro compromiso promueve el desarrollo de nuevos talentos y los espacios públicos se transforman en lugares de encuentro. Nuestro futuro
es con más deportistas.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Conoce más sobre cómo imaginamos nuestro futuro con todos en bhp.com.
Falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña.
This is the fourth day of action here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, and we are currently running the non-elimination round. That's round number 3 of the men division, and we are about to see heat number 2. So let's take it straight to the water to check up on some of the action.
All right, so let's see who we have. We have Armid Oliveres representing España from the Canary Islands, and we have Eton Capdeville representing France. We have Luciano Campos Alba representing Peru, and then we have Fabian Tazar representing Reunion Island. So yeah, let's see what goes down in this heat. We got some swell, tides dropping. Fortunately, the conditions are good right now. It hasn't gotten too windy, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's holding like that. We are seeing the tide dropping and still a little bit high, you know. But I think we'll just see improving conditions, and that means good stuff coming, you know. We already saw the first heat, so surely these guys were watching closely, you know, to see what strategy to apply, to see how the other guys would perform. And look, check this out. Someone taking off on a right. Takes off inside that barrel. Whoa, that's good to see. I believe it was at Capdeville, if I'm not sure. And you know what? It looks like the wind is really slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, it's such a blessing. You know, this time of the day, it should be blown out already. Here we have someone on this right. Looks like they pulled out the back. But yeah, back to what you're saying. Yeah, it's super clean for, you know, being 1:30 in the afternoon. And we just got like morning conditions almost, right? So yeah, let's.
If we have, you know, an afternoon like yesterday, where yesterday late in the afternoon, there was no wind at all. I was walking by the coast here, and it was almost feeling warm, you know, because usually the wind here is pretty cool and cold.
Yeah.
But it was like I was feeling warm, you know, and there was no wind at all. It was completely stopped. So imagine if we see that, but with this amount of swell. Check this out. Yellow takes off on the right, attacks that lip with a roll. That was actually Leonel Medina. That was actually from the previous heat, if I'm not wrong. Yeah,
good one there. But yeah, totally get what you're saying. Like, if you're walking on the beach and the air is warm and you're not feeling that breeze coming off the ocean, you know it's conditions are probably good.
Yeah. I mean, so we already had Armid Oliveres taking a 6.5 from the judges. Etan Capdeville sitting in second with 3.25, and Fabian Tazar also found himself a wave of 2.5. Luciano still there looking for something for his first opportunity. Fabian Tazar is holding priority number 1, and you guys can see the priority sequence right beside the riders' names. So you can keep updated with that and have an idea of, you know, who's on the first spots of the line, you know, of getting the next wave. And as usual, we have 25-minute heats for this round number 3. As we have been saying as well, just first and second will skip the rapid charge round. That's round number 4. They will go straight to the round number 6. They'll go straight to round number 5. And then the third and fourth in these heats will be going to the rapid charge, which is the round number 4, and have another opportunity. So nobody's leaving competition at this point. And it's so good because the guys can, you know, risk some more. They can
try some crazier things, you know, and it's good for us to watch.
I agree, Lucas. You know, it just gives them the opportunity to put on a show for everyone and kind of not worry too much about wave selection and just enjoy and even get innovative, you know. So it's a pretty entertaining round to watch. I like the non-elimination rounds. And here we go. Someone taking off on this right. I think we have Fabian and a little bit of a...
It was Luciano, actually.
Oh, that was Luciano, my bad.
Getting his first wave, the young Peruvian.
Oh, okay.
I mean, this guy's killing it. I mean, just coming... Oh, hold on. That's it. Don Capdeville, the French guy, goes to the lip. Kind of a slow roll there, but manages to get his second score. But, you know, Luciano's killing it. Coming from a gold medal in the American Games. And a win as well in Morocco, you know, on the junior division. And just taking his shot here on the men's division. So, yeah, great to see this young kid ripping out there.
Yeah, 17 years old, out there with the big dogs, you know, just putting on a show. And that was awesome to see him win his last heat. So, yeah, he's doing a great job. How's that left right there? A little bit of spit on that one. Yeah, loving these conditions right now.
Yeah, probably going to see it improving, guys. So make sure to share this live stream with whoever's your bodyboarding friend, and check this out. Armid, the 2024 world champion, boom, goes for an ARS. I mean, usually he does those backflips, but I believe that was more of an ARS.
Yeah,
Let's
definitely.
see that on the replay and just to confirm that. But
yeah,
quick wave and very good one for him.
Yeah, someone pulled into that thing. I think that was, that was Luciano on that right. Kind of a little bit of a frothy little barrel, but yeah, making the best of it and looking out the back, waiting for some sets to come in while we have that lull. Let's just recommend, take a look at our website, ibcworldtour.com. Go ahead and subscribe on the YouTube channel. Follow us on Instagram as well. And then we just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. We want to thank Escondida, BHP, Municipalidad de Antofagasta. Also our collaborators, not to forget, Colbún, Antofagasta Minerals, Peri Chile, Carniceria Arauco, Abastible, Hotel RK Antofagasta, Ruta 1 Restaurant, Mirador Sandwicheria, Costa Club Antofagasta, and of course our media partners.
Yeah, they're doing an amazing job. We have to mention it. All those highlights, you know, all the content about the events looking so good. Let's just check this replay from Armid. You guys see he goes up, finds that nice section, executes a clean ARS on this wave, and complete maneuver.
Yeah, and then we have Fabian on this left, going, almost looked like he was going to hit something, but yeah, just unfortunately hit a chop right there. But we have some more action up the back. Let's see. Wow, nice split peak. I think someone hit that right, but didn't land it. Oh, wow, they did. Nice.
Did. It was Armid.
Wow.
It was Armid with a big invert. Let's see this left. Fabian stalls and go for the section with the backflip, not completing this one. Still trying it there, but yeah, there was a big punt by Armid, you know, just hitting that closeout section.
I know.
Managing to complete that invert. I would love to see that replay. I think.
Yeah, he just like
get
put
to
a
that
little
pretty soon.
Yeah, like a little disappearing act and just disappeared for like 5 seconds and just popped out of the whitewater. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's a tough section to get through, you know, if you're hitting it kind of late, like I think he did. You need to have a lot of speed, you know, but there was some size to that wave, and pretty nice to see Armid just hitting big moves. And check this out, 7.25 on his last wave.
Nice.
And he already has a 6.5, so that means we still have this guy out there for 16 minutes, and I'm pretty sure he's going to go crazy from here, you know, just big sense for sure.
Yeah, now he's in a spot where he can take risks because he's sitting comfortable with 2 solid scores, 7.25 and a 6.5. And let's take a look at this replay here of Armid coming to this section, and nice invert out of the lip. Kind of hit it a little bit late, but couldn't have been done better, you know, as far as once he hit that thing, tweaked out of the lip and pulled it off, came out of the whitewater. So, yeah, he's sitting on top. Whoa, actually, yeah, he has an 8 and a 7.25, so he's leading with a 15.25 with Eton Capdeville trailing just behind him with a 7.25, needing a, looks like he needs a 15.26 to get ahead.
Yeah, to get to
Wow,
first.
that's a good amount that he needs. So even though he's
Yeah.
in second, it just goes to show how on top Armid is with Fabian Tazar in third place, needing a 4.76 to get into second, and Luciano Campos needing a 5.01.
Damn, less than 10 minutes into this heat, and Armida
Wow.
already managed to put everyone in combo land. I mean, Capdeville to go to first, as you guys seen, needs
Wow.
more than 15 points. So, yeah,
Wow.
definitely the judges really liked that invert. You know, it was a big sand, big maneuver, a lot of control and quality, just like the previous one, that ARS. So, yeah, it looks like there's no waves coming. So maybe we can get to hear from the winner of last heat down at the beach with Bago. Bago, bring it on.
Thank you so much, guys. Leo Medina, that was a good job there. How was it? How was the conditions right now?
Nuevo spot, las condiciones súper difíciles. Ahí parecía que iba a estar solo izquierda, pero vemos que no, vemos que también hay derecha. Armid también liándola. Entonces, esperemos que los próximos días siga así, que la Nilda nos dé alegrías y a seguir.
Boy said difficult right now, but definitely it is delivering. You know, you have left, you have rights. And he said right now Armid is doing an amazing job. He's very good friends with Armid. And yeah, just he really wished that we're going to continue having this type of conditions for the rest of the competition. You have been spending some days here in Chile. Estuviste unos días antes de venir para acá a Chile. ¿Te estuviste preparando, como aclimatándote un poquito aquí? ¿Eso sientes que como que te conectó?
Sí, la verdad que llegué unos días antes para entrenar, para adaptarme al agua fría, que aquí está bastante fría, y también por el jet lag ahí, que también me pasó factura los primeros días, no dormí mucho, entonces con esos días pues estoy cómodo ahora y súper guay.
Well, yeah, actually he came a few days early and stayed here in Iquique and around the area, because he really wanted to adapt to the weather, and also because he normally gets some jet lag after that travel. So yeah, first days he didn't sleep well. Right now he's in the rhythm of things. You want to say something? You want to send a saludito or anything to anyone?
Sí, a mi familia sobre todo, a mi pareja que está viéndome desde casa, a la Juani, a los perritos que también me ven, a todos mis patrocinadores, en especial al Cruce, a Fuerte Locura, que me están apoyando para venir aquí y a seguir avanzando ronda.
Felicitaciones, Leo. Lo mejor para el resto de la competencia. Back to you guys.
Guy, and yeah, always sharp Leonel, and managing to get that his first heat actually. I mean, all these days here watching so many heats, so many late days as well, right? And finally going in the water and being able to pass in first position and skip that rapid charge experience, you know.
Yes.
It's pretty good for him.
Yeah, let's take a look at this replay here of Luciano on this right with a nice clean ARS, and
wow,
unfortunately did not pull that off, but he got some good projection on that.
Yeah, almost landed, you know, facing the beach. Like, wow,
full rotation.
Big send by Luciano, not holding it back at all. But yeah, the situation is still the same over here, with Armida taking the lead with an excellent 8, a 725. Ethan right after him, but with significantly smaller scores, 4 and a 3.25. Let's check that. Less left-hander by Ethan. Just quick scoop into the barrel and nothing too special for the French rider that is currently in combo land. I mean, he's sitting in second, you know, so this way he skips the rapid charge. But yeah, I would say that as, you know, time goes by, is more of a you know, looking for the second place and just battling for that second place for the other 3 riders, right?
Yeah, just for the sake of not being taken out by the 3rd and 4th position, right? You wants to at least keep his second place, so still all that motivation's there to get a better score. So yeah, looks like there's some action coming out the back. Nice little deep peak, but not too much wall in there. But let's see, someone looks like they're taking off on this left, and see if we can get, yeah, just nothing to hit, nothing to carve or anything on that one.
We have been seeing Fabian, you know, batting on those lefts on basically all of his previous heats. You know, he has been doing that a lot, just to take off, do that extended bottom turn or even a half bottom turn,
just stalling, you know, to get that pocket section right in the stronger part of the wave. But let's see if that's gonna, you know, work out for him in this heat, because we're seeing the bigger scores coming from the right.
Yes.
You know, with more size and some bigger ramps as well and hollower waves. So let's see if Fabian will be able to find a good left-hander, a good section for him, because I believe he's looking for that pocket backflip, you know.
Yes, and I just, there hasn't been too many waves on the lefts recently.
They're not
right?
as hollow right now with that tide, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like the direction or the tide or what it is, but I feel like some of the better waves today were probably rights, I'd say, right?
I believe so, yeah. We saw Fabio from Peru taking an 8-point ride with the barrel, you know, and some pretty good waves as well. Let's see. Looks like there's a big line coming in. Someone takes off to the right. That's Armid. The leader goes up, a huge backflip by Armid Oliveras, and he pulls it off. Oh, my God. That's what we want to see. I mean, he already has 2 big scores, and check this out.
We got Eton Capdeville taking off on this left. Unfortunately, gets caught behind it. That thing just closed out way too quick. Yeah, the lefts are tricky right now. Definitely seeing way better rights. But, yeah, what a performance by Armid on that previous wave, right? He got projected, full backflip, really good.
You see how the rights are setting up like a bigger wall, a much bigger wall than the lefts.
Yeah.
The wave is just shaping like this. Probably the direction, you know, is helping a lot. But, yeah, that's what we wanted and expected to see, you know. When Armid has 2 good scores on a heat, you know, he's leading it like this.
Yeah, let's see that replay of Armid. Nice backflip, well projected, landed backwards, came around fluidly. Good job by Armid.
Wow, let's see what the judges will give him for this wave. I mean, a 7.25 and an 8. It's not easy to overcome, but I mean, I don't doubt that guy at all. And check this out.
Wow, there you go.
9.25 for Armid, almost reaching perfection. I would say that, hold on, let's just see this right-hander by Fabian. Doesn't look like it has any potential to it. But, you know, taking into account the current conditions right now, what we are seeing right now, I think that was almost perfection.
It's a right of Luciano busting a roll out of that lip and pulls it off. Not sure if he's going to get a 5.01, possibly. Could get a mediocre score. And
Eton attempting on an insider, not as big as the previous waves we have been seeing. Yeah, you see the left is not providing so much. Like the rights are more consistent, more constant as well. Surely we'll see the left getting better, you know, as the tide just goes down. But I think this is a very good moment to you know, put all your money on the right.
Yes, I definitely agree there. I mean, looking at you at Fabian take off on that last right, we're just talking about that. He's like, maybe I better focus on the rights, right? So,
wow, looking good over here, guys. We're just getting started. I mean, this is heat number 2 of round number 3. We will hopefully see the whole round taking place today in the afternoon, and the heats are amazing. The heats to come. Let's check this out. Fabian going on one more left, wave just stretching. He's looking at the next section, not really insisting on this one. But yeah, we still have 6 heats to go, guys. There's so much to come. And with all those riders going in the water, it's looking very exciting. So make sure to share this live stream with all of your bodyboarding friends, and stay tuned with us throughout this afternoon.
yeah, it looks like we have some action right here. We have Luciano taking off on this right, and a little ARS over there. Not sure he is going to get much. I mean, he's in such far back in Cumberland. Who do we have here, Lucas?
Armid once again just bumping through that section, not really finding anything special on this one. And Luciano got himself a 6.75, so he jumps to second position with the Eton Capdeville falling behind a little bit more right now, looking for 5.01 to get back to that second position. So still pretty open. You know, these guys are definitely going to look for those scores. And, yeah, Fabian also looking for a 6.51, which is not a huge score, but definitely right now falling behind a little bit and getting a little late, you know, in the heat, Fabian.
Yeah, Fabian definitely in a little bit of a stressful situation, sitting in fourth, needing a 6.5 to advance. But wow, look how far ahead Armide is. Luciano with 5 and a 6.75 with a total of 11.75 in combo land, needing that combo to get that first place from Armide. And let's see, it's getting a little on the...
Yeah, so as Luciano managed to get himself that 5-point ride, he was quietly, just improving his situation, and now Ethan's looking for a bigger score, and then situation starts to become a lot more complicated, looking for a 7.76, and check this out, Brahim, Uri, Fabio Saavedra, this is good, this is looking so good. I mean, all these riders getting inspired, after Armide campaign in this heat is just exceptional, and looking very good to see the current champion,
yes,
the world champion going in the water, Uri, that is definitely one to look at as well when it comes to Chilean stops of the tour, right? Uri is maybe the guy that had the biggest amount of good results here in Chile. He's always up there in the podium, so yeah.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Uri won 2014 in the Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival. So here we have Eton doing, I believe that was an ARS on that left off that oncoming section, or possibly a backflip. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay, but let's...
Armid once more takes a look at that pocket, hits a beautiful backflip. I'm not sure if he's going to overcome that 8-point ride, but, Etan Capdeville is going to get a good score. He's looking for 776. And is that going to be the wave? I mean, from the angle we saw, it was looking pretty good. But it's a different view from the judges, from the, this front view over here. It's a whole nother thing, and we couldn't really evaluate that perfectly from that drone angle view.
Yeah, hoping to see a replay of that so we can get another view of that. And we're waiting for the scores to drop on that one. That could be a decent score, right?
2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, guys. Oh my God, we have good scores to come for Etan Capdeville, I believe. We're not sure if that's going to be enough for him to take that second position. The guys are still out there. I think it's Luciano asking maybe for a priority change or something like that. But the judges are working on those waves. Let's see this replay.
Let's see this replay of Luciano on this right and little ARS right there. And I believe that was the ARS that might have put him
5-point ride for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luciano in the third position right now. Actually, yeah, he's in the second position. I'm sorry, guys. Luciano is in second. And check this out. 7:25 for Etan Capdeville. It changed everything for him. He just doesn't have much time. In 1 minute and 1 minute and 45 seconds, he has to find that 4.51. He still didn't reach the outside section, still going back. But let's see this replay by Etan. So nice takeoff, a pretty short wave actually, but beautiful execution.
Good.
A lot of control, a lot of fluidity in this maneuver, so very smart move.
Now we have Armide on this right, waiting to project off that lip. Nice backflip there by Armide. Didn't even need that, but now he's just putting on a show, right? He's already got such a high score. He's confident. He's going to be number one. It's going to be almost impossible to top that out. You never know, but yeah, way far in combo country for Luciano.
Yeah, 7 points is what Armide got for that last backflip. But I didn't even make it into his final score. It's ditching a 7-point ride. It means good stuff on the heat. And I mean, you guys have all been seeing what Armide is coming up with, and it's so nice to see him, getting creative, going big, trying new stuff and just risking it. We were waiting to see that on the non-elimination round, and it's finally here, guys. Nilda providing sections, and these guys making the best out of it.
Absolutely, very best out of it. Good to see these guys putting on a performance, and we got some good heats coming up.
So 20 seconds right now. Looks like we're going to hear from Armide pretty soon on the interview.
down at the beach. And Luciano doing an amazing job, you know, overcoming Fabio and Ethan Capdeville. This guy is sharp as a knife, man. I mean, just in the best moment of his career and showing what he is capable of accomplishing.
I know. 17 years old, Kram just won a medal, and here he is making it, being able to skip the round.
That's it. So end of the heat, guys. Luciano and Armid will be skipping round 4, and Ethan Capdeville and Fabian will be meeting once more at that point. So we're going to call a quick commercial break before we come back with one more stacked heat of an non-elimination round.
Welcome back, everyone. We're heading into the next heat of round 3. Let's take it to the water.
Yeah, totally. Amazing situations we're living here. What a heat we just saw. My God, I don't know how you guys, I saw you guys, it was so hard to keep calm, right? Because there was a lot of emotions. So check this out. This is going to be another bomb of a hit. We have Uri Valadown, defending world champion. In red, we have Brahim Idouche from Morocco. In yellow, and Fabio Saavedra coming from the early rounds in blue, and also Tahiti Tehei from Tahiti in white. So, I don't know what to expect from this team neither.
Should be some action going down. Very good riders, good international vibe. You know, we got just all over. We got South America, we got Africa, we got Reunion Island. I mean, we got Tahiti, and then Fabio Saavedra as well.
Peru.
De Peru. So, yeah, good amount of international. And speaking of which, we have Fabio Saavedra taking off on that right with a roll. And, yeah, that wave ended pretty quickly. But, yeah, good to get a score under his belt. First wave for Fabio Saavedra.
Fabio Saavedra se está enfrentando a 3 competidores espectaculares. Y aquí quien viene saliendo que hizo un show de bodyboard, Armid Oliveres. Definitivamente se está convirtiendo en uno de esos riders que sabes que sí o sí va a traer un show. Vamos a ver esta ola. Split pick here. Uri, nothing for Uri. And Brahim, I think he went for the left.
Yeah, someone went on that left. Curious to see a replay, see what might have gone down on that thing.
Brahim Idouche, I think.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully we can get a little replay. But, yeah, so stoked on the conditions right now. Still staying clean. Hopefully it will stay clean so we can finish off this round with some action.
All right, so far so good with round number 3, the non-elimination round of this event where no one's leaving competition. Let's just see this replays.
Yeah, see this replay of Fabio Saavedra with a nice roll right there, getting his first wave of the heat, possibly the first wave of the heat. And how's this one, Bigo?
That was the first of Brahim Idouche, and it was the best of the heat so far.
Wow.
What a projected maneuver combined with a couple spins. ARSSS?
Yeah, I'm gonna lean a little bit more towards the ARS, like a ARF or a gray RS, however you want to call it. It's just kind of in the gray area, but yeah, that was
pretty cool one.
yeah.
Gray
But yeah, that was impressive because he didn't even have that much speed, and he projected off of that thing. So very
Oh, you got me on that one. I can stop laughing. Gray RS. Oh my God. The gray area of the areas.
Yeah. Oh, there we have Armid, just stoked on taking out that heat. That kid put on a show, right?
Yeah, man, what a great show we had. I mean, I just love the fact that everyone was so connected with the wave and everyone was so radical on that previous heat. For now, it has been the heat of the event, heat number 2 of round number 3. But, you know, there is a lot more to come. Let's see, Uri, and looks like Fabio. Was Fabio? No? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Fabio.
No, actually it was Tahiti.
Yeah.
Tahiti.
Oh, that was Tahiti. Okay.
So, do you know how to pronounce the full name of Tahiti since you lived in Tahiti?
Yeah, we just call him Tahiti. Everyone calls him Tahiti.
Do you know him since he was a
Yeah,
kid?
I lived in the same neighborhood as him. Super cool guy. I'd always run into him at the supermarket. Always say what's up. But yeah, he's from Punauia, which is kind of closer to the airport. Some fun waves around there. But yeah, super stoked to see him on tour. Such a humble guy, super friendly, ripping. And he's a charger and all-around rider. Good at rights, lefts, just... Yeah, really stoked to see the Tahitians on tour.
How far is that from Teahupo?
About an hour and 20 minutes, I'd say. Yeah, pretty far. Yeah, Teahupo is way on the other side of the island. You know, it's quite a drive, and just 2 lane. Huh?
The end of the road?
The end of the road, literally, right?
Right.
So, yeah, it's a bit of a mission. You know, I used to live in the same town as Tahiti, but yeah, just I didn't really go to Teahupo that much. That drive was just, you had to get up at like 3 in the morning, and it was just like too far. I guess I got kind of lazy living down there, you know, got kind of spoiled. I had some good waves just out front. No need to go to Teahupo, you know. But it was the best wave in the world, you know, so, but yeah, I'd always just kind of stay close by. But yeah, some good waves to have around there. A lot of talent there. So much talent in Tahiti, you know. So.
That is so nice. Well, our friend here, Eric, lived in Tahiti how long?
8 years.
My God. You know very well the islands, right?
Yeah. It's a paradise. Feel very blessed to have lived there and have been welcomed there. So, yeah, it looks like we have the entrevista, the interview ready. So let's take it away, Lucas.
Rick, I'm here with the 2024 World Champion, Armides Oliveira. Armide, let us know all about those waves. I mean, just high scores, 9s, 8s. How was it for you?
Me siento súper bien. Bueno, voy a hablar en español porque estamos aquí en Chile y para la gente hispanohablante. Entonces, sí, la verdad que me he sentido súper bien. He estado mirando bastante las olas, donde hay que cogerla porque es una ola bastante complicada y con mucho bache. Entonces, estos días he surfeado, no he estado muchísimo tiempo en el agua porque ha sido como un poco extraño poder estar con tanta gente y la ola así difícil, así que a veces me he quedado fuera también, viendo dónde exactamente había que cogerla y parece que ha funcionado.
Yeah, so first of all, he's saying that he's speaking Spanish for all the people in Chile to be able to, you know, hear it. And he's feeling very good, you know, after watching a lot the waves this year, trying to figure it out. Not all the times he went into the water because there were so many guys, and he just went on the better moments for sure. But yeah, he's happy with his performance, and I would like to ask you about that, about the wave. You know, figuring out the wave I think it was a big thing for every athlete, right? And going in the first heat and being able to find those scores, how are you feeling about that, and what do you think about the wave itself?
Sí, como dije un poco antes, donde yo cogía la ola sabía que tenía que hacer una maniobra grande en el sitio adecuado para que los jueces pusieran la buena nota. Y siempre estar en el sitio idóneo. Vi a los demás riders un poco perdidos en ese tema de estar colocados en el sitio justo y claro, me he fijado que en lo que nos íbamos moviendo de la manga no les cuadraban mucho las olas si no la cogían en ese sitio, pero después donde ellos cogían la ola, sí hacían la nota.
So yeah, he was saying that first of all, the guys were sitting in a different place, and he wanted to sit in one place where he saw that the waves would be better with just one big hit, and that's what he was looking for. So throughout the heat, he saw that it was working out, with this strategy. So that's what he was following. Bueno, ¿qué tienes que decir a la gente de Canarias que te ve desde casa?
Nada, muchísimas gracias a todos. Estaremos aquí un tipito más en Sudamérica, luego toca y toca tiara, me echarán de menos. Gracias a mi familia, a la novia y a los sponsors que me hacen llegar aquí. Muchas gracias a todos.
Bueno, felicidades, Armid. Back to you guys.
Great interview there. Look at that. We have Brahim Idouche in the first position with that first wave. Great job for the Moroccan. And Fabio Saavedra, Uri, and Tahiri, they haven't really get the best wave, 9 minutes has gone, and this is the classic things that happen, right? You have a heat like super full of action, and then the next is kind of slow.
Yeah, it's just a matter of luck, right? Like the tide's changing, swell dropping or picking up. I believe it's might be picking up. It was picking up a little bit this morning. I'm not sure if it peaked yet, but yeah, all these factors can have an effect on that. So yeah, we're going to see what waves went down, see if we could get a replay on those last waves that came in. But yeah, while we're waiting, it looks like there might be some action coming in on this one. Let's hope we get something that goes down here. But yeah, while we're waiting on the set, just want to take a minute to thank our sponsors. We want to thank Escondida, BHP, Municipalidad de Antofagasta. We want to thank our collaborators as well, Colbún, Antofagasta Minerals, Peri, Chile, Carniceria Arauco, Abastible. Also, Hotel Erika Antofagasta, Ruta 1 Restaurant, Mirador Sandwicheria, Costa Club Antofagasta. Not to forget our media partners, Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión, AS Chile, FM7, El Regionalista Diario, Antofa Despierta, Puro Surf Chile, Latin Wave, Cura Tres Puntas, and Región 2.
Muchas gracias a todos ustedes, que no sería posible si no fuera por ellos. Y es un placer estar de vuelta. Y por supuesto, gracias infinitas al Club Budeo por ese gran apoyo, esta gran pasión por el bodyboard y tenernos aquí. Vamos a tratar de terminar esta ronda. Yo creo que vamos por buen camino porque tenemos muy bonitas condiciones y se va a poner cada vez mejor mientras la marea vaya secando un poquito. La marea media es buenísima aquí en la Nilda. La baja también, pero ya cuando hay más olitas muy baja tampoco es tan recomendable. Así que creo que vamos a estar, estamos en un muy buen momento ahora. Un poquito más tarde va a estar mejorcito porque la marea alta fue a las 12:24. Sí. Vamos a ver esto.
A ver, tenemos a alguien en esta izquierda and yeah, kind of an insider. Still a little bit too much tide for a smaller wave. So yeah, that didn't really provide much, but yeah, wind still clean, not too choppy. Tides on the drop, so hoping it will continue producing as long as this wind stays calm and glassy. So yeah, as of now, yeah, Brahim is still in the lead with a total of 6.75 and having Fabio Saavedra in second with a total of 3, needing a 3.76 to snag that first spot away from Brahim, with Uri in third, needing a 2.01 to get into skip this next round, with Tahiri Tehe in fourth, needing a 2.51. But these guys, they're not going to be eliminated. This is, again, a non-elimination round. Here we have Fabio taking off on this right, kind of doing a little roll out of that frothy lip, making the very best of it. There wasn't much he could do there, but did pull something. So not really sure if it's going to give him a score to take away that first spot. But yeah, good effort there by Fabio. We'll find out as we wait for the scores to drop.
Well, that's right, everyone. This is day number 4 here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, an event that has been running for more than 12 years, actually. It's been 14 years. Not every year we have had an event, but check this out. It's looking good here for Tahiti. Is he going to find something? Unfortunately, it was a little bit of a late takeoff, right?
Yeah, that's a tricky one, Bagel. It's kind of caught behind it. These lefts are kind of dodgy right now. I mean, you can get a good one, but let's see. Someone's on this left right now. Looks like they might get a decent lip. Little Rolo, that was Brahim. Just maybe adding a little bit more, letting a backup score to his 6.75. And we have something else taken off on this one, Bagel. Who do we have on this?
Este es Uri Valadão, defending world champion, finding finally a section to go for a move. It was a humble roll, but either way, it is a good choice because he's holding a 1 and a 0.6, so he does really need to put some numbers right there. Leaderboard, huh?
Definitely needs to get some backup scores in there, some decent backup scores, right, as we're just over halfway through the heat. So, yeah, definitely looking to get as much scores on the board as possible. So, yeah, still consistent, tied on the decline. Wins are clean. Looks like some riders are scratching for the sets coming in, hoping to get into position with Tahiti, with priority, and they're scratching to get that second priority as well. But yeah, look at this set coming in, Bago. It's pretty consistent right now.
Yeah, it looks like they are actually in position. Let's see if Tahiti, with their first priority, can take this one. He's looking for one of these good lefts. Yeah, he's going to go for that one. Let's see. Nice drone view. And maybe a section there for Tahiti, of course. Goes straight for the flip.
Nice.
That was a completed move.
Yeah, good
Very
one,
happy about it.
Good one, Tahiti.
Yeah, because, he was also holding very small scores, almost nothing, 1 and 0.5. Let's see if he gets enough. He's looking for a 5.01 to be second. Last wave of Uri, the first valuable score is a 4.5, and there is a change. It's a 6 for Tahiti, and now he's second. Let's see this one for Uri.
Yeah, stoked Tahiti was able to get up into second position with that good maneuver off that end section. Yeah, he kind of had to get out of the lip, so it was a little bit tricky, but he pulled it off, so a lot of skill there.
And he's getting some dog dive time
there.
Oh,
yeah, that when there's size, that's a hectic zone to be in, with the current kind of sucking you over to the Kraken, right?
What you have to do there, what everybody has been saying, that you don't have to go towards the left. He's actually going where they say you shouldn't go, They're saying you have to try to go all the way down and paddle around that bottom rock, And this is Matias Diaz right there in the competitors area, getting ready.
Getting amped.
And yeah, well, I mean, it looks like Tahiti actually managed to advance, and it's good.
Yeah, he's definitely got some paddle skills, surfing big chopo, like he can handle. He'll get out there quick.
I thought you don't have to paddle that much in chops.
I mean, when you do get drilled on the inside and you're in between the dry reef and the oncoming right, you definitely got to get moving pretty quick, But here we go. Here's that little replay of Tahiti with that backflip, right? Nice job by Tahiti. But yeah, other than that, when you're paddling out to the spots, it's minor. There's channels and we have.
Yeah, Uri breaking the leap with that one, just trying to do the job, get the job done, getting some scores, and it did the trick,
Oh, wow.
It was 4-5, actually, his best wave, and holding the second position. Brahim has been very smart, with that first move was really good, that 6.75 for Brahim. So, yeah, he has been holding that first position since the very beginning. And Fabio, he hasn't found probably what he needs, but non-elimination round, they will have another chance. Conditions tomorrow are going to be different. We're gonna have less waves. There's less energy than today, but hey, on Friday is looking like it's going to be like today. Energy is pretty similar. I heard it was going to be bigger, but I was checking the surf forecast right now, and it looks pretty similar as today.
Yeah. Here we have Uri taking off in that. Unfortunately, that left just kind of shut down. But yeah, I heard someone was mentioning that Friday the tides are going to be a little more on the neap side. They're going to be not so extreme, which might be good because this wave seems to favor kind of like medium tide, right? Not too much water, not too little water on the reef. So
that is right. It's mid tide is like the best thing here. So and we're gonna be reaching that point in 1 hour, which is because high tide is at 7. I'm sorry, the low tide it's at 7:17. So around 3:30ish, we're gonna have the mid tide.
that perfect medium tide, right? And yeah, it's just not too far away, right? Just about an hour and a half away. So yeah, that's good conditions right now with the calm winds and the tide. There we have the competitors area. Guys are amped and getting ready. I believe that is one of the Mexicanos right there, right?
Yep. Yeah, he's I think that's
Brahim.
Brahim.
Yeah.
That was Brahim, and in the back there was La Máscara and Juan Medina Grau, Ricardo Sotelo and Juan Medina. And they're watching there, closely supporting Fabio. I love the fact that the Peruvians, even if they're not competing, they come all together to the beach and support each other, which is, very important for a rider.
Yeah, all there for each other and just amping each other up and cheering each other on, and it's the way to do it. But yeah, there they are waiting for that set, and that left just kind of crumbled down. So let's see if there's some more action coming up. Looks like we guys got some paddle for this one, and someone is going big. What do we have here?
We have a split peak. We have Brahim to the left and a huge roll. And I don't know if he landed that, but we did have someone else going to right. But it looks like it also got stuck, is it? Oh, it was Fabio. He's paddling.
Oh, it's Fabio on that right.
Maybe he was, I think he probably performed something.
Yeah, curious to see that replay of Fabio on that right.
Oh, young Aymar. Haven't seen him
Oh,
for
yeah.
a while.
Yeah, should be seeing him soon, right?
Young.
Yeah.
Young Aymar. Very
Yeah.
good rider, too, from Anglais.
Anglais, down near Biarritz, right? Kind of in that area.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah.
You been to France?
Yeah, I've been there once back in 2004. It was in the middle of winter, so I didn't really do much surfing. But here we have on that left, we have Brahim with that pretty powerful roll. Unfortunately, gets caught up in the white water. But what do we have here?
And this was last of Fabio. Good job there. Standard roll, and not so much of a big wave, but we haven't seen really too much of big waves in this heat, Last waves have not really made any difference because the wave that Brahim's wave was not a non-complete move. And I have to say hello to everyone from Morocco. Salam. I hope you're doing great. You guys are amazing. We love you so much. Agadir, that's where we go. We have been going there for 3 years in a row. So grateful for the Royal Moroccan Super Bodyboard Federation for that. And everyone is tuning in now, supporting Brahim. Así es, salam alaikum.
Yeah, I remember that guy. I was watching a Chopo bodyboarding contest back in the day. Again, that guy busted the hugest invert. Do you remember that? It was like over dry reef, super projected, but yeah, it's pretty memorable.
And Tahiti.
Yeah, Chopo.
It is unforgettable.
Yeah.
I will never forget that.
Yeah.
Let's see, that was Tahiti?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Curious to see a replay on that. It's kind of a drone, kind of wide angle. He is in the white water, so it's kind of hard to identify the rash guard color in that. But yeah, maybe we'll see a replay of that if we can get the land angle. But yeah, just 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go with Brahim. And yeah, let's see that replay of that. So yeah, that was Tahiti going for a little 360. And yeah, not much provided there for Tahiti. But no worries, he will be good. Fabio will be good, as they both are. This is a non-elimination round, so. And it looks like we have someone taking off on this left.
That will be Uri. Yeah, going for a tweaked invert there. Oh, no ways. He couldn't make it.
Oh, wow. I thought he had that. No, it happened there. I don't know if he
But
hit
you know, Uri can. Oh, wait a second. Let's see this one for Fabio trying to dive into that barrel. But yeah, no. That was like a fake barrel.
yeah, like kind of had to force his way through, but he made it out of it. But yeah, not sure that's gonna give him that 5.76. He needs to get into the top two. So yeah, and here we go, more action on the horizon as the heat is coming down to the last 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Right, so yeah, this heat is coming to an end, and you know, the Rocca Moroccan, as Juliano called him, Brahim Idush, is doing a great job, and this is the replay of last wave of Uri Vala down, went for that twig timber.
He had that bagel, but I think he might have pearl. He might have nosedived on that end part, but that was good projection for how not
tricky landing.
Yeah, tricky landing. And we hear we have Brahim taking off on that left, no power, unfortunately, but yeah, he's not worried. He's in number one position with 11.75. So yeah, he's in a good spot right now. Brahim with Uri trailing just behind him, needing a 6.76, and Tahire Tehe needing a 3.51 to get into those top two, with Fabio sitting in fourth, needing a 5.76 to get into the top two. So yeah, just coming down to the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, amazing heat. I think all of them are going to be like that, you know, super stacked and a lot of action. But definitely, you know, the second heat of the day, that was one for the history books. That was really, really good. Everyone was surfing really powerful, and they actually got the chance to get the best waves that we've seen so far. This is something that happens. There's no way we can control Mother Nature. No way we can know which is going to get more waves. That things happens. And it's a seal deal for Brahim Idush and Uri Vala down. They're going to be skipping around, but Tahiri, Tehei, and Fabio Saavedra, they're going to go to repecharge, and they're not leaving competition. So you're not leaving us. We're going to go to a commercial break and going to come back with a lot more after this. Well, hello. If you're just getting here, we are in day number 4 of the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. More than stoked of watching what Nilda can do. These guys are actually putting on a show. We are in round number 2, heat number 4 of the men division, and it's been amazing. Let's just go to the water. What do you think?
Definitely nothing less than what we were expecting over here from these guys. So check this out. The winner of the first event, Tristan Roberts, will be wearing red, Christopher Bayona in yellow, Matias Diaz in blue, and Cristobal Paoa in white. This is looking insane. I mean, these guys are definitely going to go big, Bagel.
This is, I mean, for me, it looks like it's going to be something similar as heat number 2. Yeah,
Mhm.
some riders have already taken a couple ways, and it looks like Tristan is in position. Not really, but yeah. Oh my! You saw that rider taking that wave in his head. Oh man, that was Christopher Bayon, I think.
The rides are starting to close out. I mean, all the way to the inside, right? It's pretty crazy.
It's Christopher, yeah. Oh, look at that dog dive. We have Pierre, Amori, Yon, Aymar, and Etan Capdeville right there, part of the French boogie crew. We miss the French boogie crew. Maxime Castillo used to put a lot of effort there. We miss you, Maxu.
He's not having a bad time, I think.
Nah,
I've seen
man.
him in Nazareth. It's not, I mean, he's not surfing over there.
All right, it's all about these guys. We have Cristobal Paoa and and Matias Diaz coming from the early rounds. Actually, Tufi, he won the event here that gave him a free pass, which is not the same than the wild card. Wild card gives you a preference spot. They put you in a previous round from the non-elimination round. That's the case of Matias Diaz. He got that wild card, but he still had to pay for the registration, all right? And then you have the free pass, which is something that the events sometimes grant to, riders, local riders, or whoever they think should get it.
Why takes off on a very small wave, actually. Let's see if there's anything. Just a quick roll for the rider in white jersey.
And this is replay of the waves that happened while we were presenting the heat. I saw this one through the heat presentation. That was Christopher Bayona. That was a wave that, lives. Oh, beautiful. Reverse, carving reverse for Matias Diaz.
So nice when you go all the way to the lip, right, to execute it. And it makes it so much harder as well, much prettier and much harder for sure. So definitely drawing that beautiful line will account for a few more points for Matias Diaz getting his first wave on a heat.
Let's check this one out for Tristan Roberts. He's going to find something. Just go for the roll. You saw how bumpy that section was?
Yeah.
He wanted to go for a flip, but I think he lost momentum there with that bump. But either way, managed to put something, and then use the wave. That's pretty cool because check that out, man. It's like you say, it's starting to close out the rights.
And we have been saying that, taking the rights is you have the advantage of getting back quicker to the outside, but maybe not anymore, because it's just starting to look like when we got here today early, it's just stretching for so long. The wave is like the left is wrapping around the reef, and the right just starts to close and become one with the other wave at side. So blue takes off. That's Matias, goes all the way up, throws a beautiful reverse off the lip with a lot of water, and T-Rob, as you said, just bumping as he was going up for probably a backflip, but yeah, couldn't really execute a very expressive maneuver. That makes it so much harder, right? When you're bumping all the way up, to still have that timing, it's so challenging.
It's like quick reaction. It's like, oh no, I can't. I have to do something. It's I'm already in the wave. I'm probably gonna be left so far away that I have to paddle, and maybe I get a set on my head. So I just try to seize the moment and check that out. That's our friend Isaías Ravik from Ceará getting ready. It's soon to be a father.
Yeah, é isso aí. O Ravik tá para ser papai, já tá no final da gravidez, parece, e vai para a água nas próximas baterias aí. Então, pessoal do Brasil, sintonizem. A gente está no round não eliminatório, round 3, onde os top 16 estão na água. Tá rolando um show de bodyboard aqui em todas as ondas, pessoal. La Nilda é uma onda muito desafiadora, como vocês podem ver, uma onda que ela é, às vezes, inconsistente, inconstante. Então, é um desafio a mais ainda ali para os atletas conseguirem performar nesse tipo de condição. E agora a maré vai secando, então a gente vai ver ondas cada vez mais bizarras aqui no pico e a galera não tá ficando para trás, não. A galera tá botando para quebrar dentro da água. Então, sintonizem aí com a gente. And white comes up. That's Cristobal. Goes up for a quick roll. Didn't project himself too much, but anyway, he will get a backup score.
All right, let's see this one. Looking sharp for Matias Diaz. Is he going to find something in that left? Not really. Oh, and I see someone really happy about that last wave. Who was it? Was it Chris? Oh, it was Christopher. Yeah, he was happy. Means that probably he performed a maneuver there. Christopher Bayona, very explosive rider from Peru. If you don't know him, make yourself a favor and do yourself a favor and check his social media and his way to surf is really good. Check this out. This is the one that we missed, and yeah, he has those things unlocked, you know. Sending it. Very good. So we'll see how much he gets. This is his first valuable score right there, Christopher Bayona. If you're just getting here, we're looking forward to continue and finish round number 3, non-elimination round. We'll see. I mean, definitely, I think we're gonna do that for sure.
And check this out, Bagel. 7 points for Christopher for that last wave. On the previous one, we saw him getting caught, you know, and getting back to the outside. He couldn't complete the maneuver, but 7 points is definitely a precious score for the young Peruvian at this point. And yeah, definitely in a better position.
All right, we're just gonna see if they're going to take this wave. It looks like there might be a moment to send it to Eric. I know you are there waiting for us. One sec. We don't want to miss any of the live action. And yeah, it is safe to send it to Eric with the winner of the last heat, so take it away.
Thank you, Bagel. Congratulations, Brahim, on taking out this heat. So, from my understanding, you've made it to the podium twice here in Antofagasta. 2014, you made it to the podium. In 2017, you won the Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival at Cupola. How are you feeling about this year? Are you looking at taking a win at Nilda?
Yeah, you know, the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, it's a contest that I'm always excited. And yeah, I'm so happy to come back here and yeah, to try to do a good result here. And let's have another win. Why not?
Of course, Brahim. So what do you do differently this year as far as training, and what have you been up to the past year?
Yeah, seriously, I didn't surf that much this winter because the condition wasn't that good. I was playing a lot paddle with a friend. But yeah, I'm always here focused for the competitions and yeah, training as much as possible. And yeah, to be ready for any competition.
Well, whatever you did this past year, you did it right because you just won that heat. So congratulations. Any shout outs for any family or friends back home?
Yeah, I want to thank all my family, my sponsors that believe in me, and yeah, our federation that did a good job for bodyboarding. And yeah, and anyone that's supporting IBC World Tour.
All right. Congratulations, Brahim. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Some great interview there with Brahim Idush. Super cool and calm on top of his game, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Brahim is such a personality, right? Very experienced rider. He likes those big hits, you know. It's very much his own style, you know, hitting big maneuvers and expressive tricks as well. So yeah, it's always nice to see Brahim on his prime, you know, just when the waves are providing those sections for him to come up with that type of stuff. So yeah, congratulations to Brahim. Definitely getting a spot in the round number 5. He finished 9th actually in Morocco in this year's event, and as Bagel is showing up there, he was sorry, and as we are showing up there the graphic, Brahim was the winner of this event in 2017, right?
Yeah, this graphic right here, we haven't showed it before. These are the former champions of this event. Let's see if we can. There's someone coming here. This is Christopher Bayona. Let's see if we can find nothing. Ah, fortunate for Christopher. But yeah, we're gonna get another look to that graphic. But let's just see this one for Matias Diaz. Is he gonna find something? I think he is. Nice invert. I think Matias is very well in rhythm with this place.
Yeah, and he's so creative as well, right? Shows different types of maneuvers. Let's see Tristan Roberts back flipping through that section. Very smart move for Tristan, you know, because he got those back flips unlocked for sure, and he just saw a quick opportunity, you know, there to score a few more points and try to improve that 3.4 that he has as a backup. As you guys see on the leaderboard, he's looking for 451, and Matias waves We can see that a nice bottom turn with a lot of speed, goes for the invert. Couldn't really have too much air time, but anyway, completed the maneuver. And Tristan.
I'm sorry, this was his last, I was thinking while I was watching, that I don't know what you think about this, but I think the guys are thinner, are lighter. They can definitely fly the most. Let's see this one for Tristan, not really finding anything, but I'm gonna make my point after this wave. No takers. So I was thinking about how their bodies are built, right? In terms of being thin and light. If you see Armid's body, if you see Tristan,
Tanner McDaniel,
Tanner and Pierre, those guys, they have this ability of, projecting. Even Uri is super light as well, But I feel that being light and thin might help a lot for Of course, we have guys like Luciano, which are big, and strong, and they can definitely put on a show. But these type of backflips, I feel they are, I don't know, for a reason, those guys that perform them better are the ones that are more, they're thinner, right?
Yeah.
And actually, I was talking to Matias, because Matias, he always has been thin, but he's always have been very strong, but thin. And he got this point that he was taking a lot of protein, and a lot of like supplements, and he got some size, And I saw him in the early interview, and I said like, "Oh, you're looking way thinner," and he's like, "Yeah, I lost weight on purpose. I'm gonna get back to that idea." Yeah. So he said, "Yeah, this is what I want. I really want to be again thinner, strong, but thin, And he feels that he is more athletic right now, and it's showing. You see."
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Bago. You don't really have to be like a skinny guy, right? But definitely being like having an athletic, type of body and being lightweight, I think that definitely helps a lot. Of course, everything is balanced with the technique and everything, but it's just gravity, right? If you're a very big guy and heavy person, it especially in small waves, it will be much harder for you to, take off on those projective maneuvers. So I think that what you're saying has a really good base, and especially in smaller waves, because when the wave is big and it has its power, it really throws you anyway, but when it's smaller, you really can't do aerial maneuvers like a skinnier guy, right?
Even this guy, you see, Isaias, he's also super light, and he also has a very good technique on flying. So yeah, just a thought. It doesn't mean that something is better than the other. And big guys and stronger guys, they have different abilities, and their maneuvers look really good. But let's see this one for Cristobal. No, not finding much. You can see his frustration.
Yeah, things are starting to get tough out there. It's changing it changes so quickly, and especially with this huge variation that we are having with such a high tide at lunchtime. It's just such a dynamic environment, and from one heat, like the condition you see right now, it's not going to last more than 2 heats. I mean, sure that it's not going to last more than 2 heats.
So it's so hard to study, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be really attentive. You see Armid was saying that in the interview, he said, some moments I wouldn't even go in the water. I would like to be watching. And yeah, I mean, watching the conditions from different perspectives, from outside. Also, when you're surfing, it definitely gives you all the data, I would say, like this, that you need to read the wave properly when you're taking off, right?
Yeah, man. Wait a second. I'm gonna comment on that after this wave. It's Tristan Roberts looking sharp as usual. Completing that flip really fast and easy. Got it perfectly done. And here. Let's see. Christopher Bayona just going for that reverse. Maybe he just gets a little bit more than the 1.5. Looking for a 3. Man, these scores are so tight.
Yeah, very tight. I mean, Tristan, I think he was very smart once again, in doing that backflip. He is seeing that things are taking a little longer than he wanted, so just went for one more. You see, just another opportunity on the inside, a quick section and a nice backflip, cleanly executed as well to try and ditch that 4 that he has. And Christopher Bayona with a nice takeoff, a steep takeoff, quick scoop into the barrel and coming out with a reverse spin. So we'll see what the judges will give to them. But yeah, as you said, Christopher was not needing a very big score, just 3.01. But let's see if Tristan is able to increase that and make Christopher's life harder.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, 7 minutes and 40 seconds with the level riding that these competitors have. Definitely they can change the situation. I'm just going to throw, let's see. All right, so Matias Diaz taking off in this right. Is he going to find something? Maybe Matias is thinking the rights gave me the win early in the morning. Should I go right? But you know, Matias can surf whatever. As well as the other riders are very good at whatever.
And that's Cristobal. Takes off. Wave sets up for him. Closes out. And he goes for the road. Not a clean landing, but completed that maneuver. And he's looking for 7.11. I don't think that's going to be the score, but maybe improving his situation. T-Rob out the back.
All right, let's see if he can find something. Goes for an air reverse, people, once again. Tristan Roberts did it. This is classic Tristan Roberts. He has those things unlocked, I'm telling you. This is the way people Tristan Roberts won in Morocco. With that air reverse, and he got a 10. So,
Wow, I love that. I love that. I mean, that section could have messed any projective maneuver, but he made the best out of it. He just made the best out of it, definitely. If life gives you a lemon, you make a lemonade, and that's a T-Rob lemonade. Check this out. Just goes up with a lot of speed, and boom, on a section that could have really crumbled anyone, you know, in any other maneuver, but he just went for the air reverse and projected himself onto that face, you know, landing with a lot of control. That's got to be a big score for sure. A lot of technique on that stuff.
Something's cooking there for Tristan Roberts. You know, we just love to see a variety of maneuvers. You know, it's one of the things that we enjoy the most. I'm pretty sure you guys at home too. And we are enjoying this area so much. So you see that rock right there? Those rocks, actually, it's a wall of rocks. What you have to do is that you have to, if you get caught in the inside, it's better to paddle all the way towards them and try to get 9.5. Yeah, we were expecting that, right?
I mean, yeah, definitely. If all the competitors were attempting that type of stuff, I would love to watch. I mean, first on the pocket, kind of like it was, you know, it had a white water coming. He had some white water coming against him, but you know, just coming from the pocket, it's so hard to do it. You know, it's so hard to project yourself to the beach when the wave is setting up like that. And Tristan is just a master in doing that type of stuff. I mean, he just pulled the win in Morocco, doing the exact same thing. And yeah, that's what he came for. I mean, love to see that type of stuff.
All right, definitely on fire heat right here. You know, Tristan is quite safe, not too. I mean, Christopher Bayona can find an 8.51. Not impossible, but he has to go for something big. Big wave, big maneuver. Let's see right here, Tristan Roberts. He's not happy, you know, he wants more. He wants to ditch that 6. He wants something above, you know, the 8. That's what he likes, you know. He has said it so many times, you know. He looks excellency.
Check this out, the Peruvian scooping into the barrel. He's going to come out, and it does. Yeah, good maneuver for him. Let's see where he gets with that. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to change that 3.5. Yeah, maybe not the 8.51, you know, that he needs to reach Tristan's, but yeah, that's not very common to see at this moment right now with a lot of wind, you know, that clean barrel exit, and definitely was a fun ride for Christopher.
All right. So far, so good. The heats that are coming as super stacked as well. If you miss them, make sure to go to the IBC World Tour to hit that QR code and get connected with us. Stay tuned with us. Link with us is right there. you want to see the scores, it's at the IBC World Tour website. You can follow, what's coming up and what already happened. It's there. So yeah, I'm actually myself. I'm getting there to let you guys know what the hits are looking. The hits that are coming. We're going to have hit number 5. We're going to see another of the I will say another seed for the IBC World Tour, which is Badrin Shastri. It's going to be facing Isaías Ravik and Kalani Favela and Hugo Noria. And hit number 6 is Eder Luciano, Joaquín Soto, Cristóbal Tovar y Gustavo Neira. Hit number 7, Amaury Laverne con Jan Salom, Moisés Silva y Edwin Aldana. Y hit number 8 is Pierre-Louis Coste, Young Aymar, Victor Lopez, and Socrates Santana. And that will be the last hit of the day.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than this, Pago. Air reverses on the pocket. I mean, 9.5s, all type of crazy stuff. And there he goes, Christopher, non-stop. I mean, he just got himself a 6.85, got very close to Tristan, but still looking for a huge score, 8.51. So I would say that in these last 2 minutes, things are going to be, actually, situation still very solid, for both Christopher and Tristan. If you see Cristobal, he needs a huge score, a 9.36 to go to second, and Matias the same thing. So what a situation to be in, looking for perfection, almost a 10-point ride for both Cristobal and Matias. So what a huge accomplishment by Christopher and T. Rob as well. Let's see this replay.
Oh, I just love it. Christopher is a great rider. He is very, very fast and explosive as well. So also light, All right, so here, nothing there. Well, not much there for Matias.
Yeah, a bit of a slow moment right now. As I said, there's not even much more perspective for Cristobal and Matias to get through. It's basically their stars have to be aligned for them on the last second, because we are 1 minute now to go in this heat. And as you guys have been seeing, the condition and the waves are not too consistent. You have to really pick the right section, the right wave. It's very hard to read. Even the rights are closing out a lot with the tide going down. The lefts are not offering too much potential, at least in the last few minutes. We have been seeing the guys sticking to the rights. And above everything, there's a priority. So let's see. Tristan Roberts takes off on the left. Is there going to be any potential on there? Yeah, not really, guys. So 20 seconds to go. Matias has a priority. He just has to find a 9.36.
Wow. I mean, it's kind of difficult. But you know what? No worries. Not elimination round. They're not going anywhere. They're going to have another chance. And you see, for someone that won at the beginning of the day and now is ending in the rapid charge, I think, he's going to get fire inside as well as Cristobal. People, those are the official results, but we do have a lot more to come, and it looks like Arturo Soto is going to come to commentate with us. So it's going to be very interesting to hear from him, and you guys are going to stay with us because we're going to come back right after this.
Falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña. Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró.
So welcome back, everyone. This is the 4th day of action here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We are currently running the round number 3 of the men division. That's the non-elimination round. So let's jump in the water right now so we can check up on heat number 5. So yeah, some very strong athletes going in the water. We have the Moroccan promise, Badrin Shajri, and who else, Eric?
So we have Isaiah Ravik, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, from Brazil, and we have Kalani Favela from Mexico, and we have Hugo Node from South Africa. So nice international heat right here, each rider from a different country. So looking forward to seeing what goes down. Let's see if they get a little more lucky with the waves. I know some heats have been better than others, but yeah, it looks like we have someone. Oh, actually, that's one of the previous riders going in.
It's just leaving the water. But anyway, it's going to be a very interesting heat. I mean, very different riders. Let's see, Badrin just wanting to get started, not really finding a very good wave. But yeah, very different styles, you know, not just nationalities. We have Hugo Naudia, a very strong guy with some classic style. Isaias Havik, a very technical rider. Badrin, a super explosive rider from Morocco who has been improving so much on the technical side as well. And Kalani Favela, which honestly I didn't know beforehand, but I'm really surprised with his you know, performances and just passing every heat in first, you know, and adapting so quickly to the cold waters here, to the reef break of La Nilda, you know, since he's used to warm water Pasquales, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, looking very good.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to see him having come so far in this event, you know, totally different elements, cold water, reef, bottom, right? So different from home of all surfing these sandbar peaks, you know, and totally different. So yeah, it's really impressive to see him come so far. And yeah, so yeah, let's see what goes down. We have a couple sets on the lineup, and yeah, a little bit tricky with the wind. Looks like it's starting to pick up quite a bit. So, yeah, but it should still provide some ramps. I mean, we saw that last heat, right? Tristan Roberts pulled like the air reverse of the comp, you know. So, yeah, we have Isaiah taking off on this left, going for a nice little roll right there, getting a score under his belt, right?
That's it. So, just going to throw a quick update in Portuguese for everyone watching. Então, pessoal, a gente tem Isaias Havik agora na bateria de número 5, esse round de número 3, não eliminatório, uma bateria, é um round onde ninguém se elimina da competição, né? O primeiro e o segundo vão pular o round 4, que é a repescagem, vão direto para o round 5, e o terceiro e quarto terão outra oportunidade ainda de continuar na competição, na briga pela vitória aí, com o round 4, que a gente chama de repescagem. Essa foi a última onda do Isaias. A esquerda está bem complicado agora aqui em La Nilda. Dá para ver que a onda não está armando tanto, né, aquela parede. E por outro lado, a direita é onde realmente a gente está vendo mais potencial aí nas últimas baterias. Então vamos ver se o Isaias vai insistir ali na esquerda, vai buscar aquele potencial, ou se ele vai estar ali atento aos dois lados, levando em conta que é um pico que realmente é difícil de você se posicionar nesse momento para pegar a onda para os dois lados, né? Então você tem que realmente se posicionar ali muito bem. Os atletas têm ficado mais para o lado da direita, mas o Isaias já começa com 3,5 aí nessa bateria e vai assumindo a liderança.
Yeah, so it looks like we have Hugo taking off on this and shut down real quick by that lip and just decided to pull out the back. And coming out the back, we have a couple sets coming in, but yeah, these lefts are getting tricky with the tide starting to drop and the wind coming up. Yeah, and it's almost starting to pretty soon get like a little bit too low for the right. So it's going to take some really wise wave selection. Someone going on that right. Looks like we have Badrin on that and doing a nice little ARS there for Badrin, should get him a decent little backup score there.
Yeah, that was a good wave for Badrin. You know, we're seeing that Isaias and Hugo, they are sitting. Looks like they're sitting and looking for those lefts. You know, you can see them on the right side of the screen right now, drifting to that position. But looks like Badrin is pretty solid on the right. You know, he has been seeing it's worked out in the previous heat. You know, and he already found himself a good backflip right now. I mean, so yeah, I think he's gonna definitely jump straight into the first position after that wave and start to bring some heat into the heat.
Yeah, some heat into the heat. Well said, right? That should probably, you know, I'm thinking that will probably put him into first position. I have to say that was probably so far this heat, I'd say it was probably the best maneuver done. And there it is, right away. You got a 6.5 on that. So yeah, giving him a decent score on the board right now, better than decent, and giving him a total of 7 points. And with Isaias, with second needing a 3.5. Let's take a look at that replay.
Yeah, so nice entry in the wave with a lot of speed. He finds himself that section, goes for the backflip, clean maneuver for Badr that just placed second in the first stop of the World Tour at his home, you know, and it's just in, you know, such a good momentum on his career. You know, this guy just came out of nowhere, you know, when we started having the events in Morocco, you know, and every year he is improving so much, you know, in all types of waves. And yeah, that second place says a lot, you know, and just getting a good start here as well.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Hugo on that one. And unfortunately, wave turned into nothing really quick. Sometimes you take off and you think it's going to kind of wall up, but his rights are tricky.
That's true. So yeah, 6.5 for Badrin, takes the lead of the heat, starting to set the rhythm of it, and still with a very small backup score, just 0.5, which I'm pretty sure he is going to be working out to improve in the next 17 minutes. Isaias started with a smaller score, 3.5, still looking for his second wave. Kalani with a 2-point ride under his belt so far, looking for still small scores. And Hugo as well on the fourth position right now, needing a small score to take a better position. I mean, it's just starting to define the situation over here.
Yeah, so there we go. We have Kalani with a little roll off that first takeoff bowl, but yeah, I think he landed on a chop or pearl or something. Unfortunately, he could not pull that off. Was hoping to get a decent score on the board, but no worries. Another 16 minutes and 20 seconds to go, so there's plenty of time.
Yeah, looks like a slower moment right now. You know, we didn't see any big sets since the beginning of the heat. Let's see, because that's what we have been saying, right? The waves changes so much. I mean, every hour it's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm pretty sure that when the sets come up, you guys will see the whole thing closing out. You know, that those rides starting to become one with the other wave that we have on the left side of your screen, kind of a left point, which basically become one with the Nilda, and it becomes very, very hard to do something. That's why everybody here says that Nilda is not a place for like big waves, especially because it's so exposed to the swell, right? If you go to La Cupola, for example, it won't be this size and this powerful, you know, and this is just so exposed that the swell eventually becomes too much.
Yeah, it's just such a swell magnet, right? Like the first day I got here, I think the report was showing like, let's say like 2 to 3, you know, and it was like well overhead, you know, and I was like, wow, it definitely is a swell magnet. I'm thinking Cupola will be probably half this size right now, so yeah, it's definitely picking up anything there's in the water, which is great news for, you know, holding comps, because there's always going to be swell. The only thing you're worried about is there being too much swell, right? But better too much and not enough.
And that's one of the reasons why we love Chile, right? And having it every year in the tour. I mean, the waves are so abundant over here, guys. But let's take this slow moment in the ocean right now and get to hear from the winner of last heat with Bago down at the beach. On to you, Bago.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, Tristan, are we going to see one of those air reverses every event, or what? Is it the air reverse a new backflip this year?
Well, I hope so. Yeah, it's such a difficult ramp, you know. I just somehow like
managed to draw a good line between all the bumps, and the backwash kind of assisted me as I made contact with the lip. So worked out, super happy. Well, definitely wasn't going into that heat expecting to do an air reverse.
What do you feel about the change of spot right now, surfing here in La Nilda, which is very powerful and way different from Cupola?
Yeah, new challenge, you know. I think it's something that you're going to have to study quite a bit of. I think it's changes quite a lot of water moving along the reef in different directions, and depending on the swell size, it breaks on different parts of the reef, and so it's tricky. It's going to definitely be a nice problem-solving contest, and I'm sure the guys are all prepared for everything, and you're going to see a good show. I think there's some big swell coming, and yeah, we'll try our best.
Right, you want to say some words for anyone?
Yeah, just thanks to my friends, family, everyone at home, you know, tuning in and supporting. I know it's quite late for everyone there now, and yeah, just thank you. Appreciate it, and let's keep going.
Right, congratulations. Best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bago. I mean, interesting study that Tristan has been doing, right, to pull all those things out. I mean, crazy stuff. Isaías going left, chooses the backflip. The wave becomes very wide and loses energy, but anyway, he manages to complete that, and he's going to secure a few more points, maybe even taking that first position from Badrin right now.
It looks like we have someone on the right. Kind of went up for something, but yeah, Chop just kind of rejected any hitting of that lip. I believe that was Kalani on that last one. And we have someone else taking off this left.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, but he's still there, goes for a quick roll. Not much of a section. You know, manages to put one more reverse into that wave, and that's it. So 2.25 for Badrin on his last wave. We're still waiting for Isaías' wave, and I really like to hear from Tristan, you know, and the approach that guy has to the competition, right? He's saying about the studying the wave, the problem-solving situation, you know, and that's a really nice approach for an athlete. Let's see this replay.
Yeah, let's see this replay of Isaías doing a nice backflip, making a good use of that wave. And who do we have on this left?
That's Hugo.
Right, Hugo with a nice little roll to a reverse on the inside. And yeah, it's just getting another score under his belt. So yeah, as of situation updates, it looks like Isaías did take the lead with that last score, bringing him up to 9 with Badrin with the 6.5 and 2.25, having a total of 8.75 with Hugo in third, needing a 5.01 to get into that advancing, or I should say into the top 2 to skip the next round, and with Kalani in fourth place, needing a decent score to get up there into the top 2, needing a 6.76. But yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of a lull right now. I just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Escondida BHP, Municipalidad de Antofagasta, our collaborators as well with Colboon, Antofagasta Minerals, Peri, Chile, Carniceria, Arauco, Abastible, Hotel RK, Antofagasta, Ruta 1 Restaurant, Mirador Sandwicheria, and Costa Club Antofagasta. And not to forget our media partners.
Yeah, they are Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión, AS Chile, FM 7, El Regionalista Diario, Antofa Despierta, Puro Surf Chile, Latin Wave, Pura Tres Puntas y Región 2. Muchas gracias. Son dos media partners del ABF 2026 y un punto muy importante es que la cobertura de media de este evento está, de verdad que está increíble. Todos los highlights a cada día que salen, ustedes lo pueden ver en el Instagram de ABF Chile, en el Instagram de IBC también, y todos los camarógrafos, toda la gente realmente de alto nivel y haciendo una cobertura increíble de este evento.
That's right. The media team's doing a great job with all their creative angles, their drone shots, and yeah, they're really getting everything covered in a creative way. So here we have someone taking off on this right. Looks like we have, I believe that is Badrin, and wow,
Yeah.
projection. He got boosted on that thing.
Wow, there's a big roll for Badrin there. Very good maneuver. Definitely going to ditch that 225. And this is Kalani going left, getting that speed, goes for the lip, as it closes out on him and he completes that roll. So yeah, gonna start improving those scores as well. It's been a very slow heat so far. We saw Badrin and Isaías starting to, get through that first barrier of the 5 points, the 6 points.
Yeah.
And now I think we'll see a decent score for Kalani Favela as well, probably getting back on the game in this heat. Remember, nobody's being knocked out of the competition at this point. Just that first and second will skip round 4 and will be placed straight on round number 5. And third and fourth will be fighting and battling later on for position in the competition.
Yeah, and it looks like a little bit of a situation change, right? Oh, here we have on this left, we have Hugo taking off on that, but not much to work with there. And let's see what we have here.
That's Isaías taking off on the left. A lot of white water in front of him. The wind's not helping at all on the left side, as you guys can see, but we had a 6.25 coming out for Badrin, now putting himself in a much better situation. Isaías is looking for 7.26 to take that lead. So let's see this replay for the Moroccan, just building a lot of speed. And unfortunately, the cameraman didn't get it at this point. But yeah, maybe we get that replay later on, but it was a very good roll, just projected himself upwards a lot and completed that air roll with a lot of radicality to it. So 7 minutes and 35 seconds and Badr still in the first position.
Yeah, definitely some radicalness with that roll with Badr. He got projected so high on that thing for like how choppy it is, and it's hard to get a lot of speed. He definitely made the very best of that and got some good boosts there. So yeah, and yeah, guys, be sure to check us out on our website, ibcworldtour.com. Check us out, the top 16 ranking. Take a look at our calendar of the events coming up this year, and also be sure to subscribe on our YouTube channel.
That's it. E aí o Isaías conseguiu 5,5. Vamos dar uma olhada nesse replay. That's the replay for Badrin. So building a lot of speed, drawing a nice line, waiting for that section and just taking off in this roll, landing it cleanly as well as the wave just fades out from him. But that's a 6.25.
Yep, and there's that replay of blue on that one, and that was Kalani, I believe. A nice little roll, which brought him up from 4th into 3rd. So yeah, that Badr move was pretty explosive roll, right? Just a roll, but so amazing. Then here we have another one of him, and nice backflip where Badr and a little roll on the end, little combo, right?
Yeah, such a smart move for Badrin. He's just you can see he was just confirming his strategy, right? And check this out. White, Hugo taking off on the right. Yeah, Hugo adapting over there. He was sticking to the left. And now you can see he's changing stuff, trying to change what's not working out. And on the other side, you can see Badr just confirming what's working out, right?
Yes.
He did an explosive roll, and then on the next one, he didn't hold back at all and went straight away to the backflip. And check out the next heat, guys. Gustavo Neira, Eder Luciano, also with quite a lot of momentum, on his career, having a good result on the Pan American as well. And such an experienced rider, so it's going to be a stacked heat as well.
Yeah, it should be another interesting heat, right? So I'm curious to see how that last wave will be scored with Hugo, because it looked like he had a little bit of a combo. He kind of backdoored that barrel and then came out with a roll. So see what's going on in this, right? Looks like we have Kalani going for this thing with a roll and going down the line and doing a little 360 as that wave faded out.
Então, atualizando aqui, pessoal, o Isaías conseguiu na sua última onda um 5,5. Depois ele teve uma tentativa ali de meio ponto, sem sucesso. Ficou por algum tempo na liderança da bateria, porém o marroquino, Badrin, veio aumentando aí suas notas progressivamente. Tinha um 6,5, um 6,25. E realmente viu que estava se dando bem ali nas direitas o Badrin e conseguiu um 7,5 agora com essa última onda. Como vocês podem ver aí, fazendo um ótimo backflip, o marroquino, e vem colocando mais um rolo ainda e vai se garantindo ali na liderança. Então, Isaías tem que correr atrás.
Yeah, we had that replay of Kalani with the roll off the takeoff, coming to the inside and doing a 360 as that wave ends into the channel. And here we have a little left of Kalani getting a barrel and coming out. A little bit of a choppy wave, but definitely got a little cover up and came out. So wondering if that will give him at least a 4.01 to put him into the top two.
I believe that was actually Hugo, you know.
Oh, that was Hugo, my bad. Yeah, with that.
Was Hugo, you know. He's sticking to those lefts. He's insisting in there. Let's see what comes out of it. And Badrin didn't see much potential on this wave. So, yeah, we crossed the 4-minute mark, guys. The heat started pretty slow, but then it started to accelerate right in the last few minutes. So, bringing some entertainment and emotions for everyone watching at home.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes you get those heats starting off slow, and then last 5-10 minutes, things just pick up and the action comes in, and guys are just getting those scores as they get desperate to get some good scores on the board. As he's coming to an end. There you have the crew paddling out in the channel, that narrow channel right there. And yeah, just a few minutes left in the heat with Bajir sitting on 14 points, with Izays with second place, needing an 8.51 to get that top score that Bajir has, and Kalani in third, needing just a 4.01 to get advanced into the top two, with Hugo needing an 4.26 to get up there to the top two positions. So yeah, let's so
just to rise those expectations for the next heat, guys, we'll let you know who's coming up. So Eder Luciano will be facing Joaquim Soto, Cristóbal Tobar, and Gustavo Neira on the upcoming heat. After that, we'll see Amaury Laverne facing Jan Salom, Moisés Silva, and Edwin Aldana. And then we'll close the day with the last heat, where we will see PLC facing Nyon Neymar, Victor Lopes and Sócrates Santanas. Então, o pessoal do Brasil aí, que está na torcida pelo Isaías, na próxima bateria a gente vai ter Eder Luciano, e na bateria de número 8, que vai ser a última bateria do dia de hoje, a gente vai ter também Sócrates Santana representando posto 5 de Copacabana. Então, fiquem ligados.
And then it looks like we have Hugo taking off on this thing, aiming for that end ball. Nice Rolo. And coming for the inside, and it looks like that kind of faded into nothing. So, yeah, things are getting tense for Hugo and Kalani. But, again, this is a non-elimination round, so there is pressure, but not to the point where they're not going to make it. They'll still be here no matter what, so they'll just have to head into the next round, into round number 5. So here we go. Some action on the top. Who do we have here, Lucas?
Isaías Havik just pulling out of that one. And, guys, stay tuned, because on next heat we'll have Arturo Soto coming here to the booth to commentate with us. If you guys don't know him yet, he's the founder of Club Budeo and promoter of this event. Let's see, Kalani attacking the lip with a roll, completes that maneuver. That's a good one for him. Let's see if he'll be able to improve that 4-point ride. So yeah, we'll get to hear from Arturo, you know, his vision of Club Budeo, you know, his vision of all this, you know, all this event, the partnerships he's being able to accomplish with the huge mining companies here in Antofa and the municipality as well.
So let's take a look at that replay of Kalani Favela from Mexico. Nice roll off that first pole, coming to the end, pulling out of that frothy part. But yeah, that's right. Get ready for the next couple heats to have Arturo, the man behind the dream, the one who had this vision to pull kids off the street and start his Club Budeo, do something good for the community, and take it here and help create this beautiful infrastructure here at Nilda Point, this amphitheater for bodyboarding, just made for the wave, to have the spectators enjoy this view. Such a community-driven man, and we're really happy to have him on as a guest joining our next couple heats. So yeah, looks like that's about it. That's down to the end. It looks like we have Bajir in first place with Kalani in second, Hugo in third, and Izays in fourth.
Yeah, so let's call the commercial break, and we'll come back with heat number 6 after that. See you guys pretty soon.
Las personas disfrutan del deporte, donde nuestro compromiso promueve el desarrollo de nuevos talentos y los espacios públicos se transforman en lugares de encuentro. Nuestro futuro
es con más deportistas.
Es con todos.
Es con todo.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Conoce más sobre cómo imaginamos nuestro futuro con todos en bhp.com.
Falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña. Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the 4th day of competition here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, and we have the pleasure of bringing you guys the organizer, the director of the event, Arturo Soto. ¿Cómo estás? Gracias por venir aquí con nosotros.
Muy bien, es realmente un placer volver a estar aquí en la transmisión en vivo de un Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Siempre estoy esperando todos los años a que llegue este acontecimiento y reencontrarme con amigos de todo el mundo que nos visitan aquí en Antofagasta. Eso es un regalo, una maravilla. Realmente se trabaja en el Campeonato Mundial todo el año, pero cuando llega el momento de la ejecución es algo hermoso porque te reencuentras con amigos, compañeros de trabajo y eso se agradece realmente.
Bueno, para nosotros es un placer volver aquí, agradecerte de parte, yo creo, del Bodyboard Mundial por ese gran trabajo y el Club Budeo también. Vamos a irnos al agua para no tomar mucho tiempo de estos hits. We are right now in heat number 6, non-elimination round, round number 3. In the water we have Eder Luciano in red, Joaquín Soto from here from Chile. In yellow we have Cristóbal Tovar from Chile as well, Gustavo Neira from Chile representing 3 Chileans, 3 chilenos. Qué gusto ver también a Gustavo Neira avanzando, el que fue el wildcard de parte de ustedes, ¿no?
Así es, Gustavo es el representante más fuerte en este momento que tiene Club Budeo en el circuito mundial, en el circuito nacional o el circuito chileno de bodyboard. Él está desde muy chico en nuestras canteras, él se inicia con los programas de Budeo y ahora ya está en esta instancia. Para nosotros es algo súper emotivo. Él ha sido una persona que le ha doblado la mano a su destino y ahora es un joven bastante positivo, es un referente para otros niños y jóvenes que vienen de condiciones más difíciles y que han logrado a través del bodyboard tener un estilo de vida no tan destructivo como tienen jóvenes muchas veces. Así que cuando en el agua vemos un poco de acción, una ola no muy buena que lamentablemente se cae, está un poco a la suerte de la olla. Hay olas que vienen bastante buenas, muy expresivas, con labios bastante fuertes, por decirlo así, y hay otras que parecen estar buenas, pero lamentablemente se caen unos pedazos. Es una ola difícil, no es una ola de confort, pero es una ola de nivel mundial y de las olas más exigentes del mundo. Seguramente Nilda está sacando esa ficha, por decirlo así, de una ola muy fuerte, muy exigente. No es una ola fácil, pero hemos visto maniobras extraordinarias. Entonces, las posibilidades están, las condiciones son iguales para todos y acá viene el conocimiento que tienen competidores que quizás en otro tipo de ola no les favorece mucho, pero en olas que son más difíciles como esta, sacan otro conocimiento, otra conexión, otra forma de hacer su estrategia, y creo que ahora estamos viendo sorpresas, porque hay sorpresas de competidores que quedaron afuera, que por lo menos para mí eran un poco favoritos, como los vi correr en el freerider también. Estaba Sami, Estaba el mexicano Moncho, que también quedó afuera, diciendo que estaba haciendo, o sea, hizo presentaciones realmente buenas en el freerider. Entonces, claro, y hay otros que dan las sorpresas más jóvenes, o sea, algunos juniors que han estado ya, han pasado instancias importantes. Entonces, está así.
Como Cristóbal Tovar, imagínate, Cristóbal Tovar ahora aquí viniendo de los primeros hits, de las primeras rondas, y está en la ronda no eliminación. Aquí está el marroquí Badrin, que ganó el hit anterior, una excelente performance. Right, just translating a little bit what Arturo was saying, Gustavo Neira is the event wildcard, but not only that. Gustavo Neira represents, the best rider. He is the best rider that Budeo Club has. Budeo Club is the organizer, is the club that Arturo, who's sitting next to me, founded alongside with some friends. And it's a club that has a strong purpose. It's not only just to form athletes, is to try to save lives and change life of people with risk. And let's see, we're gonna go back to that idea after this one.
Tenemos acción en el agua bonita derecha, lamentablemente no logra cuadrar esa ola Cristóbal Tovar, el chico del club Chascona de Papudo, de la localidad de Papudo. Él es Cristóbal, uno de los deportistas más jóvenes que está en este rato en Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. También tiene una bonita historia. Él me contaba que conoció el mar, conoció el deporte cuando su abuelita, que era una persona que trabajaba en ferias artesanales en el borde costero de la playa, él vio el mar, vio a unas personas practicar bodyboarding y se enamoró automáticamente, y me contaba que se consiguió un bodyboard de Plumaví y comenzó sus primeros deslizamientos en la ola. Una pequeña historia que contaba Cristóbal Tovar, que a pesar de ser un joven, tiene presentaciones como si fuera un adulto. Realmente es bastante radical, lo hemos visto en el frontón, que ha sacado buenas posiciones y tiene un futuro bastante prometedor. Cuando vemos en el agua con la icra roja, Eder Luciano, quien tiene la prioridad número 3. Y vamos ya pronto ahora a ir.
Let's see, just gonna wait to see if someone's gonna take this wave. And yeah, we have the interview ready. Let's just, right now it's safe to send it to the interview. So take it away.
Sergio, I'm here with Badrin. Badr, your first time here in Antofagasta. Last year you came to Chile for the first time, but it was a kiki, it was something else. How did you feel in the water? Let us know about the heat, first of all.
Yeah, the heats, like I watched the previous heats of the other riders, and I was trying to read like the wave and see what the other riders get. Like I see Armid got some good scores, Tristan as well, and many riders. So yeah, I was like focusing to do the same thing and try to get like some two good scores, so I can advance, without many pressure.
And probably all these days watching the waves so much and getting to surf a few times as well, you're starting to figure it out and place a strategy, right? Did this heat confirm your strategy? Did it work out for you how you imagined, or you had to adapt in the middle of the heat?
Yeah, exactly. I was not rushing to like read any wave, and I got some good rides, and like I have the power in the ride, so those flips works for me, and like I felt happy to have like some couples good scores, and yeah, like with strategy of the priority, I didn't lose it a lot in the heat, so it was good.
Amazing. And do you have any message or any words for the amazing people of Morocco?
Yeah, كنبغي شكرا للعائله والله اولا الله عز وجل والعائله ولي سبونسور ديالي، وشكرا للفيدراسيون رويال ماروكان ديال السيرف اللي بوشاتني باش انني نجيت انا هنايا نتبع الحلم ديالي وندير شي ريزلطا زوينه وندير شي رانكين زوينه العام ان شاء الله. وشكرا للدراري اللي تيتفرجوا والدراري اللي تيشجعوني وكل شيء، شكرا بزاف.
Congratulations, Badr. He's going to be on round number 5 in the next few days, guys. So back to you in the booth.
All right, thank you so much there. So yeah, slow heat, un heat un poquito más lento. Estamos teniendo aquí esto A veces pasa en la Nilda, como tú decías, me gustó que explicabas que era una ola, definitivamente no es fácil, pero es una ola de clase mundial, es una ola que nos ha dado excelentes maniobras, tubos, los dos lados, que eso no es menor. Por ejemplo, en la cúpula casi no tenemos derechas, algunas personas un poco sacan una derechita medio que la inventan, pero que es una ola más de izquierda, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo te sientes tú teniendo este evento de regreso aquí?
La verdad me siento muy orgulloso de nuestro trabajo, la verdad. Nosotros vimos un proceso para poder lograr esto, que Antofagasta pueda tener un borde costero que se conecte cuando tenemos acción en el agua, perdón, pero ahí tenemos Gustavo Neira, bonito rolo de Gustavo, seguramente esa ola le va a dar un puntaje para tener un poco de confianza de este corredor local. Normalmente se pone un back, pero quiso asegurar con un rolo para poder asegurar la maniobra y seguramente fue una buena decisión, ya que con esa nota va a poder tomar un poco de liderazgo en el hit, a pesar que es un hit joven aún, pero que seguramente el tiempo va a comenzar a jugar un rol importante de este hit. Por lo que te hablaba, esa infraestructura está hecha desde la mirada de los bodyboarding, ya que trabajamos en el diseño y por eso que tiene esta forma de estadio para poder realizar este tipo de eventos.
All right, so replay here for the last of Gustavo Neira, the local boy with a roll. You know, is the first actually valuable score for Gustavo. And from the heat, actually, you know, neither of these riders have been taking any, you know, quality waves, and they haven't been able to put any numbers. So yeah, first good score. Primer score de valor, que si se puede decir, el de Gustavo Neira, como que les ha costado bastante a los chicos. Llevamos 11 minutos de campeonato de hit y todavía no habíamos visto mucho. Pero sí, volviendo a lo que tú estabas comentando, la verdad que es agradable estar aquí, muy agradable estar aquí en la Nilda. Nos sentimos súper cómodos. ¿Ah?
Y lo importante que son los deportes para desarrollar comunidades, para desarrollar territorio. Nosotros, como te digo, esto está construido con los ojos de un bodyboard y así la comunidad se ha acercado. Entonces, a través del bodyboard estamos conectando a la ciudadanía con el borde costero, porque el borde costero de Antofagasta es rocoso. Entonces, las personas al pensar que es rocoso creen que es feo.
Claro.
Entonces, es todo lo contrario. Tú ves Islas Canarias, que es un borde rocoso semejante al de Antofagasta en algunos lugares, y la gente lo visita, tienen estos paseitos por las rocas. Esto se quiso hacer algo similar y resultó bastante bien porque la gente, han venido más de 15.000 personas al evento.
Imagínate, yo lo he visto llenísimo. El fin de semana fue una locura, tuvimos un montón de gente.
Claro, y el diseño está hecho porque la gente pasa y se repite y se queda, se va y llega otra. Cuando, mira, bonita ola, competidor de la liga amarilla, está buscando la parte caliente de la ola y va nomás. Uy, lamentablemente se puso un poco gorda en esa sesión y no pudo llegar a lo que él buscaba.
Sí, el iquiqueño Joaquín Soto. You know, conditions are changing. Arturo was explaining. Arturo is a local here. You know, he is local here in Budeo, which is the break that it's next to here. A really good and playful ride. And yeah, he was explaining. Definitely, it is a tricky wave, but it is a good wave for bodyboarding. You know, we have seen barrels, we have seen ramps, all kinds of, you know, A-frames. There's possibilities to both sides, so definitely it is a good place. And also the fact that the whole area has been remodeled. We have a lot of space and it's super clean. It's all new, all very well taken care of, and it was designed with the whole community, and there were bodyboarders that were part of that design. So this thing has been designed and thought to be used as to be actually taken advantage. As you know, he was comparing the Canary Islands. They have bottom, you know, rock bottoms and a lot of rocks everywhere. And here in Chile, people tend to think that if there's not sand, it's not a beach, but actually they are showing that it's possible to actually enjoy this place or beaches without sand. Estaba un poco traduciendo lo que tú estabas diciendo, ¿no? Que se puede disfrutar de una playa sin necesidad de que tenga arena.
Claro, eso es.
La poza es exquisita. Yo me bañé el otro día, me metí a surfear y me quedé en esta poza de aquí, me quedé como media hora. Me pareció espectacular, de verdad.
Claro, eso es bienestar, es salud. Y eso está gratis, está ahí. Lo que pasa es que hay que llamar a la gente y decir, mira, tienes esto para hacer. Es gratis. Pero la gente no lo sabe. Entonces, ha pasado eso en este evento. La gente ha llegado hasta una infraestructura que no la conocía y ha quedado sorprendida por el lugar, ver a los competidores. Realmente estoy muy contento de ver a mi comunidad disfrutando de un tecito, de un agua, de su familia, comiendo algo, mirando todo el rato la ola, mirando hacia el mar,
Es
cosa
verdad.
que no pasaba. La gente le da la espalda al mar. Y ahora con el bodyboarding, que es uno de los deportes más importantes de Antofagasta, cuando hay acción en el agua, la icra azul está frenado buscando la parte alta de la ola. Uy, bonito back de Cristóbal Tobar y seguramente va a pasar a la punta de este hit. Y vamos, atento con la respuesta de los otros competidores.
Oye, increíble esto de Cristóbal, ¿ah? Que se manda esa tremenda maniobra que los otros competidores no han podido conseguir nada. Y él que solo tiene, creo que acaba de cumplir 17 años. Y mira cómo va pasito a pasito. Imagínate que él y Gustavo logren dejar a los demás en repechaje. Vamos a ver Luciano con un rolito. Luciano es súper peligroso, ya lo vimos en los Panamericanos. Íbamos y se Silva ganando y en los últimos minutos consiguió la ola que necesitaba.
Cuando iba la respuesta del competidor de la icra amarilla, bonito rolo, vamos a ver si puede concretar. Disculpa, la icra blanca, Gustavo Neira, el joven representante de la población Lima del Club Budeo. Aprovecho de mandar un saludo a todos los amigos de la Lima, a los amigos de Budeo, a los amigos del Club Nilda, que tenemos un grupo y que estamos todos pujando a nuestros competidores también. Así que un saludo a todos ellos, seguramente están todos mirando, se les quiere mucho y seguramente los vamos a ver durante el día. Y también enviar un saludo a todas las personas que nos han acompañado en esta transmisión en vivo. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes, realmente hacemos un esfuerzo muy grande para poder organizar este evento lo más profesional posible. Siempre podemos mejorar, pero créannos que nuestro trabajo es 100% dedicado, lo hacemos, como dije anteriormente, con mucho esfuerzo y cariño y hemos logrado construir esto. Siempre queremos seguir evolucionando, seguir aprendiendo y mejorando para llevar a nuestro deporte a lo más alto, porque se lo merece. Estamos en el agua, ya este hit comienza a pasar de la mitad hacia abajo, estamos esperando. No, ya entró la nota de Cristóbal Tobar, 6.5. Gustavo Neira con su segunda nota aún sigue encabezando este hit, pero Cristóbal Tobar está esperando una ola de 1.36. Eder Luciano con la icra roja está necesitando un 4.25 y Joaquín Soto necesita un 6.71. A ver, con esta calidad de competidores, vamos al replay primero. Se frena y se suelta, va a la parte alta y conecta con un bonito back. Pero nada está escrito, nada está sentenciado. Estos competidores son la elite del mundo. En cualquier momento uno de ellos agarra una ola y se pone ya en competencia. Pero está Gustavo encabezando y segundo está el chico de Papudo.
Oye, qué buen hit se viene también, ¿ah? Aquí viene Moisés, que va a estar con Amauri. Y que voy a revisarlo aquí, pero acá vamos a ver a Mauri también entrando a la agüita. Se viene un hit son. Sí, corrigiendo, Cristóbal tiene 16 años. 16 años. Increíble, ¿ah? Esto me había mandado la información Roberto Gallardo, que también hizo bonito performance, tiene 15. Cristóbal 16. Gerardo Veas, que se eliminó temprano en la mañana, solamente 17 años. Esos son los chicos de Papú.
Ahora la prioridad la tiene Joaquín Soto. Vamos a ver cómo o qué estrategia utiliza Joaquín. Si la ansiedad no es más grande, este competidor seguramente, si tiene la oportunidad, va a obtener un buen puntaje. Cuando el tiempo comienza a envejecer lentamente, ahí vamos con la repetición de la ola de Eder Luciano, buscando sumar un poco de punto, tener un poco de confianza. Ahora ahí está el replay de Gustavo Neira, que también no quiere arriesgar mucho Gustavo, normalmente fácilmente se pone un back, pero es su estrategia, está asegurando puntaje, ya tiene 2 olas, creo, y por lo que lo conozco, él va a arriesgar un poco más en su siguiente ola. Ahora Joaquín tiene la prioridad, estoy esperando, porque creo que Joaquín nos va a salir con una sorpresa en la siguiente ola. Vamos a ver este chico que a los 14 años comienza a practicar bodyboard porque tuvo una lesión, perdón, digo, en su tobillo jugando fútbol. Se retiró del fútbol cuando es del Luciano, pequeño rolo, seguramente le va a sumar un poco, pero no va a hacer la gran diferencia. Como les comentaba, Joaquín Soto comenzó a los 14 años, se lesionó jugando fútbol, él quería ser futbolista, pero se lesionó y comenzó a practicar el surf.
De verdad.
Y después la hermana creo que fue una competencia de bodyboard a Arica y a él le gustó, conectó y comenzó a practicar bodyboard. Súper joven. Ahí tenemos Joaquín Soto buscando, lamentablemente se le puso demasiado gorda, un rolo que le va a dar por lo menos un mejor puntaje del que tiene.
Sí, algo, aunque sea algún puntaje, porque tiene un 1 y un 0. Bueno, Arturo, nosotros decimos mucho que a veces es bueno para los riders esto de caer en repechaje porque como que un poco los sacude, ¿no? Como que les da una segunda oportunidad, dice, bueno, lo hice mal en mi hit, ahora vienen con todo. Por eso es que el repechaje es tan peligroso, por eso es que hay que tratar de correr del repechaje y hay que tratar de quedar en estas rondas en la primera o segunda posición porque despierta cosas en los riders. Vamos a ver, uso de prioridad de Gustavo Neira, muy inteligente, muy hermoso ese backflip. Gustavo también está conectadísimo, está usando su conocimiento, su localidad en esta ola.
Tal como te lo decía, seguramente él iba a arriesgar más porque normalmente él tiene o sea, el backflip es una maniobra que él hace en todo momento, en cualquier tipo de ola. Por eso intuí, mira, ahí tenemos a Cristóbal Tobar, bonita ola y se le cierra lamentablemente. Gustavo Neira aseguró puntaje, 2 primeras notas con rolo y de ahí comenzó su estrategia para arriesgar más, como vemos en la repetición, bonito back para seguir en competencia, para liderar este hit, seguramente va a tener un puntaje considerable, un puntaje que le servirá para mirar hacia atrás a sus contrincantes, tal cual ahora Cristóbal Tobar está necesitando una ola de 3.36 cuando la prioridad en este momento la tiene Eder Luciano. Vamos a ver, bueno, Eder es uno de los competidores con más experiencia de este Tour Mundial, ha tenido un pasar bastante bueno en este último tiempo, una buena presentación en frontón, una increíble presentación en los Juegos Panamericanos, donde obtuvo medalla de oro. Entonces, siempre tiene opción, a pesar que ya este hit está más viejito, están quedando solamente 3 minutos. Gustavo está en la primera posición. Segunda posición está con la icra azul Cristóbal Tobar, necesitando una ola de 3.36 para pasar a primera posición. Eder Luciano, quien goza de la prioridad, y la icra roja está necesitando una ola de 4.46, y Joaquín Soto, quien está necesitando una ola de 5.21. Hay acción en el agua.
All right, let's see this one for Cristóbal Tobar. If you're just getting here, we have Arturo Soto, which is the director of this event, one of the responsible of having this event in place. So, we're doing a lot of Spanish. We have 3 Chileans in the water, but of course we are going to be translating for you. So far, so good for the Chileans. Actually, I will say unexpected in a little bit, because we have Gustavo Neira, which is the event wild card right now in the first position, El Cristóbal Tobar, who's only 16 years of age, and he's coming from the first round. He's leaving Eder Luciano and Joaquín Soto in repechage. So that's a huge thing that's happening right now. Algo gigante para Chile en este momento, imagínense. Quienes están siempre con la lycra amarilla y rojo son nuestros riders top del Tour Mundial. Vamos a ver esta para justamente Cristóbalito con un bonito rolo para izquierda y que yo pienso que va a sumar algo más que el 1.2 con un trabajo excelente, la verdad, Cristóbal. Imagínate si ahora Cristóbal le quita la primera posición a Gustavo y está dejando a los 2 competidores con muchísima experiencia que son parte del top 16 de la IBC World Tour en repechaje. De hecho, Joaquín Soto es el único top 16 chileno que tenemos ahora mismo.
Entonces, Gustavo Neira está haciendo algo súper importante de pasar al siguiente round,
Saltarse
de
un round.
saltarse un round,
Sí.
exactamente.
No
Y-
va de repechaje, al igual que Cristóbal. Bueno, si Joaquín o Eder no agarran nada, porque obviamente también esos puntajes son fáciles para ellos, pero nos falta un puntaje para Cristóbal de la última ola.
Vamos a ver qué dicen los jueces. Cuando la prioridad la tiene Eder Luciano, ya esto comienza a agonizar, solo quedan 30 segundos y solamente falta que entre la nota de el pequeño Cristóbal Tobar, el más joven de este round, de este hit.
Alucinante su performance. Hubo cambio de situación. Arturo, mira lo que está pasando. Cristóbal con 16 años está ganando este hit, siendo que tenía esos competidores tan experientes. Es impresionante. Vamos a ver, una ola aquí para Eder Luciano. Siempre lo hace. Oh, no la tomó. Es definitivo. Cristóbal Tobar gana este hit. Cristóbal Tobar, he's only 16 years of age. And he's taking the win in this heat towards riders with that experience. Wow, amazing. But also, huge congratulations to Gustavo, Eder, and Joaquin. They will have another chance. And we will come back with a lot more. And Arturo Soto for next hit, so don't go.
Cross the line, I feel there's no one turning back. The fuse is ready, all they do is strike the match. As I carry the weight of my stress, burning flame lit the way out the darkness. I know that you lied straight through your teeth, and I know that it haunts the air I breathe. Try to ignore all the noises in my mind as it sends shivers down my spine. These bones, they don't easily break my soul. God, it's like a razor blade I froze. Then you'll feel the pain. These bones.
So welcome back, everyone. This is the fourth day of competition and action here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. I have the pleasure of having Arturo Soto, founder of Budeo Club, here with me. So let's jump it straight to the water, So we have heat number 7 of round number 3, the non-elimination round, the top 16 riders. ¿A quién tenemos en esta manga, Arturo?
Increíble, muy buena manga. Tenemos al español francés Amaury Labert, al francés Jean Salon con la icra amarilla, Amaury con la icra roja, Moyes Silva el chileno con la icra azul, y tenemos al venezolano, si no me equivoco, no, español, ¿sale ahí?
Sí, Edwin Aldana.
Edwin
sí.
Aldana, español, ¿no?
Creo que sí. Es venezolano, ¿no? Venezolano.
Ah, sí, es venezolano, solamente que hubo un pequeño...
Sí, vamos a asegurar, a comprobar con él después si está representando a España o qué pasó, ¿no? O si es apenas un pequeño arreglo que tenemos que hacer.
Bueno, estamos aquí en el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, desafío Nilda Point, en la bestia que comienza a despertar. El día ha estado largo, no normalmente en Antofagasta se puede correr todo el día. Recordamos que cuando hacemos el evento en Yacolén, el viento no nos permite continuar con la competencia. Es diferente en este sector de Antofagasta, el viento es más amable, no le pega tan fuerte a esta ola y el sol no viene directo a los jueces, sino que viene perpendicular o de lado, por decirlo así, un poquito más al lado. Entonces es perfecto para poder continuar la competencia. Pero una repetición de la primera ola. Bonito, rolo para comenzar. Siempre da confianza comenzar con un poquito de puntaje para poder hacer una buena estrategia desde el comienzo del hit, por lo menos es lo muchas veces que le digo yo a mis estudiantes.
Claro, y especialmente en una ola, vamos a ver, Moisés Silva, un buen backflip para la izquierda, también empezando muy bien. Y especialmente en una ola como la Nilda, que no es una ola muy predecible, ¿no? Una ola que cambia mucho, que a la más pequeña variación de marea se cambia tanto. Entonces, muy complicado para que los atletas tengan una estrategia. Entonces, asegurar un score al comienzo es muy importante, ¿no?
Exactamente, te permite tener una mejor lectura del hit y no te mete presión con el tiempo, así que es bastante importante. Y claro, esta es una ola difícil, no es una ola de confort, pero es una ola muy poderosa. O sea, hemos visto maniobras extraordinarias en esta competencia, para izquierda, para la derecha. Lo que pasa es que tú ves el Kraken es como la punta de una isla que está sumergida. Y al final de esa isla sumergida cae un precipicio. Por eso que viene la masa y explota de esa forma. Entra la masa, mira, ahí viene bonita ola derecha, vamos a ver, la icra amarilla busca la parte más caliente y lamentablemente no se le logra formar la ola porque en ese espacio entra mucha agua.
Yeah, so just to translate what Arturo was seeing right after this wave by Edwin, I believe it's Edwin Aldana going right, completes the roll, not too projected, but yeah, Arturo was talking a little bit about this wave. Hold on, let's Amaury Laverne taking off on the left. Goes for a big backflip. Wow, projected maneuver and clean. Qué buen backflip.
Simplemente la leyenda viviente Amaury Laverne abre su presentación en este hit con una muy bonita maniobra, bien ejecutada, cayendo en la parte plana de la ola. Seguramente tendrá el mayor puntaje hasta el momento, es una apreciación, pero fue una maniobra bastante definida. Viene la respuesta del competidor de la icra amarilla. Bonito back, y esto se está poniendo en llamas.
Increíble, ¿no? Como la Nilda te proporciona secciones muy fuertes, así el lip de la ola, el labio de la ola realmente te lanza para adelante y la ola tiene mucha fuerza, ¿no?
Es lo que te decía, como está esta isla sumergida y en una parte termina la isla y cae un vacío. Entonces viene la masa,
y
viene,
la masa
agarra,
muy grande,
agarra
¿no?
muy grande, y cuando llega a la isla, que está sumergida, se forma la ola. Por eso que es una ola con mucho volumen de agua.
Y en el wipeout también te segura mucho, ¿no? Mucho te metes al fondo y toma un tiempo bajo el agua, ¿no?
Así es.
Yeah, so I was just talking with Arturo and he's explaining a little bit about this wave particularly, guys. It's a completely different wave from La Cúpula where we are used to be. And thankfully this new infrastructure was built just facing this wave over here and makes it the perfect, spot for a contest with all this structure. But he's saying that it is it's a heavy wave indeed. And it has deep spots and shallow spots, and it makes the water mass so big. And then we can see those lips and the riders really being launched with those big maneuvers. So Jan Salon is taking the first position. He got himself a 675, and Amaury Laverne on this last one. What a backflip he came up with. The wave became very wide, but anyway, he managed to project himself to the flats and complete this maneuver. And una ola más de Jan.
Esa fue la respuesta de su compatriota Jan. Bonito back, un poco menor puntaje, solamente 25 décimas de puntaje menos que la maniobra de Amaury. Y a pesar que este hit es bastante joven, ya tienen puntajes importantes. Jan Salom, el francés, está encabezando, lo sigue muy de cerca Amaury Laverne, necesitando una ola de 4.26. Y vamos a ver, por supuesto, Moyes Silva, que tiene la prioridad y está esperando para dar la respuesta a Jan y a Amaury. Atento en sus casas, porque Moisés Silva se está preparando y puede sorprender con una buena maniobra. También tenemos a Edwin Aldana, que yo sé que es venezolano, porque anda con todos los chicos de Venezuela. Vamos a ver si de ahí me pueden corregir. Quien está en la posición número 4, necesitando una ola de 3.5. Esta manga es joven, todos los atletas tienen un nivel alto, a pesar que Amaury Laverne es una leyenda, sí. Sobre todo la izquierda, corre súper bien, también la derecha, pero los vemos en el frontón.
Sí, verdad.
Y Arturo, una curiosidad que no es solo mía, pero seguramente de mucho más gente. Tú eres uno de los fundadores de Club Budeo, que empezó a hacer ese trabajo todo que hoy es gigante aquí en Antofagasta. Y ¿cuándo empezó la idea del Club Budeo? Cuando de hecho empezó la idea de ¿sabe? Traer los niños, enseñar el bodyboard y utilizar el bodyboard como una herramienta, ¿sabe? Social. Y cuando ese proyecto, esa idea se tornó más madura, al punto de tú perceber que había un potencial de traer las compañías, el gobierno. ¿Cuántos años hace eso y cómo se pasó?
Buena pregunta. A ver, comenzamos con la... Primero, la escuela comenzó con las ganas de vivir de lo que me gusta. ¿Sí? Una escuela de bodyboard para... Mira, tenemos acción, vamos a ver, competidor de la liga amarilla, se frena, se suelta, va a la parte alta, un rolo que seguramente no le va a servir mucho para aumentar su puntuación. Te comentaba que primero yo quise...
Perfecto. So, parece que tenemos una entrevista lista con Cristóbal Tobar. Vamos a ver solo si viene alguien en esta ola. We have the interview ready. Let's just see if anybody coming on this wave. Just a few more seconds. Yeah, looks like nobody coming. So let's take it straight to Bego and Cristóbal Tobar. Please, Bego, take it on.
Well, people, you have no idea how Cristobal is feeling right now. He's only 16 years of age. He's coming from the first rounds, and he actually left Eder Luciano and Joaquín Soto into the repechage. Cristóbal, solo queremos escuchar cómo te sientes, en verdad.
Tengo mil emociones mezcladas. Me siento súper feliz de poder pasar esta manga primero. Ya estoy en ronda 5, es una locura, con 16 años en Open. Estoy así explotado de emoción a más no poder. Y nada, estoy nervioso.
Boy says he's a bit nervous. You know, he can't really understand what's happening. You know, he can't really explain what's happening. I mean, he was only 16 years. He's competing not in his division because he's a junior. And just, you know, achieving this to be in the, you know, skipping around, going straight to round number 5 in the man division for him is a dream. Did you ever thought about getting into this point? ¿Alguna vez te imaginaste que ibas a llegar a este punto?
Sí, me lo he imaginado. Hay que tener positividad siempre, aunque digan que de repente es muy creído, pero hay que creerse el cuento, lo que me han dicho harto mi padre, mi profesor, la gente que me rodea, que me crea el cuento en realidad de que soy capaz. Y miren, aquí estoy dándolo todo, aún no termina, así que estoy súper contento y a darlo todo.
Well, he actually said he did imagine this moment. He did picture himself getting into this point. Why? Because he get that advice from his family, from his friends. You know, they say you have to believe in yourself and envision yourself doing this. So yes, he was envisioning himself getting this moment. So congratulations for that. You want to say something? ¿Quieres mandar un saludo a alguien?
A mi familia que está viéndome desde casa, siempre lo digo. A toda la gente que está aquí también presente, apoyando, mis amigos, mi profesor, la tía Mari. No sé qué decir, es como que tengo muchas emociones mezcladas dentro de mi cuerpo que no me salen las palabras, pero quería agradecer a todos. Gracias a ustedes estoy aquí y nada, a seguir.
Bueno, felicitaciones y la media bola. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bego. So great to hear from such a young kid. And we had a few waves and boom, big backflip. I mean, not completing that one. And looks like someone coming out the back. That's Amaury Laverne, goes to the lip and does a nice roll, well-executed maneuver. Amaury has a 7-point ride and is looking for a 4.26. Qué bella entrevista de un niño, ¿no? De ver él mismo descubriendo su potencial, ¿no?
Las sinceras palabras de un niño, eso es lo bonito de este deporte que genera proyección en los jóvenes. Cuando vemos acción en el agua, hacia la derecha, competidor de la liga amarilla, Jan Salom, vamos a buscar la parte más caliente de la ola, conecta un rolo y seguramente no creo que le sirva mucho para aumentar su sumatoria. Y a la pregunta que me comentabas, mira, yo vengo de un barrio muy complicado, muy pobre, gracias al bodyboarding salvó mi vida. Yo descubrí Budeo, que es la ola, le puse ese nombre, por eso es que todo el proyecto se llama Budeo. Ese nombre se lo puse cuando tenía 13 años, cuando descubrí este lugar para surfear. Surfeé 5 años solo.
Nadie surfeaba ahí
Nadie.
todavía.
Surfeé 5 años solo y me conecté muy fuerte con la naturaleza. Y tú, mira, cuando bonita ola es a Mauri Laper para la derecha ahora. Vamos a ver si a Mauri nos sorprende. Bonita ola. Va con un buen rolo atravesando el labio y seguramente a esa ola le va a sumar. Probablemente está la posibilidad que le dé la nota que está buscando. Cuando la respuesta de la icra blanca, ay, lamentablemente Edwin Aldana no pudo concretar ese rolo. Ahora la opción la tiene Moyes Silva, quien en su última ola había intentado una buena maniobra y justo un back, que si no me equivoco, y justo cuando iba concretando no se le salió la tabla y no pudo continuar. Vamos a la repetición. A Mauri, buena ola, difícil bajada, se encarrila en la ola, atraviesa con un rolo y concreta. Vamos a ver si es que logra el puntaje necesario para pasar a la primera posición, cuando exactamente 5,5, buen puntaje. Ahora está liderando este hit, dejando a Jan Salum necesitando un 5.76 y con la prioridad número 1.
Interesante, pues los dos ya tienen buenos scores y todavía hay 11 minutos, así que probablemente de ahora para adelante vamos a ver cosas diferentes y los atletas arriesgando más también, y parece que se viene interesante. Pero volviendo a la idea.
Exactamente. Luego elegí una vida bastante distinta a la que estaba destinado, y un día dije, yo quiero vivir de lo que amo, que es el bodyboard. Vamos a la acción.
Parece que viene Amaury taking off on the left, pretty deep, gets into that barrel and comes out of it. Let's see if there's going to be anything else for the rider in red. And yeah, let's see what the judges will give to him, since he has a 5.5 already. And guys, I'm just trying to get a few ideas from Arturo, of when the Club Budeo started, and he just started to explain me that it started from an idea of living from bodyboarding, right? Everyone that ever bodyboard, had this idea, living from the sport, which is very tough, and you have to find your ways, right? Entonces le estaba diciendo que prácticamente todos nosotros ya tuvimos esa idea, ¿no? De vivir del bodyboard, pero lo difícil es encontrar sus caminos y crear sus caminos, ¿no? Y ahí, ¿cómo pasó eso?
Así fue que quise poner una escuela de bodyboard para ganar dinero, para vender mis clases, porque en ese tiempo era bastante bueno surfeando. Y puse un letrero en mi casa, en el barrio, que decía, se hacen clases de bodyboard. Y comenzaron a llegar muchos niños. Cuando tenemos la repetición de Amaury, un buen tubo, difícil, con viento, pero lo logra salir.
5.8. Mejoró un poco.
Mejoró un poquito.
Pero
vamos con acción.
Muy grande. Ahí viene a la izquierda, Moisés Silva. Se hace un rolo, pero una sección muy difícil, mucha agua moviendo, hay una serie veniendo, así que muchas olas pasando.
Tal cual, qué pena por Moisés, porque no ha podido concretar su primera buena ola. Como te comentaba, comenzaron a llegar muchos chicos que no tenían dinero, que no me podían pagar, que tenían problemas sociales como los tuve yo, y ahí dije, voy a hacer clases gratis de bodyboard a estos chicos.
Para traer a la gente.
Para que tengan mejores oportunidades. Y es ahí como comienza mi trabajo social. Y armé una escuela en la playa con palitos, con palmeras, y comencé a enseñarle a los jóvenes a través del bodyboarding lo importante que es ser buen ser humano, el respeto al prójimo, el valor que era vivir en las condiciones que nosotros vivíamos, y sobre todo lo importante que es el conocimiento para que ellos cumplan sus sueños. Que a muchos de ellos no les gustaba ir a la escuela. Yo les decía, oye, tú tienes que ir a la escuela en busca de un conocimiento para hacer lo que tú quieras en la vida. Si quieres ser bodyboard, rap, viajar por el mundo, necesitas la educación. Y así incentivaba a los chicos que estudiaran y al mismo tiempo fueran a la playa. Así comienza el proyecto Budeo, muy intuitivo, con ganas de querer ayudar sin yo ser profesor. Luego uno de esos mismos niños 7 años después fue profesional, psicólogo, volvió y trabajó conmigo. Mira, bonita ola Mauri Laper, bonita ola, va arriba a Mauri Laper. Increíble maniobra y la termina, no la concreta, sí, no, sale de la espuma. Salió, no salió. A ver.
Parece que salió, pues yo escuché al beach announcer diciendo que salió. Así que vamos a ver si tenemos un replay o si sale un buen score, porque esta fue una increíble ola de Amaury Laverne. What a good wave by Amaury Laverne, the leader of the heat. And we didn't see that, but we could hear the beach announcer screaming that he pulled it off. So maybe we can see a replay pretty soon of that wave. Yeah, let's check this one more time, guys. So a nice deep takeoff for Amaury, a lot of speed, and he destroys that leap with the spread legs. He takes some time to show up in front of that white water. We didn't really see it from this angle, but we could hear from the beach announcer that he just pulled it off and then cut out of that wave. So looks like it's going to be a good score for Amaury. 8 points for the rider in red, now getting a much better lead in this heat. Wow, que show, que show. No es nada diferente de lo que esperábamos, ¿no? Para mí, la verdad que para mí este es el mejor momento de la competencia, es la ronda de no eliminación, porque es el encuentro de los riders que ya tienen clasificación, que están bien en el ranking, con los que vienen desde las primeras rondas, los locales, y ese encuentro es muy bueno.
Es como que los más nerviosos se relajan un poco y los que están más asegurados se ponen un poco más nerviosos.
Verdad,
¿no?
pasa de todo, pero el show está asegurado, ¿no?
Claro.
Bueno, volviendo entonces, ahí empezaron a llenar de niños.
Sí. Después esos mismos niños crecieron y se convirtieron en mis socios. Se hicieron profesionales y ahora el equipo de Budeo son esos mismos niños. ¿Sí? Y uno de esos niños, que es Claudio Alquinta, fue psicólogo y me dijo: Arturo, lo que nosotros estamos haciendo es más grande de lo que tú te imaginas, pero tenemos que llevarlo a la academia. Y así conectamos con la universidad y creamos un método educativo que nosotros inventamos. Sacamos un libro con respaldo científico y creamos una metodología de educación que ahora vendemos. Las clases son gratis, pero yo vendo un método.
Entonces, perdona por interrumpir, pero antes de ir a las compañías, al gobierno para coger patrocinio y todo eso, ustedes fueron a la academia para como desarrollar un método más profesional.
Es exactamente. Luego, ese método ahora yo lo vendo. Vamos, Antofagasta Minerals, que es una de las empresas que colabora también con el Mundial, me compra el método por $50.000. Yo con eso impacto a 250 niños y niñas y jóvenes y doy trabajo a más de 10 personas durante un año.
Qué increíble.
Y yo puedo, y ya tengo el método, puedo vender puedo hacer clases a 1000 niños al año, es nuestra capacidad. ¿Qué tengo que hacer yo? Vender la metodología. La metodología se llama Antofagasta Experiencias Territoriales, Modelo de Desarrollo, Habilidades Socioemocionales para Niños, Niñas y Jóvenes. ¿Qué es lo que hace esta metodología? Fortalecer las emociones de los jóvenes a través de conectarlo con la naturaleza, desde el bodyboarding, el snorkeling, la navegación, el trekking y otras actividades. Le enseñamos
qué increíble.
Pensamiento crítico, trabajo en equipo, empatía, liderazgo, escucha activa y cosas como esas, que son habilidades del siglo XXI.
Entonces yo lo voy a traducir un poco y seguimos con la conversación que está de verdad muy buena. So yes, guys, I'm picking Arturo's brain over here a bit more. He's developing into the idea. First, he said that he started this project because he himself came from a very tough neighborhood, with social problems, and he really didn't want to stay in that life. So he drifted away and just started offering classes to make some money, and trying to sustain himself throughout life. But then he saw the need of so many other children in his community that didn't really have the money to pay for the classes. So he brought these kids anyway, started giving classes, and then with the years going by, he had the kids themselves, becoming psychologists and becoming also coaches inside the project. So the project starts to feed itself in a virtual cycle. Let's just stop to see this wave by Moyes Silva, good looking one, goes for the backflip and completes the maneuver. So he's going to get a second score, one more 360,
and looks like that's it for Moyes. And yeah, so Arturo said that the project started to feed itself, and the most interesting part is that he didn't get the project and went straight to the company, straight to the government to get sponsorship. He first, let's just see this replay. ¿Qué parece esa de Moyes?
Sí, creo que es una ola que le hubiera servido mucho más temprano del hit.
Sí.
Creo que llega muy tarde a concretar la maniobra, lamentablemente, porque lo intentó en reiteradas ocasiones y no conectó. Eso pasa.
Parece que es suficiente para él, ¿no?
Sí,
todavía
no va a ser suficiente, seguramente, porque Moyes está necesitando, está en 6.76.
Yeah, so guys, so that's it. He didn't really go straight to the companies or government to take sponsorship. First of all, and that's what I think it's the most interesting, he went to the university. And together with the professionals out there, educational professionals, he could develop a methodology. So he developed a full method of how to bring these kids, in these types of situation and neighborhood, and teach them in a proper way, in an effective way to really transform their lives. And that's when the project started really escalating, because he could sell that methodology and sell that to the big companies and definitely escalate the project, and then the event came up. Arturo, de verdad que increíble eso que hiciste. Y ahora tenemos 1 minuto y 15 segundos, así que puede tomar todo el tiempo que quiera para...
Sí. En palabras simples, cuando nosotros surfeamos, cogemos olas, cuando tú sales y alguien te pregunta cómo te sientes, ¿qué tú contestas? Me siento increíble. Me siento,
sí.
¿no?
No hay nada mejor.
Ese sentimiento de bienestar, de felicidad, lo tienen que sentir más personas. Ese es el trabajo de Budeo. ¿Cómo llego a que ese bienestar que te da el conectar con la ola, con el océano y te hace feliz, cómo llego a tantas personas que lo necesitan?
Sí.
Necesitan ser felices.
Una bolita más de Jean Salon, yo creo, sí, el francés que está ahora con la segunda posición. Tiene un 6 y un 6.75 con 30 segundos para el final. Viene a Mauri. Bueno, así que sí. That's it, guys. I think for the heat, maybe the results not going to change. I don't think there's going to be any other waves. I'm just getting some last words from Arturo Soto, and the heating is just over. Yeah, so the result is this. Amaury Laverne and Jan Salon in first and second position. Moyes and Edwin Aldana will have another opportunity. Arturo, ahora vamos a cerrar aquí la manga y sus últimas palabras para todos que nos ven desde todo el mundo.
Muchas gracias a todos por acompañarnos, por seguirnos, por ser parte de esta fiesta deportiva, de esta fecha mundial. Seguramente nos vamos a seguir viendo la transmisión en vivo para conversar sobre el desarrollo del bodyboarding aquí en Antofagasta. Pasan cosas interesantes en nuestra ciudad en torno al bodyboard y yo estoy muy feliz de poder contárselo al mundo de cómo el bodyboard se convirtió en un deporte, uno de los deportes más importantes en Antofagasta por el aporte al desarrollo de nuestra región. Así que muchas gracias, estoy muy agradecido y nos vemos pronto.
Fue un gran placer, muchas gracias por estar aquí conosco. Vamos a un rápido comercial y volvemos con la última manga y la última entrevista.
welcome back, everyone. 4th day of action here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. And after a nice conversation with Arturo Soto here from Antofagasta, the founder of Budeo and also the promoter of this event, we are back for the last heat of this round number 3 man division, guys. So let's jump straight into the water right now because we have 4 more legends to perform in this end of afternoon here in Antofa, right? What do we have?
That's right. Last heat of the day, we have Pierre-Louis Coste representing France. We have Yon Aymar from the Basque Country. We have Victor Lopez from Chile. And we have Socrates Santana from Brazil. So let's see what goes down in this heat. Last heat of the day, still some action. Tides a little bit on the lower side, kind of just peaked medium, going lower. So yeah, let's see what kind of action this heat brings, Lucas.
Yeah, the last heat was pretty full of action, you know, so I believe we're going to see the same things. The waves are pretty hollow, you know, despite the wind. The waves are providing those sections, even to the left. Someone taking off, looking for a little roll in there. I think it was Yon Aymar, but yeah, not really a good wave for him to get started. So coming back to the outside zone, and looks like somebody already served. Yeah, Victor Lopez with a 5.5 already. So
already got a wave under his belt.
Yeah, let's wait on that. Maybe we can see a replay. Yeah, just 3 minutes into this heat. That's the last one of the day, guys. A full day we had here with round number 2 and now with round number 3 as well, with the top 16 facing the other guys. And definitely we saw many high scores. Let's check this replay.
Yeah, let's see that replay. Nice. Little ARS coming around on that insider. I believe that was
Victor Lopez.
Victor Lopez, right, with his 5.5. Good, getting a decent score under his belt with Yon Aymar with a 1.25 trailing him, and with Socrates with a 0.6. So Pierre-Louis Coste is being patient, waiting for a good wave. And there we have Jan Saluan and Omri just chatting it up after that heat. Sounds like it was a pretty explosive heat. Some stuff went down, right? Some good maneuvers.
Yeah, and these guys completely dominated it. You know,
They did.
Jan started very strong, and he slowly increased his scores, you know, but then Amari just came up with some crazy stuff, some big backflips, you know. And, yeah, taking 8 points out of the judges.
Wow.
And just managed to finish it in first. So, yeah, typical Amari stuff, right?
Yeah, definitely. What do we have here, Lucas?
PLC. There he goes for a roll. Conservative in the beginning. The wave was pretty short, you know, didn't really stretch for him to increase that trajectory. But, yeah, PLC managing to get a 5-point ride in these first minutes and set himself up in the second position.
There he goes, getting a good backup score, right? Always get to get those scores right off the bat, right in the beginning, as it comes down to the last few minutes. Always good to have those backup scores. There we go. We have that afternoon aerial view of the city and the desert mountains in the background, looking out towards the horizon. Beautiful day here in Antofagasta as we finish up the last heat of the day.
And what a day has been. I mean, so many good waves, different types of conditions we have been seeing. I mean, when we got here during the morning, it was so dry and with some size to it. Hold on, good view there. I think it's blue taking off. Yeah, just a quick in and out for Victor Lopez, the Chilean coming from Iquique. 5.5 is what he has, and a 0.5 that he definitely wants to get rid of. And priority number 1 right now is on the Brazilian side with Socrates Santana, who just surfed one wave, and that was just an attempt, a 0.6. Let's see what Socrates will come up with. He's a junior world champion, you know, a very strong guy. He actually won this event back in 2015
That's right.
here at La Nilda,
Oh, okay.
but on the junior division. So yeah, a very big promise as well from Brazil. I mean, not a promise anymore. Socrates is a professional rider for quite a few years already, and yeah, definitely such a consistent rider.
Very consistent, right? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, he won this event in 2015, you're saying, as a junior. Oh, that's awesome. Wouldn't that be nice if he won it again? Like
Definitely.
the open men's and the junior. That would be historical, right? So
Então, pessoal do Brasil que está aí acompanhando essa última bateria do dia de hoje. Hoje é o 4º dia de competição aqui no Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Esse ano o evento está sendo sediado aqui numa onda diferente do que o que a gente está acostumado, né? A onda de La Cúpula. Essa onda se chama La Nilda. É uma onda bem diferente de La Cúpula. É uma onda que tem partes rasas, partes fundas, tem alguns picos assim um pouco mais longe dos outros e ela muda muito. Qualquer variação de maré, qualquer variação de vento, de direção, de swell, a onda se transforma completamente. Então, quem está assistindo aí desde mais cedo conseguiu ver os diversos momentos aí que a gente teve durante a competição e as condições, como é que elas ficaram. Então, realmente exige muito dos atletas para poder se adaptarem ali, né, à situação atual da sua bateria e conseguir encontrar alguma onda. Agora, o que é certo é que o potencial está lá, a gente já viu notas altíssimas aí ao decorrer do dia. Parece que quem vem agora é o chileno, numa onda que não vai ser muito representativa para ele, mas vai trocar aquele um ponto que ele já tem ali na liderança, o Victor Lopes. Enquanto isso, o Sócrates está em 4ª posição ali, levando um pouco mais de tempo para poder começar a sua campanha aí de maneira mais sólida nessa bateria.
Yeah, not much on the horizon right now, but yeah, I think we're gonna, while we're waiting on a set, I think it's safe to send it to the interview with Bago. Go ahead and take it away.
Well, thank you so much, guys. I'm Mauri Laverne, winner of this last heat. I mean, Mauri, you know, you were telling me how difficult the wave is, but you had some leverage because you were surfing and advancing in the DropKnee division. So what was happening out there?
Yeah, I mean, from what you see from outside, you can see like all the waves coming through, but when you're out there, it's even hard to know where to sit. I mean, the tide is quite low. There is a couple right, couple left, but it's hard to really find the good ones. I think I tried so many waves because physically I'm feeling good, and so I was trying, and finally in the middle of the cow I can find some good waves and try. And I knew I had to go big. I mean, it's a non-elimination round. It was time to try to risk a bit more.
What's the main thing you teach to all those kids that you're teaching when you're trying to, I'm not talking about the people that it's starting, I'm talking about the people that you're helping to be a professional. What would you say?
I would say that as soon as possible, you have to know yourself better as a rider. What's your weakness, what's your quality, what are your goals, and what are the tools you've got to achieve your goals. And sometimes it takes some time. I mean, it takes a long time for me. But today I know myself, and I know more or less where I'm going and how I have to work it.
What do you think about envisioning?
Sorry?
Envisioning? Como visualizar?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Ambitioning, I mean, it's super important to be ambitious, but you have to know yourself to have the right goal and the right vision. Because if you have like a vision that goes too far from your level, maybe you can be disappointed at the end. So it's good to have a vision that's sweet to your technical level.
Oh, very important words here for your 2-time world champion seeking. Doing what only Damian King has done. Maybe you get the title in both divisions. So you want to say something to anyone at this point?
Yeah, I'm just trying to do my best and show the best version of myself in DropKnee Pro and as a competitor. And I'm just excited to be on tour, and it looks like this year I'm going to be in the most of the competition. So, yeah, thanks to all the guys for the support, for the guys tuning in, and my family in the Canaries, my friends in all over the world, and shout out to all the bodyboarding lovers.
Right, so your son is going to join you for sure. So,
hopefully, I mean, in a couple of years he might be around here. So, yeah, get ready.
All right, congratulations, Amaury. Best of luck for the rest of the competition in both divisions. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bago. And the more he's sending the message, get ready. I mean, such a reference, this guy. But check this out. PLC's pedaling pretty strong over there. He liked that left-hander. And there he is, taking off, building that speed. He's looking at the lip, but nothing really comes up, just a small section. And he hits it with a roll. He's going to change that 0.5. But, he's looking for a 3.91. So still small scores in this heat, and situation started to be defined. And check this out, Yoni Mar bringing up that backflip action as well.
Yeah, nice little projection there by Yon, right? Not a very big wave, but yeah, good. Hit it right, well projected. So yeah, definitely made the best of that one as the riders are heading back out to the lineup. So let's see if that little backflip will give him what he needs to get into the set top 2, because all he needs is really a 4.16, which I'm thinking he should probably get. But let's see what the judges have to say about that.
Yeah, just waiting on some scores, some replays over here as well. But just that's the wave for Yoni Mar actually. Pretty backflip, nice maneuver, a short wave as well, but he manages to hit the perfect section. And Socrates scooping into a nice barrel, getting that run and then coming out with a roll. That's gonna be a nice score for Socrates for sure.
Yeah, this might change things up, right? And then we have another one. We have Pierre-Louis Coste taking off on this. Little backflip coming down, hoping for a little section on the inside, but kind of close. But yeah, I think there's going to be some changes on the scoreboard with those last few waves that went down in the past few minutes, right? So I think Socrates had like a pretty good combo there, and Yonar Mar had like pretty clean backflip, right? But I think he's staying in third, right? And let's see what as we're waiting on the scores to drop, let's see if Socrates gets up, at least up to.
Yeah, so just when it comes to the time, we're basically halfway throughout the heat, but when it comes to score, we are still getting started over here. And with so many waves ridden at the same time, you know, it's tough to understand and actually foresee what is going to happen and how the situation will be afterwards. So we just wait on the judges, you know, and if you guys want to check those scores live as well, you guys can go to ibcworldtour.com website. There will be a green bar on the bottom of your screen, and you just click on watch live. That's Socrates' last wave. Very nice scoop into that Baron coming out with the roll. We usually see either maneuvers or barrels, right? But we haven't seen many barrels with the guys continuing to do one more maneuver, right?
Yeah.
That's a 5-point ride for him anyway. He's still in the 4th position, despite needing a much smaller score. 3.91 is what the Brazilian is looking for right now. Então, com 11 minutos e meio para o fim da bateria, o Sócrates pega a sua primeira onda ali mais relevante para ele, 5 pontos, está precisando de 3.91.
Let's check out this replay of Socrates coming down and going for that Rolo on the end point. So he has a little combo, right? Got a good little barrel on the takeoff, comes out with a roll on the end. And who do we have on this replay, Lucas?
That was PLC. I believe that was the backflip. Yeah, not the best wave, you know, but anyway, he managed to pull out a backflip out of that wave and get a few more points. That was worth 5.55 for PLC. And as I said, he just improved a little bit his situation, leaving Victor Lopez the 2nd place in the heat right now, looking for 5.06. But you know what? Just taking it back to Amore's interview, I think it was so on point. I mean, that guy is such a reference, right? And what he says, you know, about knowing yourself, knowing your weakness. Usually in bodyboarding is such a progressive sport, and we just want to improve and evolve, right? But we sometimes don't take a look at our weaknesses, at our, you know, not so good spots, you know. You just want to push yourself, but that can cause also a lot of frustration, right? Because as you said, you don't know yourself too well. You don't take such an analytic look at your riding skills. So, I mean, Amari is a coach forever right now. I mean, so many years already, and I really like that view that he has, and you can see that he applied that on himself, right? Because when he talks about PLC and Amari, for example, he usually says that PLC is better technically.
Yes,
he's more talented, and he's the guy that really, like, you know, works it out and try, you know, to understand everything around it. And you can see such an analytical view from Amari, and really effective, right?
Very effective. And yeah, he couldn't have said it better. Knowing yourself, knowing your weaknesses, knowing your strengths, right? That's how you improve. And here we have on this left right here, we have Yon taking off with a little roll on that end part, coming down to the end, and that way he's not going to really provide much more than that. But yeah, I'm not sure if that will give him that 2.91. It's not a very high score that he needs to step it up to 2nd position. But yeah, as we have some more sets on the horizon, we can see the rider scratching to get in position right here. I think we have is that PLC is turning around for that right. Let's see what.
Yeah, there he goes. PLC took off on that one. He had a priority actually, and I'm not sure if it was Victor Lopez that took off right in front of him. But anyway, you see, he pulled it out. He didn't want to cause that interference at all, but PLC had the priority, and the other rider just took off in front of him. Let's see how the judges will analyze that, because with PLC pulling it off, I don't know, maybe it could not be an interference, or it could. I don't know. Let's just wait on the judges to see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, it is an interference. I can imagine it was hard for the person who took off on that wave after Pierre-Louis. As you can see, the sun shines in the background, so he must have been blinded. I don't think it was intentional, but those are the rules, right? So looks like the interference was called. And here we go on the left. I believe we have Pierre-Louis taking off, and just couldn't really get a lip there, but was hoping to get something. Who we have taking off on this next one, Lucas?
Yeah, we have someone taking a look at that wave, not really going into it, but with the low tide right now, we see the wave just stretching throughout the whole reef. I believe that was blue, actually. That was Victor Lopez. Yeah, so PLC took off from the peak, and I didn't even notice if it was looking back at all. But you just have to reassure yourself that you're not dropping in on anyone. You have to be watching the priority screen at the structure, right? And there are the guys, the boys, just chilling after a full day of competition. And it's confirmed. As you guys can see on the leaderboard, Victor Lopez will have his second best wave not accounted for. So when we have priority taking place, the second wave, in the case of an interference, the second wave is not accounted for. If there was no priority assigned, it could be cut in half. But in this case, it won't be accounted for.
Yes, there we go. We have Victor taking off, trying to make up for that, getting a little ARS under his belt with a little reverse after that, hoping to make up for that interference, hoping to get that score that was cut back on the scoreboard. So, but he needs a pretty decent score to get back into second position. Needs a 9.51. So it's going to take a little work for him to get back up there with, but there's 6 minutes left in the heat, so it could definitely happen.
Yeah, it could. I mean, but if Yone Mar increases his score a little bit, just by half a point, then it won't be possible for Victor, to get that second spot. I mean, it's a tough place, but I mean, at least he did that mistake in a non-elimination round, so he will have another chance, to not commit that again. He will be able to go to the rapid charge and try to just regroup from there, and try to have a better heat. But still a lot of time for them to perform, to get those waves. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's see if Socrates will be able to come out with that 4.51. He's got priority number one.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a big set in.
Yeah, look at that thing coming from deep, like a second reefer, just breaking on that outer bowl. But unfortunately, that inside wall is just, there's not really much you can do with it. It's just bending too much. And with that wind coming in. But let's see if this can provide somewhat of a face. But looks like we have a taker. We have Pierre-Louis Coss on this one, pulling into that thing. And wow, that thing spit nice, and getting a little roll off the top, and wow, right into the Kraken, right?
God,
so
danger
hectic.
zone.
Another one out the back. What do we have on that?
Oh, we
I think
got
someone was in that thing.
Yeah, pretty sure someone scooped into that, but then it just became full of white water on its way. But what a bomb by PLC, right? That wave had some size to it, some power as well, and we could almost see he trying to complete that roll, but then I believe it just got too close to the rocks. When it is at that size and with some wind as well and current, as we are seeing right now, that's when it become really dangerous, right?
Definitely. Yeah, but that should be I'm curious to see the score on that wave of Pierre-Louis. That was nice, right? Like good barrel spit, came out with a roll. So it should be interesting to see what the judges think of that one. But it's some action going down. Just 3 minutes and 47 seconds in the heat. Yeah, just while we're waiting on that, just want to check out this replay. Who do we have there? That's Victor, right? His little makeup score.
Yeah, it's trying to make up for the interference mistake, but check this out. PLC scooping into that beast, gets through that that section, repositions there, still on the line, you know, keeping the rail, and then he goes for a roll, bumps into that white water, and then he just kicks out of that thing as soon as he could.
Yeah, and then I think
that was Jon.
That was Jon on that left.
Yeah,
right?
Just a quick takeoff and then ejecting as well. I mean, it just drags you towards the Kraken, right? When it's at this size. And I mean, after some size, guys, it's really tough to try to go against the ocean, right? You're really like not strong enough to paddle, you know, more than the current will drag you, you know.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Just all that energy in the wave is just heading straight for that rocky patch, the Kraken, right? Like, it's a dangerous reef. You do not want to hit that thing. But yeah, just a few minutes, 2.5 minutes left in the heat. So yeah, it's going to be tough for Victor to get up into that second position. But let's see what we have going on as these sets are coming in. Not much, some little lines coming in actually. But looks like we have someone paddling for this little insider. Who do we have here? I believe that is Victor, right? Going for a little roll off the top, but just unfortunately could not get over that into the flats there as he got stuck up on the top. But yeah, while we're waiting, I just want to give a quick thank you to our sponsors, Escondida BHP, Municipalidad de Antofagasta, our collaborators, Colbún, Antofagasta Minerals, Peri, Chile, Carniceria Arauco, Abastile, Hotel RK Antofagasta, Ruta 1 Restaurant, Mirador Sandwicheria, and Costa Club Antofagasta.
That's it, and we had a 7.5 coming out for PLC. Definitely improved his situation a lot, and is sitting right now in a much better position, leaving Yonimar the second place in the heat in need of a 7.06. So Jon managed to get a 4.15 on his last wave as well, improving a little bit. But yeah, leaving Socrates in the third position, needing 5.16, which is a pretty achievable score. Socrates is holding that priority number 1, and we just crossed the last minute mark. Let's see if anybody's coming on this wave. Not really, but yeah, pretty sure Socrates is just holding it up there, you know, to come back with the last attempt.
Yeah, the pressure is on for Socrates, right? Because he doesn't need a very big score, right, to be able to skip the next round, right? So here we go on that left. I believe that was... Yeah, I'm not sure who that was. Did you notice who that was?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I believe that could be Socrates, you know, but I'm not sure about that too. Yeah, the guy's trying to get those insiders and take something out of them. As Victor Lopez just takes off and attempts a roll as well, completes that maneuver. Yeah, it was Socrates on that wave.
Yes.
So getting back to this situation, he's looking for a 5.16. And I'm not sure if that's going to be the wave. Sócrates precisando de 5.16.
personas disfrutan del deporte, donde nuestro compromiso promueve el desarrollo de nuevos talentos y los espacios públicos se transforman en lugares de encuentro. Nuestro futuro
Es con más deportistas.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Conoce más sobre cómo imaginamos nuestro futuro con todos en bhp.com. Nuestro futuro es con la región de Antofagasta.
Falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña. Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña. Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces.
Well, final moments here at the 4th day of competition at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We had an amazing day of competition. Some upsets, of course, just watching two of the Mexican riders that actually did an amazing job in the previous day of competition, being knocked out. And Kalani is still alive, but he is in rubber charge, and many other names. It is difficult always, but it is how it is for all the events. So yeah, we are left with the rubber charge for the men division, which is 4 heats and the DropKnee division, which is quarterfinals. That's what's intended to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what goes down tomorrow. The swell's still up. The tide's looking good in the morning, kind of like a low going high. So, yeah, should be some action going down tomorrow. Probably similar today, but a little bit smaller.
I think it's going to be a smaller. But the thing is that we have another swell hitting, so
Nice.
we might see big waves for Friday and Saturday, and we'll probably finish on Sunday. So we do have still a lot of time. But yeah, what is intended to happen tomorrow? It's we have the same check-in. We have 6:45 check-in for a possible 7:15 start, and it looks like we're gonna be running quarterfinals for the DropKnee and 4 heats of the repechage of the men. But we have Pierre ready with Lucas for the interview, and let's just hear from them, and we will come back to say bye.
Thank you, Bergo. I'm here with Pierre. Pierre almost didn't want to leave the water, maybe stay for a free surf session. But anyway, just let us know, how did you feel in the heat, and how was the first experience here in Antofagasta for you this year?
Yeah, I'm super stoked to be back in Antofagasta after 2 years break. This wave is difficult. I remember us competing here in 2015. It's a challenge. There's huge opportunity out there. Like there's incredible waves, but it's a lot of work. So yeah, happy to make this first heat. It's always stressful to be in the repechage. So.
And with the forecast for the next few days, Friday picking up a lot as well. What do you think? What are your expectations for the event here?
Yeah, I mean, this wave is super sensible. That's what I remember, you know, like we used to go to Cupula, and when waves are small, we come here. And if they swell, like if it's big, it's going to be very difficult. There's so much swell coming here. And yeah, like I said, it's going to be challenging if they run on a big day, because it's a lot of water moving around. And yeah, it's just a different competition if it's that big.
Would you rather have it like smaller, or maybe passing out big? What do you prefer?
Wow, it's a tough question, but I mean, I think we have enough day to run in good conditions, you know. But too big, it's just probably too dangerous for everyone. So yeah, probably just wait for the best time. We have time.
Yeah, something in the middle, right? Yeah. Any words for people watching you back live?
Yeah, for sure. To my family, a minha família, eu sei que o meu filho está a olhar. Muito beijinho para ti, Benjamin. Ciao, ciao. E merci à tous, et on se voit très bientôt.
Congratulations, Pierre. Good luck on the next one. Back to you guys at the booth.
It's always a pleasure to listen to, from Pierre, right? He's such a gentleman. He's always had the right things to say. Well, amazing day of competition, people. Thank you so much. En español, para todas las personas que sintonizaron, muchas gracias. Un día súper exitoso con 16 hits. Se vio de todo. Y definitivamente los riders se están adaptando a esta ola, que claramente es una ola muy buena para bodyboard, pero que tiene sus cositas que hay que saber, digamos, hay que aprender. Pero bonito lo que dijo Mauri, es un nuevo reto, un nuevo desafío, como se dice aquí, así se llama el evento, y la verdad que ha estado muy, muy bueno. Mañana tenemos check-in a las 6:45, mismo horario de todos los días. Y tenemos un posible comienzo a las 7:15. Lo que se está preparando es hacer los cuartos de finales de la categoría DropKnee y el repechaje de hombre, que son 4 hits. No necesariamente en ese orden, ¿vale? Mañana van a decir los jueces, o sea, la comisión técnica, cómo va a ser el orden, pero pues eso, mañana volveríamos aquí bien temprano. You want to say that in English?
Yeah. Be sure to check in with us tomorrow morning at 6:45 a.m. Yeah, it's been an epic day. We've had 16 heats go down, so yeah, let's check it out tomorrow morning, 6:45 a.m. Be here.
That's right. Thank you so much, everyone. See you tomorrow for the 5th day, and we promise you it's going to be great. So see you tomorrow.